Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Digital Storytelling Festival. We will slowly and gently begin as people arrive and as your audio turns on. Please do let me know that you're here because I can't see you. So type in the chat, say hello, tell us something about yourself, where you're from, what the weather's like. Is this your first Digital Storytelling Festival, or have you been before? Or we've got a heart, so somebody's here, yay. So do type in the chat. Oh, excellent, we've got some waving. We've got someone from Croatia, someone from Slovakia. Excellent, someone from Bucharest. Here you all are, excellent, welcome. Sunny Athens, that's good to know. And now you're going too fast that I can't see them all, but this is brilliant. We've got people from the Netherlands, Krakow, Portugal, Romania, more Greece, more UK, more Ukraine, Austria. Excellent. I'm going to have to make my chat thing bigger so that I can see all this a bit better because it's going so fast with so many people. Excellent. It is Aristaea's second Digital Storytelling Festival. Brilliant. And Shruti from India, this is your first festival. Welcome. Bangaranga from Bulgaria. Yay. More Bulgaria. Bulgaria is flying high this week, I think. Excellent. Okay, so this is the Digital Storytelling Festival from Europeana. We have got 2 days of talks and presentations, videos, workshops, some fun social stuff to do. So we hope that you can join us for as much as possible of the next 2 days. We're very grateful that you're here. I will do some little housekeeping stuff to begin with, and then before too long, we will crack on with our first speaker. Here we go, it's day one, it's Tuesday. So a little bit of housekeeping. First of all, I will tell you that we are recording the whole session, but as participants, as audience members, we can't see you. So don't worry about that, and you don't need cameras on or anything like that. So we are going to use the Q&A function in Zoom to ask questions to our speakers. So if you look at the bottom of your screen, you might need to click more with the 3 dots in the circle to find the Q&A, and you can ask questions in there for our speakers. You can use the chat for exactly what you're doing right now, saying hi, sharing a thought or two. But if you have a question for a speaker, please use the Q&A just so it keeps it all in one place for us. If you're going to share on social media, we'd love it if you could tag DigiStoryFest. And a couple of things about accessibility. So you can open up closed captions on Zoom if you want a live transcription. Obviously, it's not going to be perfect, but hopefully it will be useful for you. And we've asked all of our speakers to provide self-descriptions when they introduce themselves. So I'll do that right now. And this is for people with visual impairments who perhaps can't see the screen, can't see the person, just to provide a little bit of information about who is speaking. So I'm your host just for the very first part of today. My name is Beth Daly, and I am a white woman in my mid-40s. I've got long, wavy auburn hair, and I'm wearing a bluish-green jumper, glasses, and a headset. As I said, we'll be recording and we will share the slides as well afterwards. So anything you see, you can get hold of again later. And finally, when you close Zoom throughout the day, a little survey will pop up, and it's really, really useful for us if you can fill it in and let us know how you've experienced the event. The next bit of housekeeping is, as my colleague has put in the chat, we have what we call inclusive engagement guidelines. And if you have been to a Europeana event before, you will have come across these. The link is in the chat so that you can go and look at them if you want. But basically, it's the guidelines we use to make sure we have a nice time together, that everybody is open to hear people's points of view, is kind, is respectful, and that if any errors occur, that we can deal with them in a professional manner and make sure that everything is just the way we want it to be, to have a nice time together. So if there's anything you're unhappy with, you're uncomfortable with, you can send a message in the chat. This morning we have my colleague Emilia, who is looking after the chat for us, but you can just send a message There you go. She's popped it in the chat. Send a message to Amelia. Oh, sorry, I've clicked the wrong way. If there is anything that that you're worried about. Okay. So, sorry, I've jumped ahead to Pauline. Let me just go back one. Okay. So, today's programme, we have Pauline is going to do a keynote speech for us very shortly, and then we go straight into our first panel, which is, we have some wonderful speakers who are going to talk to us about immersive and interactive formats. So we have Rob van Haarlem, Matevž Straus, and Pauline again. So we're seeing Pauline twice this morning. Then we'll have a break. And then we go into our second panel of the day, which is called Silent Artifacts. We have Samba Yonga and Anastazija Petrović. Then we have a good break for lunch, so a good time to go and have a bit of fresh air, stretch your legs from being in front of the computer all morning. And then in the afternoon, we'll wake up again with a workshop with Mart Alaru, who is going to do us a wonderful workshop about creative writing with imagery as imagery and art as our inspiration. That's called ekphrastic writing. And we end the day with a quiz. We love a quiz at Europeana, so do stay with us all the way through the day and have a go at the quiz at the end of the day. And in the breaks, we're going to play some videos, and these are the winning stories and poems from our Europeana Creative Climate Action Award. And when we get to that point in the day, there'll be a link in the chat that you can go to our exhibition and you can see the images that these stories and poems have been inspired by, and you can read the texts as well. But the videos are all great. They're all the writers themselves reading their work. So I hope you enjoy those in the break. Okay, so I am going to introduce our first speaker, and that is Professor Pauline MacKay. And she is Professor of Robert Burns Studies and Cultural Heritage, and she's based in Scottish literature at the University of Glasgow. She is Director of the Queen's Anniversary Prize-winning Centre for Robert Burns Studies, and I know Robert Burns is a huge passion for Pauline, and she's really excited about talking to us about that today. And her bio goes on and on with amazing achievements. Pauline's interdisciplinary research and teaching incorporates expertise in Scottish literature, cultural memory, material culture, intangible cultural heritage, and immersive technologies. And she helped develop the museums in the Metaverse platform, which she's going to talk about in the panel. And her most recent research on the Burns Supper, intangible cultural heritage, and social XR aims to transform the ways in which intangible cultural heritage is shared, received, and understood by working at the intersection of living heritage and immersive realities, which all sounds incredibly interesting, impressive, and I can't wait to hear more about it now and then later in the panel. So if you do have questions for Pauline, we can take them now, but we'll keep them until the panel later. So that we can keep to time. So that's my introduction for the day. Have a great day, everybody, and I will give the floor to our keynote speaker, Professor Pauline MacKay.
Thank you very much, Beth. Thank you for having me here today. So I am Pauline MacKay. I am a white woman in her early 40s. I have long blonde hair. I'm wearing a sage green jumpsuit and a navy blue cardigan. And I am speaking to you from my office at the University of Glasgow in a somewhat dull and rainy Glasgow. So, however, I'm incredibly excited to speak to you today about several of my passions, which in recent years have come together in just the most fascinating and exciting way. I'm going to talk to you about the imagination's power, literary heritage in the metaverse. And of course, I'm going to take as my case study Robert Burns. So, a little bit about Robert Burns. He is, of course, the Scottish national bard, and he was born in Alloway in Ayrshire in 1759 on the 25th of January, and that will become significant towards the end of my talk this morning. Now, Burns was the son of a farmer, and in the 18th century, he mightn't necessarily have had wonderful access to education, except for the fact that his father was very, very committed to the education of his children and ensured that Burns was incredibly well read and that he had access to a tutor. Now, the learning that Burns did ensured that he was incredibly, there we go, incredibly well-read. And his literature is influenced by some of the great European, British, and Scottish authors that went before him. And we do see this influence in his first publication, poems chiefly in the Scottish dialect that appeared in 1786. Now, Burns, a farmer, unknown at the time, was incredibly well received following the publication of this edition. He was celebrated by some of the great Edinburgh literati, and Henry Mackenzie, another famous Scottish novelist and editor of an important periodical, The Lounger, declared that Burns was the hidden taught ploughman. Burns spent some time in Edinburgh. He was lionised by the literati, and he produced several further editions of his poetry before he moved to Ellisland in Dumfriesshire, where he built a home himself for his family and resided there for several years before moving to Dumfries, where he became a government exciseman. And he died in Dumfries on the 21st of July, 1796, at the age of just 37. But not before he had produced hundreds of poems and songs and letters. In fact, Burns was a prolific song collector and songwriter, and is probably one of the world's most famous songwriters, insofar as it's Burns's version of Auld Lang Syne that people all over the world sing on Hogmanay every single year. Burns is, in fact, the world's most commemorated writer in both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. Of course, here in Scotland, we have literary heritage sites of significance associated with Burns at the birthplace in Alloway, at Ellisland in Dumfriesshire, and at several different locations in Edinburgh, as well as the places that Burns visited and was inspired to write about as part of his tours of the Scottish borders and the Scottish Highlands. But following his death in 1796, the Scottish diaspora took Burns's literature and Burns's legacy across the world with them. There are more statues to Robert Burns worldwide than any other writer. And of course, Burns is the only writer who has a huge annual, now global celebration of his birth, the Burns Supper or Burns Night on the 25th of January every single year. So, an unbelievable corpus of literature, but also a phenomenal legacy that incorporates both tangible and intangible cultural heritage. The opportunity to use technology to communicate Burns's literature and his legacy with the global audience who are interested in him is what began my journey into storytelling with immersive technologies. Now, it's important to say, Burns, of course, he was writing over 200 years ago, but Burns was a remarkable innovator. He was inspired by those poets and writers who went before him, but he was a great innovator of poetic and literary form. And he was also intensely interested in his own heritage, and the impact that it had upon his imagination is very clear from both his poetry and his correspondence. And I'd like to share this quotation from Burns's famous autobiographical letter to Dr. John Moore. This is the most extensive account of Burns's life and inspiration and imagination in his own words. He writes, "In my infant and boyish days too, I owed much to an old maid of my mother's, remarkable for her ignorance, credulity, and superstition. She had, I suppose, the largest collection in the county of tales and songs concerning devils, ghosts, fairies, brownies, witches, warlocks, spunkies, kelpies, elf candles, deadlights, wraiths, apparitions, cantrips, giants, enchanted towers, dragons, and other trumpery. This cultivated the latent seeds of poesy, but it had so strong an effect on my imagination, and to this hour, in my nocturnal rambles, I sometimes keep a sharp lookout in suspicious places, and though nobody can be more sceptical in these matters than I, yet it often takes an effort of philosophy to shake off these idle terrors. So this is Burns communicating the impact of his heritage, of storytelling, the storytelling of his mother and his ancestors upon his own imagination. And it's also leading up to what would become an important record of his local heritage and folklore. The great thing about Burns and about his literature is that we see the intersection of place, of sites and locations with that heritage and that folklore. But what we also see is that the way that Burns captured this inspired all manner of material culture, from fine art to objects and souvenirs associated with places, associated with Burns's literature and legacy. And for that reason, immersive technology presented a remarkable opportunity to capture the spectrum of commemoration of Burns and his literature. Now, initially, I wanted to do this for my students because at the University of Glasgow, we teach a course called Memorialising Scottish Literature and Culture. And it's all about the intersection of text and location and material culture in the creation of cultural memory. In 2020, another project at the University of Glasgow called Project Movius developed an immersive learning platform called Edify. And we were asked if you could use immersive technologies to teach anything, to illuminate anything, to tell any story, how would you use it? And straight away, it was Burns for me. And specifically, it was Burns's Tam O'Shanter for reasons which will become apparent. When I began the conversation with Edify, we were seeking to understand how we could use this immersive technology and immersive learning platform to capture Burns's remarkable imagination, how we could use immersive experiences to engage a vast global 21st century audience with Burns's literature and cultural heritage, with his cultural memory. But also, we were very aware that this couldn't be tokenistic or gimmicky. What was the added value that immersive technology brought to this type of storytelling? What superpowers do virtual reality give us to illuminate, for example, Burns's preoccupation with the supernatural and with antiquarianism, and to let people engage with the artefacts and cultural heritage that are associated with this? Of course, the case study for me had to be Tam O'Shanter. Tam O'Shanter is Burns's poetic masterpiece. It is also his masterpiece in storytelling. It is a long, fast, fun, witty, humorous narrative poem that captures all of the supernatural intrigue we just heard about in his letter to John Moore, that references remarkable and macabre objects and relics from his locale. And also, it is just incredibly immersive as a poem for its imagery and its sound effects and its onomatopoeia. If you're going to create an immersive experience from Burns's poetry, Tam O'Shanter seemed to me the obvious place to start. So I'll read a section from you to give you a sense of how rich it is. The wind blew as 'twad blown its last, the rattling showers rose on the blast, the speedy gleams the darkness swallowed, loud, deep and lang the thunder bellowed. That night, a child might understand, the deal had business on his hand. Wheel mounted on his grey mare, Meg, his horse, a better never lifted leg, Tam skelp it on through Dublin mire, despising wind and rain and fire, whilst holding fast his good blue bonnet, whilst crooning o'er some old Scots sonnet, whilst glowering round with prudent cares, lest bogles catch him unawares. Kirkalloway was drawing nigh, where ghasts and hoolits nightly cry. This is a poem that tells the story of the protagonist Tam, boozing at the nappy, drunk with his cronies, mounting his horse to travel home through that supernatural Ayrshire countryside, to past Kirkalloway, a very famous location in Ayrshire and a famous location associated with Burns. I'm going to stop speaking for a moment and I'm going to show you a video of what we produced. And this is the first thing that we produced using immersive technology as part of the Burns Beyond Reality project. And here we go. Fingers crossed for the video.
At the centre of any Burns supper is the bard's poetry and song. Works including the Selkirk Grace, Scotch Drink, Two a Haggis and Auld Lang Syne have historically formed an important part of the running order. There is another work, of course, that features widely in Burns Night celebrations, and that is Burns's iconic narrative poem, Tam O'Shanter, a poem that captures the sociability and conviviality Burns was so fond of in the opening lines, which see Tam boozing at the nappy with his ancient trusty Druthy crony suitor Johnny. The poem is fast, furious and funny and profound in equal measure, and has long inspired performers, creatives and manufacturers, so that it's permeated Scottish culture on a number of levels. Take this 19th century Mauchlinware pincushion, for example, and of course we're in a VR gallery, so I can lift this out of its case and bring it closer for you to see, make it a little bit larger perhaps. And this is a souvenir of Alloway Kirk, the scene for the famous witches' dance in Burns's poem. If I rotate it, you'll see that it's made of wood grown in the banks of the Doon. It was very common in the years following Burns's death and throughout the 19th century for people to collect wood or stones from places associated with Burns and his works. In the 21st century, we can actually use virtual reality to teleport to the exact spot represented on this object. And so, with a click of my controller, let's travel back in time. Here we are in Alloway Kirkyard as it would have appeared in the 18th century. It's been created with close reference to Francis Gross's 1791 Antiquities of Scotland, here provided by the University of Glasgow's Special Collections. Let's take a look. It was the prospect of the Kirk's inclusion in this book that prompted Burns to write Tam O'Shanter, and I'll just show you. Here it appears next to Gross's sketch of the Kirk as perhaps the longest and most famous footnote of all time. And if I spin that around, you'll see just how faithfully the Kirk has been represented in the VR environment. Ultimately, what CRBS have created with Edify is an environment where people can experience the magic that happens when text, location and objects collide in the creation of an iconic cultural memory, in this case Burns's. But central to his cultural memory, to his legacy, are, of course, his poems and songs. And bearing that in mind, it's time for us to immerse ourselves in Alloway Kirk as Burns describes it in his poem. Let's go. This supernatural environment is resplendent in the imagery of Burns's poem. The lightnings flash from pole to pole, near and more near the thunders roll, when glimmering through the groaning trees, Kirkalloway seemed in a blaze. Through Ilka bore the beams were glancing, and loud resounded mirth and dancing. Now join me as I take a walk or teleport into this haunted building. Across the kirkyard, past the grave of William Burness, Burns's father. And finally, into the kirk, where once again Burns's imagery has been faithfully represented. Open coffins, swords and axes, the blades that we read about in the poem, and if we glance up the way, those ominous looking rafters from which so many relics and souvenirs would be crafted in the years following the composition of Burns's poem.
So that was the very first venture for Burns Beyond Reality into immersive technologies. And it was created in a platform that enabled me as a storyteller to inform an immersive environment inspired by the imagery and the onomatopoeia, the sound effects of Burns's poem, highlight a historical site of key importance for the poem, but for Scotland in general. But also, in my classroom, I was able to bring in 3D models of heritage, cultural heritage objects associated with Tamil Shantar and allow my students, I could position them around, I could position them at specific vantage points so that the students understood how the site was being reimagined and promoted throughout the 19th century. They could pick the objects up, they can make them large and see unbelievable detail, they could move them around themselves. And this was incredibly successful. And for that reason, that's effectively how Burns Beyond Reality became.
At the centre of any Burns supper is the bard's poetry and song.
There we go. That's how Burns Beyond Reality became one of the pilots that led to the museums in the Metaverse levelling up Innovation Accelerator, which was a multi-million-pound government-funded project here at the university to create a two-sided cultural heritage platform using immersive technologies. And I'll speak about that shortly. But we learned a lot from creating the Burns Beyond Reality experience. Not least, you will see in the next talk, and for now, that the quality of 3D assets has moved on very, very significantly since then. The veracity of the objects is so important when you're telling stories about literary and cultural heritage. And the qualities of the 3D models, we realised we needed to create workflows and do a great deal to really bring those along. What you see on the screen just now, and you can have a look at this in Sketchfab actually, is one of the first 3D models that we produced. I insisted that it was Burns, of course. And it's a Mauchline ware egg timer from the 19th century. It has Burns Cottage on the top and an extract from the poem, the song Ranting Roving Robin on the bottom. And it was a very challenging object just by virtue of the fact there's sand in it, and furthermore, it's got the glass, which was a challenge. However, as you will see shortly, we've overcome a lot of that. I am incredibly excited that the work we've done following on from Burns Beyond Reality to create the bespoke museums in the Metaverse platform is going to let me tell stories about the very, very disparate but vast Burns collections that exist across Scotland. They're looked after by a partnership called Burns Scotland, and this is a recognised partnership, recognised by Museums Galleries Scotland. And these collections are very, very significant in their own right, but taken together, we can tell remarkably exciting joined up stories. And of course, there are also significant Burns collections abroad. And we want to be able to use immersive technology to engage vast audiences with more connected stories about our Burnsian heritage. And the opportunity is now very much here. I'd like to finish by raising something that's really very timely here. What about Burns's intangible cultural heritage? Okay. Here in the UK, Living Heritage UK launched the Inventory of Living Cultural Heritage in December of last year. And of course, we at the Centre for Robert Burns Studies and all of the people, the practitioners who engage in the social practice of the Burns Supper all over the world will argue that the Burns Supper is a fabulous example of intangible cultural heritage that's very much worth safeguarding. So we launched a survey to understand how the supper was being celebrated across the world, multicultural innovations of the Burns Supper, what poems and songs were being recited, what were people eating or drinking or wearing, what toasts were they having. We have had over 1,000 responses this year alone from over 52 countries in all 7 continents. And I do mean all 7 because they had a Burns Supper at the Rothera Research Station in Antarctica. So we are going to represent this on a digital resource, on an interactive map, so that that global community of participants and celebrants of the Burns Supper can see how one another are sharing and commemorating Burns in different, in multicultural ways. How's this celebration evolving? How is it living in the 21st century? Once we've completed that, myself and my colleague, Julie Williamson here at the University of Glasgow, are very, very keen to understand how we can use immersive technology, yes, to engage with the material cultural heritage associated with Burns, but what about the intangible cultural heritage? Julie is currently working on a European Research Council project called Fusion, which is all about social XR. And the next step for us is Burns Supper ICHCI, Intangible Cultural Heritage, Human-Computer Interaction. We want to know, following on from the work done so far on Burns Beyond Reality and museums in the Metaverse, how we can enable international virtual communities to share and safeguard and tell stories about intangible cultural heritage using immersive technologies. So I hope that you'll stay engaged with us and with our sort of our trajectory and our story. And we're incredibly excited to be involved with Europeana, and we keep a very close eye on the database, and I search it for Burns items regularly, and there are some. So thank you very, very much.
Excellent. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. Oh, how wonderful to start the festival with poetry, which you really brought to life in your reading, Pauline. But then that video, the immersive experience, by the hearts and the claps that were going with the screen, I think everybody really appreciated seeing how using that technology really brought that sort of that 18th century text really to life. And I think we get distant, don't we, from that kind of language that's used, and it becomes more and more inaccessible. So this use of technology really brings it back to us, and the objects you could get close to and being inside the building, it was just wonderful. So yeah, thank you very much for that, and I'm sure everybody will be really looking forward to hearing more about the museums in the Metaverse in the next panel. But for now, we say thank you to Professor Pauline MacKay, and we hand over to our host for the first panel of the day, and that is my colleague Fiona. Fiona, are you there?
Thanks so much, Beth. Thank you, Pauline. Yeah, that was amazing. And I'm also Scottish, so it's great to hear a little bit of our heritage on stage in the morning. And I think, yeah, maybe a virtual whiskey is all we can get away with at this time of the day, for us at least in this part of Europe. But yeah, so hi everyone. Welcome to our Digital Storytelling Festival. If you weren't here from the very beginning, we have some inclusive engagement guidelines, which were introduced at the beginning. We'll also share them again in the chat. Just familiarize yourself with them if you aren't already. These are just some ways that we can make sure that this is a a safe and fun place to have these sorts of conversations. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Fiona Mowat. I work at the Europeana Foundation coordinating market research. My background is archaeology, digital heritage, and culture, data, love it all. So Europeana is a great place to be for me, and Digital Storytelling Festival is one of the highlights of the year, I think, for all of us. It's my great pleasure to introduce the next session, which is on interactive formats, 3D. And I'll start by introducing our first speaker. So we have three speakers today. We have Pauline, who you've just heard from. We have Rob van Haarlem, and we have Matevž Straus. So I will begin by introducing Rob, and then he can give us his speech today. So Rob van Haarlem is the CEO of Tijdlab, an innovative company based in Deventer that specializes in 3D, GIS, and immersive technologies. With a background in archaeology, nice, he developed a passion for making cultural heritage accessible to a wider audience. Through Tijdlab, Rob focuses on bringing history to life using tools such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and interactive applications. His work bridges the gap between science and the public by transforming complex archaeological data into engaging experiences for museums, education, and cultural institutions. In addition to his entrepreneurial work, he is the chairman of Stichting Archaeologie en Publiek, SAP, where he continues to promote public engagement with archaeology and heritage. Today, Rob will discuss the NIEC, the Narrative Interactive Experience Case, an interactive concept that aims to make archaeological heritage more accessible to a wider audience. Since archaeology and museum experiences are often strongly focused on visual elements, the NIEC explores how touch and sound can create a richer, more inclusive way of experiencing the past. So I'm really looking forward to hearing from Rob. Rob, over to you.
Thank you very much for the introduction, Fiona, and thank you very much, Pauline, for the very interesting keynote for today. I hope, yes. Very good. So my name is Rob van Haarlem. I'm a white male in my 30s. I'm wearing a green-blue shirt, wearing glasses, short hair, and a headphone. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about the Narrative Interactive Experience Case, also known as the NIEC. I'll start with a small fun fact. The NIEC is named after our colleague NIEC, who also developed this product. So it's all in his honor today. So what are we going to talk about? Well, I already had a fantastic introduction. So I'm going very short to introduce myself again and a little bit about Tijdlab. We're going to talk about accessibility versus visual experiences. It's a topic that's interesting for us as a company because what I will show you later is that we were still very focused on visual experiences such as virtual reality, augmented reality, and gamification. I will talk a little bit about the power of 3D and how this could also be a tool for increased accessibility. And I will talk about how the NIEC is trying to improve this. But I like to make a very clear statement. The NIEC is not a perfect solution. I don't think there will be ever a perfect solution, but I hope it shows a nice step in a direction that we can take to make museums more accessible for different target groups. So again, very short, who am I? Well, I think I already had a perfect introduction, but once again, very short. My name is Rob van Haarlem. I am an archaeologist and I'm the owner of Tijdlab and also the chairman of the Foundation for Archaeology and the Public. It is a Dutch organization, so that's why it was called the Stichting Archaeologie en Publiek. But we do, however, have some very interesting cases about public participation that you can download from the website. So if you're ever interested, that's also something we do on the site. Then again, very short, what is a Tijdlab? In English, time lab. I think that already makes a lot of sense. We're a company that is specialized in digital heritage experiences, in which we try always to combine the story. I mean, that's the most important part, I think, of a job, with digitalization and software developers to combine a product that's stays true to the original story, but also has well, the state-of-the-art technology combining both best of both worlds. We work with national and international. And like I said, we're a company with storytellers, content specialists, creative developers, and software developers. And that way we try to make stories accessible for the broader public. So like I already said, we make a lot of 3D scans. These are all examples from a long time ago. I believe this is a virtual reality experience from 2015. And with all these fantastic experiences, we had always one big problem. These were all visual experiences, which meant that we were excluding a big group of people who, for what reason, weren't able to participate in these experiences. And this is actually a broader problem. If we look to a lot of heritage institutions, museum institutions, but also my previous video, a lot of content and stories are visually oriented. How we look through to the object in a showcase. A lot of information is given to us by text. Well, the videos I was just showing, they're videos. So the moment you have a visual impairment, it's quite hard to have an equivalent museum experience on your own. There are only few tangible and auditory alternatives in museum available. And if we look to a lot of audio tools, for example, they still have a big focus on telling you from a point of view in which you can already see the object, which still tells, of course, a lot about the object, but the context and the way of storytelling still excludes a lot of information if you are not able to see this object. So for this presentation today, I will call this the please don't touch culture. And I think we're already moving towards a different culture, but still in a lot of places we see that please do not touch culture. And this is not weird or something bad, because if we look to museums, a big focus, of course, is the preservation of our heritage. How we are working with fragile artifacts, which makes the do not touch ID very logical, because a lot of objects won't improve if we keep touching them. So the conservation of these objects and the risk management with all of this is very important. So it's logical that we as heritage professionals do have a focus on this. However, if we look to accessibility and also the possibilities that accessibility brings us, we can go to a more tactile learning system based on an inclusive design. This inclusive design, I think that's very important to keep in mind, is not focused on how can we make it accessible for people with an impairment, but how can we make it accessible so that not only people who don't have the impairment, but also with the impairment can enjoy it. So not make an experience exclusively for one target group, but an experience in which all target groups can come together. This will make it possible that not only the public will get engaged with the museum, but the museum will also get more engaged with the different target groups, because they need to put themselves in a different position. And by making it accessible for a lot of target groups, the target groups will also connect and interact with each other, which also makes engagement between these groups stronger. The big question, however, is how can we still protect the heritage sites, objects, everything, while making it truly accessible? Like I said before, I'm not going to give the answer to this question and problem today, because I think if I would do that, I would be lying. We're also still figuring stuff out, and it is a big question, but I hope that I can spark some interest and the discussion today that brings us together as a community further in the step. So our goal with the NIEC and with this presentation is to create an experience beyond the visual experience. So not only see, but also hear, touch, smell, taste, to use all our senses in the museum. So we want to go from the please don't touch culture to the please touch culture, to evolve museums from just an observation space into experience spaces. And I think, especially in this group today, we're already on a great path with each other to achieve this goal. So our first solution for this problem, just a little bit of the background, were haptic gloves. These are special gloves. When you put them on by sensors in the gloves, it will give you the sensation or the feeling of touching different objects. We use this in a museum to feel different fabrics. You could wear clothes from their collection, and by touching the clothes you were digitally wearing, you could also feel these clothes. So that experience on itself was very amazing. However, putting the gloves on was quite a job. So you needed someone from the museum there at all times to help you put on these gloves. That would take a few minutes, and then you can start the experience, and you needed help to put the gloves off again. And the idea that you make it more accessible, this wouldn't work. Especially if you already have an impairment, it would be only harder to experience this. And research shows out that a lot of accessibility is not only getting there and going there, but also being able to do the experience on your own. So we stopped with that idea and went back a little step, and that shows us went back to the possibility for 3D printing. 3D printing, I think most of everybody will be known with the technology, is the possibility to create a 3D model physically by 3D printing. It has a lot of different materials, but the most important result is that you have a new object which you can safely interact with. So instead of the fragile or original object, you can create a replica that people can use for tactile learning experiences. You can print it in different materials, paint it so that it feels like a real replica and not only a cheap substitute, but like still something that has put a lot of attention and focus in it. This can be used for educational applications, museum applications, but also to share heritage more easily, international and national, with each other. This brought us to the NIEC. What does the NIEC do? The NIEC is an independent experience. It can be used anywhere, everywhere, at all time. I'm not sure if people can see my mouse highlighting things, but we see the image on the right. We have this brown box with the green light showing on it. That small box, that is the NIEC. When you put an object on it, in this case, the NIEC starts talking to you, and when you can feel the object and it explains to you what you are feeling, tries to tell you how you can feel the object itself, so that it not tells you what you are seeing, but it tells you what you are feeling and how you should feel the object and why you should touch it, and can feel the different spaces on the object. So this makes a combination between see, hear, and touch. It uses different 3D printed replicas, and it has at this moment a big educational purpose. The first setup you see above was the idea that you should put an object down. We already experienced that was actually the wrong way to go. So the new boxes you see on the right side of my screen has the ability to not put something on it, but get something off, because the action to lift something is easier than the action to put something down. I saw a question about what does the NIEC stand for. NIEC stands for Narrative Interactive Experience Case, because it's a case which tells you a narrative after you interacted with it. So I hope that explains it a little bit. The technology behind the NIEC is actually quite simple. It's mostly based on NFC technology. which stands for near field communication, and maybe I think it's best known for the wireless payments that you can do with your phone, for example. This creates the possibility you have the touch interaction, and it has an integrated audio system. So the audio system itself is in the box, and everything else is 3D printed, which makes it possible for us to create a simple case and housing for every museum or situation, but also see which cases work the best for our target group. So think of bright colors, different shapes, no sharp edges and stuff like that. I think my time is always out. So the role of the NIEC in the museum is to create a more accessible way to do the education, give 3D scanning more purpose, not only for a visual base for scientists overviewing, but also by bringing it back as a 3D model and a strong user case, and create more engagement for these different target groups with each other and with the museum. Is this the future of cultural heritage? The NIEC on its own, definitely not. But I hope the future of the museum is not only seen its experiences. So I hope you can all join me in the Please Do Touch culture. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks so much, Rob. That was fascinating. It's great to see what you're doing and how these interactive experiences can really enrich the real life experience of being in a museum. You know, that's super cool. Thank you. And just to say as well that on that, especially relating to audio, tomorrow we have a keynote which is all about that. So put that one in your diary if you haven't already. Also, I forgot to do my audio description. You reminded me. So I'm Fiona, everyone, in case you've just joined us. Welcome to Digital Storytelling Festival. I'm presenting this panel on interactive technologies. I'm a white woman in her 40s with a bright green jumper, glasses, and red hair. So that's me. And over to our next speaker, who's Matevž. I'd love to introduce him, Matevž Straus. He is a Heritage Plus lead at a high-performance computing company, Arctur, from Slovenia. He holds an MSc in Urban Studies, an MA in Market Communication, and a BA in Analytical Sociology. Matevž has been working at the crossroads of heritage and innovation for the past 10 years. He's led several award-winning projects on innovating heritage. Matevž is also a director and co-founder of ID20 Institute for Heritage Innovation. Matevž explores the intersection of cultural heritage and frontier technology. Drawing from his extensive experience in digital storytelling, he demonstrates how VR, holograms, and 3D modeling can breathe life into forgotten narratives for modern travelers. Beyond the wow factor, Matevž tackles industry skeptics head-on, dismantling common myths that technology is prohibitively expensive, physically uncomfortable, or that history is boring. I think we can all get on board with that. So, Matevž, over to you.
Thank you, Fiona. Hi, hello, everyone. So, yes, my name is Matevž Straus. I come from Slovenia. I'm a male in my late 30s. I'm of somehow blondish hair, short hair. And now I'm speaking to you from UNESCO World Heritage Building, which is basically a machine house of a mine shaft, to be precise. Since I'm currently based in Idrija, which is a UNESCO World Heritage Site in Slovenia. So yes, I represent Arctur. Arctur is a company, IT company from Slovenia, mostly known for the supercomputing center that we're having here in Slovenia on the west border, close to Italy. And we have been working in this field for years now. We started with 3D scanning, photogrammetry of mostly immovable cultural heritage, so large buildings, castles, churches, and so on. And often there was this dilemma, okay, we created a nice 3D model, super detailed, nice, but how is this relevant for a museum that wants to tell a story about that building, or for the site that wants to tell that story? So, of course, many of you know the answer that this is possible, but in the tourism sector where we worked and where we still work, this is not so known yet. So, of course, the answer is digital storytelling. We all know that. And for me, digital storytelling is something that should happen very naturally. It is just an extension of the storytelling that was with us as a human civilization from the beginning on. Just the main difference is, of course, the media, that now we are not combining only written words and spoken words, but we are involving images, sounds, videos, all those things that in a way enable one to tell that story also in a non-linear linear manner. So at least in my education here in Slovenia, we've been throughout the elementary school, the grammar school, and so on. We've been mostly learning how to tell stories in a linear way. So by giving presentations, by writing an essay, but we never planned how to do, or we never learned how to do a video game, or how to create an immersive experience that is not that is basically interactive, meaning that the user decides what is the narrative, what is the way to navigate through this content. So this, of course, is harder. And for us, even though we are a technological company, we understand that the answer is not technology. Technology is basically the tool, but we need a lot of storytelling skills and expertise put into that. And of course, since we're all working in the field of cultural heritage, you also understand that it's not just about technology and storytelling, because then you can come up with a fiction, but you need to really understand the cultural heritage. And often, of course, it's not the people that tell the stories, and it's not the people that do technology that know the cultural heritage. It's the heritage custodian, so it's working with museums, with heritage institutions, and so on. But of course, combining technology, storytelling, and expertise is also not enough, because you cannot create a product that would live on, that would, in a way, be successful for the user, and so meaning the museum. So you really need to involve some planning. And here I'm using the word sustainability, but I mean it really in the wider terms of basically making something that is viable on a long term, so that it keeps on living. So meaning that the user experience is good, so that it won't just be so hard to use that people will put it in a drawer and forget about this. But also, of course, financially that it makes sense. And maybe some of you have seen schemas like this, because basically the technology that you want to use is often based on the purpose that you want to achieve and the target group that you want to target. And I don't want to go here into details of such schemas, because of course we could endlessly discuss it. But I think it's very important to understand, of course, that no technology is the best technology. So basically, I often get this question: so what technology do you advise? And basically, it really depends what you want to do. And I think that we, as the ones developing such solutions, in a way should allow for this uncertainty at the very beginning, that we actually don't know what we are creating. So what I strongly believe in, that we should not be, as a company, we should not be building off-the-shelf products, because often then we forget what's the purpose and what's the target group. So I prefer to develop all solutions from scratch, let's say, from the beginning on. So okay, we've written some books about this, but I want to in a way talk about some examples here from Slovenia, most of them. So so you'll see some nice images from Slovenia. So first, a very simple one that I've seen that is becoming very popular, at least in this 3D project world, is the digital postcard, so the holographic postcard. So we all know from tourism, postcards are let's say, a cliche, but they're actually very popular cliche. Every destination has a postcard. But for someone that wants to tell a story, a postcard is not a good solution, because on a postcard you have a nice image, a very nice panorama, but you have no idea what you're actually looking at. I mean, of course, below there might be a small text describing, but we all know that this is not the real understanding of a site just by looking at one image. So we said, or we wanted to try to create another dimension to it. So it started a few years ago with in a project called 5D Culture, which is a Digital Europe project, where we experimented with different ways of using 3D in XR technology. So here we created a set of postcards with a relatively basic postcard that on the backside also have a QR code. This QR code leads you to a website, so a landing page. So here you see 3 examples of 3 different landing pages. And here with that, we add a little bit of context to the image. Nothing special, technologically wise, a very basic solution. But I think already this adds much more context and much more story to the image that's on the postcard. But maybe here you see these strange images here in between. It seems like the image of what the original image is split 4 times. This is basically a video that once you play it on your phone, basically any phone or any screen, and you put on top of your phone, you put a small pyramid, a plastic pyramid. So this plastic pyramid is something that you get with the postcard. It costs less than €3, and it's very cheap technology. And this is what my answer is to what Fiona was previously mentioning. So digital does not have to be expensive. Once you put this, what you see then inside is basically a hologram. So here this video is not playing, but it's also small, very small. But this is how you get a hologram. Of course, this is not the big ABBA hologram show. It's very small, but surprisingly, to many people, they react to this, oh, wow, because they didn't expect it. And I think this is the main idea of such things. So this has been now popularized in other contexts. Of course, also we haven't invented this. This existed way before us. I think this is a very nice way how to bring a 3D object to an audience that would probably never see a 3D object or use a 3D object in their life. This is especially popular with kids. Of course, it's small, it's simple. It's a small gimmick. Yeah. Okay. Going on. Another example from Slovenia, which is a site in the central East Slovenia, known for its coal mining history and also for 3 lakes. Majority of visitors that visit that destination have no idea that these lakes are artificial, because currently everything looks pretty normal, you know, like greenery and so on. These lakes are artificial. They were created because of the mining operations underground. And also in that process, several villages were basically demolished and people had to move out of their homes. And this is, of course, not a happy story. This is a bitter story, because these people had to leave their homes. Most of this was happening after the Second World War. So these people, in many cases, are still alive. Of course, it was around 5, 6 villages that do not exist anymore. And we wanted to tell this story to a visitor. that visits that site. So we created a half-day experience that starts in a museum, in a mine museum, so underground. But here we do not talk about the technical achievements. We don't talk about the excavation techniques, about all that big stories. We talk basically about the people who worked in the mine and who lived in those villages. So you start down below, and you also understand why the lakes were formed on the surface. But then we take you up on the surface. We take you to the lake with this small boat. So this is a very small, this is experience for just a few people. We take you on this boat, and there in the middle of the lake, the tourist guide gives you these VR glasses, simple VR experience, no real interaction. So we don't want people to stand up and walk around. They're on a small boat, after all. What they see is basically they virtually descend into the lake. So here you see only a 2D image of that part in the lake. Of course, using VR glasses, you are in that lake, and you see the village. This village was recreated based on the archival materials, the photos that existed, the talks, the discussions that we had with people that lived in that village. This for me, this is an example of how to tell a story that is not a happy story. And maybe in a museum, in a museum world, we're used to telling stories that are not happy stories. But here the client was a tourism board. So they are not used to tell bitter stories. In tourism, it's about telling the nice views, the nice things. And I think here it was very brave of them to go that way. And in a way, it also, this is more of a flagship project. It is not a massively visited product. It is a sort of I often give this example of a fashion show. What you see in a fashion show in Paris is not something that you then also buy in a shop. What you see in a fashion show in Paris, let's say, it defines the trend. It tells the narrative of the brand. It's not the actual product. So here, I think for this destination, it tells that, it shows that they want to tell the full story that is also not the happy story. And then once you're there, of course, you also understand something else, and they also have simpler, shorter products, and so on. Okay, going on. Just some examples. Touch screens, at the beginning of my career, I hated touch screens. Now I see that they're actually very useful because people know how to use them, contrary to many other technology, which is nice and flashy, but it's very hard to use. What we often add to touch screens is this object recognition function, meaning that once you place objects on the touch screen, the touch screen recognizes the content, the object that you have put on it, and it's easier to tell more stories. One more thing, and here I go back to what Rob was saying. I agree. This do not touch is very limiting. So what we did in one case here in Slovenia was a combination. So one more screen. Yeah, was a combination where we had a display of a physical object. So here on the left, you see a display for the physical object. In that case, it's alabaster urn. But then on the right is the same object in 3 interactive with videos, with voice, so with sound, with annotations. So with all the things that you would want to do. So you can rotate it, you can zoom in, zoom out, you can learn more about it. And I think this is a very simple solution, but I think a very effective one because, as I said also at the beginning, it adds this context to the object that you see here. With that, I would finish my presentation and give the floor back to Fiona. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Matevž. That was amazing and so great, yeah, to see more ideas of how you've managed to take the digital into the museum to really enhance the experience. And also with the tourism story, it's really fascinating. Thank you so much. And by the way, if anyone has questions for our speakers, please put them in the Q&A. We should have a few minutes at the end for some questions. So yeah, if you haven't joined us yet, welcome to Digital Storytelling Festival. I'm Fiona, I'm hosting this session. And our next speaker is going to be Pauline. Pauline was also our keynote, but I will just do her bio shortly again. So I'd like to welcome Pauline MacKay. She's the Professor of Robert Burns Studies and Cultural Heritage, based in Scottish Literature at the University of Glasgow. She's director of the Queen's Anniversary Prize-winning Centre for Robert Burns Studies, a founding co-director of Realities and Immersion Glasgow, the Centre for Research, Teaching and Innovation in Immersive Realities, and a resident of the university's Advanced Research Centre, ARC. So right now, what she's going to be talking to us about is museums in the metaverse, creating wonder. Pauline will share insights from the University of Glasgow's Levelling Up Innovation Accelerator project to build a two-sided XR platform for cultural heritage called Museums in the Metaverse. From developing workflows to produce world-leading 3D models for the heritage sector to prioritizing storytelling tools for cultural heritage professionals, Pauline will explain the process of creating, testing, and refining a platform that answers the needs of a vast and diverse audience who ultimately want to experience wonder. So back to you, Pauline.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And of course, for those who have joined us since earlier, I'm Pauline MacKay. I am a white woman in my 40s. I have long blonde hair. I'm wearing a green top and a navy cardigan. And I'm joining you from my office at the University of Glasgow on a very dull day. So thank you very much, Fiona. I'm going to pick up somewhat where I left off, which is to tell you the story of what came after Burns Beyond Reality, certainly for me, because from there I became involved in the Museums in the Metaverse project here, led by Professor Neil MacDonald, alongside myself, Professor Maria Economou, and Professor Murray Pittock. Our project was to develop a two-sided virtual reality platform for cultural heritage. I say two-sided because on one hand, we wanted cultural heritage professionals to be able to take 3D assets, to bring them into a virtual environment and curate and position them, use audio, video, all of the tools that they needed to tell their stories and to make them available to a very broad public audience, but crucially, as straightforwardly as they would put together a Microsoft Office PowerPoint. No coding, because we recognise up until now that the production of these virtual experiences, though incredibly desirable, was complex and difficult and time-consuming and resource-heavy, and that was preventing their proliferation. On the other hand, obviously, the idea is that people can come and that they can visit these experiences, but if we could, with the heritage sector, establish a safe loaning mechanism, a means of them enabling people to use their 3D assets, then we could unlock the storytelling potential of heritage for citizen curators as well. So, without further ado, I'd like to start with a video which is rendered from inside the virtual environment of our Lord Kelvin at 200 experience. Kelvin was one of the university's most famous alumni and innovators. He obviously laid the first telegraph cable, and we have fabulous collections here. We can't display them all. Some of them are in storage, and they're very, very difficult to capture because there's an awful lot of scientific instruments, shiny material, glass material. So let's have a look at the Kelvin material. these were the things motivating our project, motivating the creation of the platform. We recognise the opportunity of immersive technology for the cultural heritage sector to tell stories, and for cultural heritage enthusiasts to tell their own stories with our incredibly rich collections. But there were a number of challenges. Obviously, there are audience barriers. Most museums can only reach maybe 1% of their potentially interested audience, just by virtue of geography and accessibility. Not everyone can travel the world, and not everyone can even physically visit a museum in their own country. How can we use immersive technologies to encourage more open access and to reach wider audiences? We also recognise from our work with the heritage collections, and especially mine with this big disparate Burns Scotland collection, that co-location of museum objects is costly, it's resource heavy. There are all sorts of collections, care and conservation issues surrounding this. It's also time limited. Huge amount of work and effort goes into creating beautiful temporary exhibitions, and a lot of expense in co-locating objects where they are shared. And then after a specific amount of time, they go away again. They could live forever, of course, in virtual reality. Also space. We all know that that figure, only 5 to 10% of the world's heritage collections are on display at any one time, because there's just not enough space to have them all available. There was a lot of nervousness among our partners about what people would do with 3D models. And we recognise that there's the real desire to share and to enable access to these very intimate interactions with heritage objects, but there's also a desire to manage responsible use of them. So we knew that we had to embed some control in the platform, so that if people used objects or items in an offensive way, that there was an opportunity for the collection custodians to redact them. And we hope that by creating a safe loaning mechanism, we could increase access and open people's minds to citizen curation of these incredibly faithful 3D models. But we also recognise, certainly for some collections in the United Kingdom, there's a necessity to fund ongoing digitisation, to make sure that we can continue a revenue that enables this quite involved 3D capture of heritage objects, and making them available on platforms that are sustainable, where we can keep the lights on. And so developing a revenue share model that enables those collections who must generate revenue from their assets to be able to do so, but recognising that some collections are truly open access and can't, by virtue of their constitution, make any money. We needed to be able to address the entire spectrum of requirements as regard revenue or not, as the case may be. We also recognise that, and we saw this actually, I'll say it about the models in my Burns environment, okay? The models that I created 4 or 5 years ago, they are nothing like the models that we can create now. And this is obviously through the advancing technology. We at the university immediately acquired a Rigstar Argo photogrammetry rig, and our rigs have been travelling around Scotland to our various heritage partners, capturing hundreds of images of heritage objects very, very quickly compared with the manual photogrammetry. And then our team developed what have been called the world-leading optimization workflows to pull them into the MIM platform and optimize them at 5 different levels of detail, so that we can have very smooth, very engaging experiences, but also so as not to overload the platform, because we know that to tell stories, people do want to use audio, they want to use video, they want to pull in different media, and we needed to make sure that the platform could carry all of this. But most of all, that the objects that were being created were of incredible quality and authenticity. Here are some of the insects. These are renders of our 3D models captured using the Argo photogrammetry rig, and these are from the Hunterian Museum's collections of insects. We have a dragonfly here. We have a stag beetle at the top there. We call that Frankenbug because, of course, in the 19th century, if a specimen collector didn't have a full specimen, they would glue together the different sort of pieces from different specimens. And the model is so unbelievably detailed. You can make it absolutely huge, which some people find scary, but you can see where it's been glued together. And certainly our beetle at the bottom there has a specimen stick still in it. And we've maintained all of these details in our capture of these objects because it's part of the heritage and the story of that object. If that's how it appears in the collection, that's how it appears in our capture. And we tell stories about it. We tell stories about these objects, their collection, their conservation, and actually what they tell us about the history of curation. We worked with, while we were creating the Museums in the Metaverse platform, and we hope to launch this year, we worked with 2 Glasgow-based companies to create a series of immersive environments that would enable a broad range of curations, because we knew that when we launched, people would want to go into the platform and pull their collections in, but we couldn't necessarily provide a bespoke environment for every potential curation early on. What we have are a series of environments based on architectural styles. At the top here, we have what we call the traditionalist environment. And at the bottom, this is our brutalist environment. They've been created to enable different types of space, to enable different curations and collections and displays of different objects, but crucially also with different light so that you can show off specific objects to their best advantage. Here are the float digital environments. When we procured these, we said, challenge our expectations of what a museum should be. We have a magical train, we have a space station, we have an alchemist's archive. The idea being that there is a broad audience out there waiting to engage with virtual curations of heritage. And we want to unlock different types of storytelling for different audiences, from children to heritage enthusiasts, adults, and from galleries who want to just display their fine art in 2D. So we've tried to make sure that we're enabling the storytelling opportunities from the very beginning by providing a broad spectrum of different environments for people to engage with. We will launch the Museums in the Metaverse platform with a series of exemplars to engage audiences and to let them understand what's possible. It's a build your own museum platform. So once we had our assets, we took our space station, and then we had beautiful natural history specimens that we captured at the Hunterian here at the University of Glasgow and at the National Museums of Scotland. We curated them first in the brutalist environment because the warm light, and you see it on the right-hand side here, it really lent itself well to the experience of skeletal material and minerals. And there was quite a naturalistic feeling to that environment and that light. But then, having built that, we thought, what would it be like to put it into an entirely different context? What different stories could we tell? What different conversations could we have? And so we pulled the same materials into our space station, a very clean, very clinical, very different light. But rather than it being a more sort of earthy or earthly story, we were opening up conversations, particularly with younger audiences, about what stories we could tell about our planet to, for example, another planet. And they were so engaged with this. They can also jump around on the asteroids. And I'm looking at Fiona because I know that she enjoyed that. We recognised then that we had built the tool to enable people to curate these experiences and to publish them, but the technology hasn't entirely proliferated yet. Museums wanted to share these experiences, but not everyone had headsets at home just yet. And quite often museums wanted to have these experiences on site as a sort of different and added value. Maybe they want to curate with the objects that are in storage and make them accessible as part of people's museum's visit. Or perhaps it's a temporary exhibition or a specific theme that they want to tease out. So we co-created the Unbox with a company called Lateral North in Glasgow. And the idea is that the Unbox is a very, very mobile, unobtrusive, but very, very safe and effective virtual reality kiosk that enables on-location installation of the stories and the virtual experiences that people are building. And it's been very well received in the testing. We've had it at Glasgow Science Centre, at the Hunterian Museum in Glasgow, at St Giles Cathedral in Edinburgh, and at the National Portrait Gallery in London. We've had thousands and thousands of visitors, all of whom have had, it's been unanimously positive feedback about the virtual experience, but also about the things that they've learned. People have recognised the storytelling potential, and we've been able to prove that there is, in fact, an appetite for it. The Museums in the Metaverse project has come to an end. It was a research and development project that ran for 3 years at the University of Glasgow, but it doesn't stop here. We didn't build this tool just so that it could become unsustainable or not be used. And we are going to launch the resulting platform as the Wonder Platform. And the reason that that name has been chosen is because in the user testing and our conversations and all of the evaluations that we had of people who were consuming these immersive experiences, these virtual stories of cultural heritage, it was wonder and awe. And there was a very clear expression of that quite often when people were actually immersed in the experience and in the environment. And the company that will keep the lights on effectively is Infinite News. And myself and Neil McDonnell here at the University of Glasgow will remain very much at the helm of the platform as it's rolled out. So if you would like to learn more, please log on and you can follow us in the run up to the launch. But we are incredibly excited, having tested and honed and developed this tool specifically for the cultural heritage sector and its audiences. We're incredibly excited to see it in people's hands and to see the proliferation of different stories that are going to arise from this type of engagement and access. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pauline. And as you mentioned, I have had a few tests of museums in the metaverse, and I love it. I could spend all day in the metaverse looking at these amazing objects. It's really fantastic. So thank you so much. We have just a few minutes for some questions, so I thought we could kick off with a question to you, Pauline, if you don't mind. There's so many ways that we can enrich these kind of museum experiences with this interactive element. Do you have any tips, like maybe a top tip for people, especially working in the sector, who are interested in doing this? Is there something that you think is like a really good place to start or a tip for us?
Absolutely. I think that you've all got fabulous collections and you all work incredibly hard to enable physical access to them. I think the best place to start is, what is the story that you cannot straightforwardly tell in your museum? What are the objects that people ask you about? What are the questions that you have regularly post? What do researchers want to see? And if you begin with that, then what you're going to create is an experience or a story that's just not achievable in real life. And that's where the real value comes from these immersive digital experiences of your heritage collections. There is no way in which this is designed to replace physical visits or access to museums. It's very much about creating a different experience and encouraging footfall through positive digital interactions and digital storytelling. So my tip would be, what's the story that you can't straightforwardly tell, and how can immersive technologies support you to unlock that for your audiences?
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much for that insight. And Matevž, I think you had an interesting story as well about the cave. So was this also something that you would think is a top tip of place to start? Also maybe looking a little bit from this tourism lens as well?
For sure, very attractive way to go. But of course, as I also said, not every technology is for everyone. So it really depends, what you want to achieve, but yeah.
And for you, working with a tourism organization, for example, do you have a place where you would advise them to start? If they're also looking to enhance their experience with something more interactive, with some more technology?
Yeah. So usually when we have these first meetings with tourist destinations, I really want to hear a very good answer to who is your target audience. So I start with this. I mean, before talking about technology, who are you really working for? And I often see that, especially smaller museums, they don't have a clear picture, who target audience, a bit for everyone, but this is then for nobody. So, for me, this is really the big start to try to really understand, who is the target audience.
Yeah, audience research is such a foundation. I mean, it's what I'm doing every day, and I love it as well. So yeah, I think you can't go wrong if you start there. Rob, I think you're here too. Do you have any insights on this topic as well you'd like to share with us? Audience insights, how important are they?
Well, I think actually that they are the most important part. If you do not know for who you are building something, you are building it for no one. So yeah, I completely agree with Pauline and Matevž about the topic, but I don't think it's only to think for yourself, who is my target audience and what do they want, but always keep talking with your target audience, because at the end they know best what they need and how they want something. Just don't think for other people, but talk with other people. I think do that, and everything should work out in the end. We can make beautiful, perfect things together.
Yeah, amazing. And I think you have some great examples there. I also really like the question that you answered in the chat about the environmental impact of the digitization and the storage and so on. Is that is that a big challenge for you? And, what are the challenges associated with digitizing objects and with developing these experiences?
Oh, well, I think about that. It's something. Everything we do, even this, how by doing this via Zoom, I think the climate impact of this meeting is already reduced. But still, at this moment, we're using service, electricity, and this already has a climate impact. Still, it's better than all going physically to, for example, Brussels or here at our place in Deventer. I think it's the same thing with digitization. You should think about why are we doing stuff? Why are we doing what we are doing? Is this the best way, or are we just doing because we like it? And I think that's with a lot of things. So keep in mind, what are you doing it for? Is it necessary? And also, should we put it online? Should we use servers to put it on? Or can we store it locally to reduce our climate impact? For example, with the 3D printers, currently we have a new machine that recycles all our used filaments. So also in that case, we are reducing our climate footprint. So I think we should be aware that we're always having this footprint. But by being aware that you have the footprint, you can do as much as you can to reduce it.
Yeah, amazing. And Pauline, do you also have this kind of challenge? I mean, what's your biggest challenge with creating the experiences and doing that digitization? Because I know the quality is so high.
Yeah. So actually, you have to be very look at ways of offsetting, and certainly at Realities in Immersion Glasgow here, we have our projects, Museums in the Metaverse. There are other projects, for example, Transit, that are very, very focused on sustainability and the environment and using immersive technology to benefit that. So I think if we look across the piece, we can look at opportunities to balance and offset these interventions. In terms of the workflows that we've undertaken, we have discovered that, in fact, they have, in some cases, enabled more straightforward and more swift capture, although we are obviously using photogrammetry rigs and flashes or lights. They've been designed to be incredibly efficient and to ensure that the process can take place much more quickly. And also because they travel to collections and locations, there are cases to be made for them having reduced the necessity for things to be transported by road or by other means of transport. But it's not straightforward at all. And it's definitely something that we all have to be aware of, and we have to conduct research into and be looking to offset as we move into this new sort of 3D era, effectively.
Yeah, 100%. And Matevž, we've got some comments here about the holographic postcards. You know, I love them. We often take them to the Europeana stand when we're at events, and people really like that. Something like that, is this also a good solution for kind of limiting a bit the environmental impact, because we can keep making these holograms and we can keep reusing the little prism and so on?
Yeah, for sure. Of course, these plastic pyramids are very small and of course also somehow fragile. So you probably won't use the same one for 5 years daily. But investing a bit more in this equipment, and I really mean a bit more, not a lot more, could make it sure more sustainable and also more reusable. Yeah.
Yeah, amazing. No, I really big fan of everything that you've all talked about today. So we're going to have a break now.
Back everyone from the break, and welcome to those who just joined to this panel during the Digital Storytelling Festival. My name is Marika Everts. I coordinate campaigns at Europeana, Women's History Month and Black History Month. And I am joined with my colleague Ariadna Matas, who will be taking care of the chat. So I will be introducing this panel today on silent artifacts. And just to give a small description of myself, I am situated in the south of France currently. I am of Dutch and Ghanaian ethnicity. I've got dark brown hair, dark eyes, and light brown skin. And I also just want to give another reminder to those who might have just joined to please respect our inclusive engagement guidelines. Ariadna will be linking them in the chat. And if you have any questions or concerns, please don't forget that you can actually reach out to Ariadna as well. So to introduce this panel, we have, as I mentioned before, silent artifacts, where we have 2 speakers. We've got Samba Yonga and Anastazija Petrović. Our first speaker is Samba Yonga, and she will be exploring African material culture as knowledge systems rather than a collection of objects, how sacred objects are living libraries whose meaning can only be understood through relationships such as ritual, memory, community, and other forms of tangible and intangible heritage, and how colonial museum practices disrupt these systems and other ethical approaches. So Samba Yonga is a cultural strategist, writer, curator, and co-founder of Women's Museum of Zambia. Her work explores rematriation, African feminist knowledge, archive activation, epistemic repair through exhibitions, research, public storytelling, and institutional practices. Through her research as co-founder of Women's Museum of Zambia, she writes on African cultural literacy, colonial archives, living knowledge systems, and contemporary pathways for decolonial applications. So I would like to welcome Samba, who will present the first presentation today.
Hello, everybody. I hope you can all hear me and see me. Sometimes with this digital technology, you find that something's gone wrong, but if anything does, bear with me. I'm sure I'll come back up. To situate myself as well, thank you so much for the kind introduction. I'm really excited to be here for the 2nd year in a row, and really grateful for the continuous partnership in allowing with us and partnering with us to share our work. My presentation today will be a bit of a departure from what everyone has been presenting, which has been really insightful. I've learned a lot. I have some ideas as well about how we can incorporate in our own work. But my name again is Samba Yonga. I'm a Black African woman in her 40s with thick locks. I wear glasses and I'm wearing a purple dress today. I'm happy to be here. In my discussion today, we'll be looking at exploring our material cultural heritage. Let me see if this works, trying to move it. Okay, request remote control. Okay. Is the image moving? It's not moving on my side.
I think are you clicking to, yeah, there you go.
Oh, okay, there we go. Okay, great. I was saying earlier that in exploring our material and cultural heritage through digital interactions at the Women's History Museum of Zambia, we realized one thing. We were focusing on access of the objects and its provenance, but not really exploring its heritage condition, as in the condition of the object itself. And lately we've been thinking about that a lot, and I'll elaborate on that a bit more later. But in my presentation today, I'm focusing on what we're thinking of as the complete act of care. You know, how do we care for the sacred objects in colonial collections and archives, in museums and many other heritage institutions? In an article I wrote for Europeana, I argued that museums should sometimes hide sacred African objects in order to truly see them. Today, I want to build on that argument and ask some questions, like what comes after the empty vitrine? What happens after the object has been removed from display? And how do we move from an act of care to an act of repair? The idea is to think of design and practice of cultural heritage in an alternative way. With the sensitivity to keep the artifacts sacred and hidden, I'm not using much imagery of artifacts, but a lot of process and thought mapping as a way of thinking of the complete act of care and how that will eventually show up digitally, because our museum is digital and we are building the digital archive as we discover these collections. In the article that I wrote, I stated that the contradiction of displaying a secret sacred object from an African colonial collection is that the act of exhibition itself undermines the nature of the object. If an object derives its power, meaning, or protection from it being hidden, then placing it in a transparent vitrine is not a neutral curatorial act. It can become something continuous, an act of desecration. There is a school of thought around this as well, and it's becoming more and more prevalent with the advent of restitution of African objects. And to explore this more, we were thinking really about the issue not being simply that an object is being viewed. The deeper issue is that the museum decides what kind of knowledge counts. In many Western museums and museum systems, many which I've visited, we've partnered with them, we've had these discussions, visibility is treated as access, and access is treated as education. But in many African sacred systems, not everything is meant to be seen by everyone until a designated time. Knowledge is structured, access is organized, and the meaning is also relational and interactive. So when a sacred secret object is placed in a transparent box, the museum is not just displaying it, it's reorganizing the object according to another system and another worldview. It prioritizes a Western public's perceived right to know over the source community's right to control its own cultural and spiritual heritage. In the article, I referenced the empty vitrine as a powerful curatorial and ethical statement. The empty vitrine is not empty. It speaks. It's an act of repair, an act of refusal. It tells us that the museum has recognized a limit. It says, this object is not ours to expose. It says the sacredness of the object matters more than what we expect. The empty vitrine marks three things at once. It marks the object's sacredness, it marks the history of removal, and it marks the museum's commitment to a different ethical future. In this sense, the absence becomes care, the refusal a form of interpretation, and the concealment becomes a way of seeing more clearly. But today I want to complicate my own argument. Removing the object from display is necessary, but it is not sufficient. It is an incomplete act. It may stop one from harm, but it does not automatically repair the deeper damage caused by musealization. And we realized it because in our work, going to source communities, interacting with them, helping them understand the value of their knowledge systems, we found that we needed to do more than just remove the object from the vitrine. We needed to find a way to activate it and connect it and remove that silencing that had happened within the object itself. And I'll explain this a bit more. The sacred object has not only been exposed in this way, but it has been separated. It has been classified outside its own knowledge systems, and it has been immobilized. So the question becomes, what has happened to the object through the museum process, and what would it mean to repair that? And in this mapping process is through a lot of interaction with our communities, our own expert, ourselves in rethinking the process of how we have been working in essentially repeating the same processes that might not work even on a digital platform. And this is where I want to make the distinction between care and repair. To hide is an act of care, but to reactivate is an act of repair. And reactivating means several different steps from this. To describe the object in this state, I often refer to it as a petrified. Material culture in a petrified state, and it is in a petrified archive. I use the language of petrification deliberately. Petrification is not simply preservation. It is a process through which something once living becomes hardened, immobilized, and cut off from the life system that sustained it. This is what can happen when sacred objects enter colonial museum collections. They may be preserved physically, but often at the cost of their function, their relationship, their custodians, ceremonies, songs, their movements, their restrictions, and their pedagogies. And you see in the diagram, the object is separated from all of them. And once it's separated from that, it becomes immobile. It stops doing the work it was intentionally supposed to do. So the object itself survives materially, but the knowledge system is interrupted. The museum may protect the surface of the object, but the material and culture within it, the knowledge that resides within it, is frozen. The sacred object itself suffers three linked wounds. The first is the petrification, which I've just explained, and a process we're theorizing in the museum. And then it is immobilized and decontextualized. It is separated from what makes it meaningful. These harms are not separate. They compound each other. Petrification prevents object from acting. Decontextualization prevents it from being read properly. and epistemicide erases its knowledge. When we're speaking of sacred African objects in colonial collections, we're not only speaking about the loss of things, we're speaking about the interruption of knowledge technologies. And I just want to show an image of one of these knowledge systems so that we understand what we're talking about. And the next thing I want to do is give an example of one of these knowledge systems and how they become interrupted. And the example that I want to give today is the Chikuza. The Chikuza mask is found in many Western museums. If you just Google Likishi Chikuza, you'll see them popping up in many of these prominent museums. And you will find it as a mask suspended in a glass vitrine. A Likishi mask such as the Chikuza may be read primarily through form, its shape, its material, its sculptural presence, its basic function, and aesthetic qualities. But within the Chokwe and Luvale communities in Zambian knowledge systems, Chikuza is not simply an object of ceremony or something to be looked at. Chikuza in its full form has meaning. The meaning of the mask and other cultural material is the first ancestor entering back into the physical world from the spiritual world during the initiation and transfer of knowledge ceremony. And this happens every year, once a year. It assists in preparing the initiation space. It represents origin, continuity, and the long heritage of the people. Its long conical form is not simply a visual design. It signals lineage, ancestral depth, and the authority of inherited knowledge. In this sense, Chikuza is part of a living educational system. The process of initiation cannot begin or cannot be completed without the ancestral presence that Chikuza brings into the space. But the severed mask of the Chikuza in a museum does not represent this because normally it is suspended in a vitrine separate from other relational material and processes. The vitrine can show the surface of the Chikuza, it can show the material shape, and possibly even the provenance, but it cannot show what the Chikuza does. It cannot show the ancestral entry. It cannot show the preparation of the initiation space. It cannot show the sequence of other Likishi presences, each with its own pedagogical role. Because also something that is not obvious when we're looking at artifacts in the museum is that some of them are separated from a set of other material cultures that act together as one. And the Likishi is a very common one that this happens to, because a Likishi is not singular. It comes as a set of about 20 to 30 other ancestral objects that work as a unison to form this pedagogy. So it does not show the songs, the movements, the other Makishi, the other ancestors. It does not show the emotions, each of its roles, the transformations that take place. You only see that static object. This is the limit of the museum label and design. It may describe the object, but it cannot complete the act of reading it or performing it. And this is the design we want to address with our digital archiving experimentation process. When Chikuza is separated from the full set of Likishi, presences and the ritual or sequence in which each performs a pedagogical act is always decontextualized. When it is kept in storage or displayed in an isolated artifact, it is petrified. When the knowledge can no longer be practiced, it is then erased. The harm is double. There's a double silencing, the silence in the community and the silence in the museum. The museum holds the thing, but not the full knowledge. The community may hold the memory, but be separated from the material anchor. This creates a fractured archive. So how do we repair this? And this is what we're calling the complete act. The complete act involves the return, but not only the return, because that's the big topic now. Everyone is returning artifacts, but nobody is talking about what you do when you return the artifact. And this may be via digital surrogate, which is a project that we've been working on and are currently working on, or design digital immersive experiences. It involves return to the communities, custodians, knowledge systems that know how to read, protect, activate, and transmit the knowledge. It is not simply the movement of an object from one institution to another. It is the restoration of the conditions through which the object can become meaningful again. And that is so important for the communities. Return and access matters, whether digital or physical, but return must be connected to custodianship. Custodianship must be connected to context, and context must make reading possible again. Activation must support the transmission of the knowledge, and the knowledge allows for the artifacts to live as an archive. I want to end by returning to the empty vitrine. It's an important aspect of care, removing the object, as I argued in my article. It teaches the viewer that not all knowledge is available on demand. It teaches us that concealment can be an ethical act. It also informs our design process, especially with digital, where a lot is about interaction and access. But the empty vitrine is just the beginning. The complete act requires us to ask what was interrupted when the object was removed, what knowledge was petrified, what community was silenced, what ritual sequence was broken down, and how can we repair that? In the case of the Chikuza, we're not speaking about an object that merely represents culture. We're speaking about an ancestral present within a system of education, initiation, origin, and transmission. To hide such an object may protect it from further desecration, but to repair the harm, we must return it to the systems that know how to complete its work and to ensure this translation is accurate. It would move from visibility to care, care to repair, and the empty vitrine becomes a living archive. With this framing at the Women's History Museum, we are now thinking of what that digital infrastructure looks like and invite everyone to join us on this journey. I thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Samba Yonga, for this. It's so lovely to see you dive even deeper from the article that you wrote for us. It's honestly lovely to see. I saw such a beautiful comment here. Also, such a valuable perspective. We could probably learn a lot about how we think about all collection items from thinking this deeply about them. And I totally agree about it. It's honestly really beautiful. And I invite everyone to please ask any questions you might have in the Q&A. We've got also Anastazija Petrović after this, and then we will have a bit of time for any questions you have for Samba and Anastazija as well. Thank you so, so much, Samba. Really, it's so beautiful and very, very inspiring. Yes, our next presenter is Anastazija Petrović, who will introduce the exhibition Travels, currently displayed at the Ethnographic Museum of Zagreb, which explores the movement of people and objects from the colonial period to the present, questioning the origins of the museum's collection of non-European cultures. And Anastazija Petrović is a cultural anthropologist, museologist, currently working at the Ethnographic Museum in Zagreb as a senior museum educator, where she is organizing and implementing various programs for different museum visitor groups. So very much welcome, Anastazija.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can
Yes.
definitely hear you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you for the introduction. So my name is Anastazija, and just to quickly describe myself, I'm a white woman with brown hair in my very, very late 30s. I'm wearing black, and I usually don't sound like this, but I have some springtime allergies, so sorry in advance for all the sneezing and coughing and wheezing if that happens. So today I'm going to talk about an exhibition that's currently on display in Ethnographic Museum. But before I start with that, I'm gonna give you some context. So I work in Ethnographic Museum in Zagreb, that's capital of Croatia. It's a relatively small museum in a relatively small country in the Balkans, although we like to put ourselves more near the center of Europe. So here you can see the building in which our museum is situated. And why am I giving you all of this context? It's because I'm going to talk about the exhibition called Travelers, which revolves around objects that you can normally see in big Western European countries with colonial background. So Croatia was never a colonizing power. If anything, across different historical periods, we experienced forms of political and economic subordination within larger imperial systems, particularly under Austrian, Hungarian, in some parts Ottoman influences. So, but since people from our regions were parts of these big systems, we today house a collection of about 3,000 objects belonging to people from different cultures from all around the world. So in 1972, we formed the permanent exhibition of non-European cultures, as it was called, which was on display until 2024, so for remarkable 52 years. So as you can see, this display lacked any context, so it didn't even have proper labels or anything. As a museum educator who works with different groups of visitors, it was very hard for me and my colleagues to do guided tours, to do any programs, and we, of course, had a very difficult task of trying to interpret these objects and, of course, the cultures that they belong to. Fortunately, in 2024, in the end of 2024, in the place of the old exhibition, we opened our new exhibition that revolves around the same material, so around this non-European collection, but which is now more in line with current museological and anthropological practices. Exhibition presents only 7 of our many donators who brought the objects from their travels during the 19th and the 20th century. So that's why the exhibition is called Travelers. All of these travelers, donators, were of different profiles. Some were artists, some were museum directors, some called themselves explorers, some were soldiers in Leopold II's army, and some were doctors, among many different professions. You can, in this picture, see some of them. Through the stories about the donators, about their lives and their travels, but also with the stories about the objects that are on display, we try to tell wider stories about colonialism, about race, racism, cultural appropriation, and migrations. I personally think that this exhibition is really well conceptualized, but one of the recurring challenges in working with it lies in establishing meaningful connections between the historical objects and narratives that are on display and the contemporary realities of the communities that they actually represent. In the Croatian context, this challenge is shaped in part by our country's distinct historical trajectory. So we did not have any overseas colonies or colonies as such. And until very recently, there was only a small amount of individuals from African, Asian, and South American countries living here in Croatia. As a result, it has often been very difficult to situate this collection within an immediate social context or to engage directly with the communities whose histories and cultures are represented in this exhibition. In response, we have sought to develop programs that invite people to present not only their heritage, but also their lived cultures and experiences that they have today. So through collaborations, public programs, and participatory initiatives, we aim to create space for individuals and communities to present not only aspects of their cultural heritage, but as I already said, the ways in which their cultures continue to evolve and exist in the present day. I think that this work has become increasingly significant in recent years as Croatia experiences growing migration and greater social diversity. In this context, I think museums have an important role to play in fostering dialogue, encouraging intercultural understanding, and responding critically to the rise of xenophobia, intolerance, and racism that unfortunately we are witnessing within our society today. Now, I would like to present some of the projects and programs that we developed as part of this Travelers exhibition. So as soon as the exhibition Travelers opened for public, we also opened a small-scale exhibition called The Passage. It was curated by artist Selma Banić and cultural anthropologist and human rights activist Marijana Hameršak. Main part of this exhibition was a commemorative textile installation that you can see in the picture, consisting of memorial portraits embroidered in red and black thread on botanically dyed fabric, and it was dedicated to people who died at borders and in the name of borders. By commemorating the lives lost along the Balkan migration route as a result of Europe's violent border regime, the work sought to create space for remembrance, collective care, and also social healing. It was grounded in ethnographic research that was conducted along the Bosnian and Croatian border between 2020 and 2021. And the project combined artistic, commemorative, and decolonial practices, and it was dedicated by the artist to the people of Palestine. This exhibition was followed by other small-scale exhibitions that further expanded, deepened, and reinterpreted the themes and questions that are already explored in the main exhibition Travelers. The photos you are looking at right now are from our very successful event called At Second Glance, and it sounds way better in Croatian, in which we brought people from the Gambia, Cameroon, and Ethiopia. All three live in Croatia for more than a decade now, and with this event we wanted to give them the opportunity to talk about their cultures and present something that was important to them. So, for example, we had Ethiopian coffee ceremony. Florette from Cameroon sang some traditional but also contemporary songs from Cameroon, so on. Also, Abdulli Job, that you see at the first picture, he asked for the opportunity to give his own perspective, both on the exhibition and the displayed objects. So here in the first picture, you can see him giving a guided tour through the exhibition with his own perspective and his own thinking about the exhibition. So we had also some events that we organized with the Belgian embassy. We had the opportunity to host Pictens Kambilo, who is a Congolese musician and also researcher of Congolese music, especially Congolese rumba. And in a separate event, we did a movie screening, and afterwards we had a discussion on repatriation and restitution with movies producers who are from both Congo and Belgium. And these themes of repatriation and restitution are still not a hot topic in Croatia really right now. We also have some smaller scale type of programs. So during last year, we had a program called Museum for the Soul, Poetry in a Museum. In one of the program sessions, we wanted to focus on presenting both poetry and linguistic diversity from the countries that have recently become major sources of labor migration to Croatia. So we therefore invited participants from Nepal and the Philippines, some of whom read works by poets from their home countries in the original languages they were written in, while others shared their own poetry and writing, and it was very emotional event. We also seek to present objects that are not included in the travelers exhibition. So as I said at the beginning, we have almost 3,000 objects in this non-European collection. And we try to put the objects that are usually so not seen in the exhibition. We try to place them in dialogue with items from Croatian national culture. We are doing this to try to highlight the movement of materials and artifacts through networks of trade, colonialism, and consumption. And by tracing this often invisible connections between objects across museum collections, we tried to explore how goods circulated globally, how they acquired new meanings, shaped social relations, environmental change, and the development of knowledge and technology. And for the end, I would like to talk about a program that we are particularly proud of. So in collaboration with researchers from the Institute of Ethnology and Folklore Research, we organized a program called We the Migrants, which was connected to the international initiative Global Teach In, Teach Out in November of 2025. It was a day-long series of lectures, discussions, and workshops dedicated to the topic of migration, and it brought together secondary school students, university students, researchers, and members of the public. Through personal and family migration stories, ethnographic research, movies, museum objects, and maps, the event encouraged participants to reflect critically on migration, displacement, belonging, and solidarity. A particular focus of the program was working with young people and creating space for more nuanced conversations about migrants and migration, because in our media there are often very reductive and negative representations that can be found. So I hope that I demonstrated how museums have the potential to function not only as spaces of preservation, but also as spaces of dialogue, critical reflection, and social engagement. By connecting collections with contemporary experiences and diverse communities, they create opportunities for greater understanding, empathy, and more inclusive interpretation of cultural heritage. And I hope that Ethnographic Museum is also on the right path. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Anastazija. I think it's so beautiful to see the diversity of work that you do and the diversity of ways in which you interact with your audiences and diverse groups of people as well to bring forward this this engagement of how people are people basically, and how to kind of in a way dismantle racism and dismantle what we see about migrants, migration, and the history also of migration as you talk about within borders, but also bringing in young people to share their stories. I think it's really, really beautiful. And again, I invite you audiences to share any questions you have with Anastazija in the Q&A, and we will get to it. I think at the moment there are definitely a few questions, and of course Anastazija and Samba, I welcome you to also join this conversation. If you both have questions for each other, please feel free to also ask them as well. We have quite a bit of time actually right now, and I have a few questions right now for Samba. From Lisa. The first one is from Lisa. Lisa says the Chilean Moai, sorry if I'm saying this wrong, is a very iconic piece from the British Museum where the message Devuelvan al Moai, sorry again for my pronunciation, Return to the Moai, became incredibly popular in 2022. A lot of Latin Americans, not only Chileans, joined this digital movement and small protest. So the question is, well, the British Museum blocked many accounts. What do you think about this?
Sorry, Marika, just say the last part again, that the British Museum.
So the British Museum blocked many accounts. What do you think about this, as it was a protest related to this iconic Chilean piece that is situated in the British Museum?
I think this highlights what we have encountered in our experience as well, although for us it has not been that extreme, in terms of a resistance for the practice to change or to engage in dialogue that addresses some of the problematic issues with museum design and museum practice. And I think for the longest time, if you even think of a museum, at least in the African context, the museum does not exist. The museum was something that was imported or that was imposed. And essentially, when you look at it, it's a cabinet of curiosity that has now become a foundation and establishment for Western or modern education. And I think the tension there is that we have to examine this framing. We have to relook at it and question whether there's alternative ways of looking or expressing or producing knowledge. And the Chilean example is a good one because it stems from the community. There is a resistance from the community, meaning that the community want to position their own ways of producing knowledge, their own ways of interpreting and reading their own material culture, their indigenous knowledge systems and pedagogies. So I think there should be more of that.
Yes, 100% agree there as well. There is also another question for you, Samba, as well, related to this work that you and the Zambian Women's Museum are doing on your digital, I think you called it digital surrogate earlier as well. And looking at these cases of objects, sacred objects in museums, not displaying them, but also this aspect of finding ways to return, not just return to the communities, but integrate the whole aspect of knowledge that came with these objects back to make it a living work. And I think you shared the example of Chikuza. And we've got Ruslana, who's asking if you know other cases like this as well.
Yes.
That you'd like to share with us. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. There are many cases actually. The Chikuza is just one of them. And even within the Likishi collection and set, the Chikuza is just one of the masks. There's other masks like the Mwana Pweo, the Kahembe, and they are all part of a set of Likishi that form a pedagogical system of knowledge that is practiced in many parts of Africa, and not just Zambia. But often when you do see them in the museum vitrine or in a museum setting, they're separated. And when they're separated, they're only described usually by their aesthetic or their form or from their provenance, never representing really the system from where it comes from. It's very rare that you encounter that, or even when you're viewing it as a visitor, you are not able to understand that by just viewing it because there's no opportunity to relate to it. And the argument is that a lot of the material culture that comes from those colonial collections in their origin and in their place of community are relational. So a Chikuza mask can't exist on its own in its community. It exists alongside other things, alongside the community, alongside the songs, the knowledge systems, the practice itself. So seeing it on its own almost means nothing because then there is no value to it. So by seeing it on its own, it's rendered invaluable in terms of knowledge because of the way it's situated. And that's a problem with a lot of colonial collections and material culture that exist in these museum collections that we are advocating for the museum to change the design, to change the practice, and to change the framework.
Thank you for sharing that. So another question was, if the objects, well, first, this is such an intimate and sacred art that should not be displayed at all. It reminds this person who shared this anonymously, it reminds me of the sacred places that are not allowed to be photographed. And the question is, if the object is so sacred, how can it be worshipped by the people of the country?
Mm-hmm. So the object, and again, this is all about translation and meaning, right? How we're reading the object. In my presentation, I said that access is designated, right, to a particular time. So for example, the object is sacred in that it is placed in a certain knowledge system and accessed only during an organized time. And in that organized time, there's a process of transmission of knowledge, of practice, of purpose. And it only happens during that time. It's like thinking of a school term or semester, that you only access school at a certain semester. And in that semester, you learn, then you break off and go on holiday or whatever, except this is a different system where it's only accessed at a particular time. And during that period is when the transmission of knowledge happens or the interaction happens. And the rest of the time, it's in a specific designated space. But when you remove it from that space and take it to another space, then you change the meaning, you change the interaction, you change the access, and you change the purpose. And the issue here and the question here is really to correct and repair that in order for us to understand the material culture in the way it was supposed to be understood.
Thank you, Samba. We have questions for you, Anastazija, as well. So the question is, what was the audience's response to the Travelers exhibition? Do you collect specific data? Do you compare it to other exhibitions that the museums host?
So unfortunately, we have not done any visitor surveys in writing or so on, but we are Ethnographic Museum, so mostly people come to our museum because they want to see national folk costumes. So that is something we are known for, Croatian national heritage. So they are quite mostly, when I talk to people, they are quite astonished with the fact that we have objects from African countries or from South American countries and so on. So mostly people here in Croatia, so Croatian people, I'm not talking about tourists right now, but Croatian people, they don't really see the problem in, they didn't even see the problem in our former exhibitions. So when it was without any proper labels, without any context, it was just objects in the display cases. They saw something that was unusual for them, and they wanted to come there, and they wanted to see exotic cultures. But that's because in Croatia still we don't have that the colonial mind, and we don't talk about that very much. So now when this new exhibition is on, we didn't really get any bad or good reviews on it. Some people who deal with, for example, migrations are quite happy with the exhibition, and that's because at the end of the exhibition we have this a presentation of a project that was done by Institute of Ethnography and Folk Research that dealt with deaths on borders. So it's something that is really contemporary, something that is happening since 2015 until today, and it's something that is actually like aftermath of all of the stories that we talk about in the exhibition. So people who are like in the subject, they do say that the exhibition is okay because we have this like contemporary part about the migrations and what's happening right now in Croatia.
Thank you. We have another question for you from Sila. Apologies if I'm pronouncing this wrong. Is it possible to engage decolonially with ethnographic collections if you approach them from the perspective of the travelers, colonial collectors, or is this something you have struggled with?
Well, that's definitely something that we still struggle with. We are constantly in like a gap. So on one hand, we have this collection. We got that collection in 1919 when our museum opened, and it was inherited, so to say, from the National Museum that closed in 1846. So we as an ethnographic museum, we got that collection and we didn't really know what to do with it. My colleague Marija Živković, who is the curator of the collection and who did the exhibition, she had a very difficult time even trying to conceptualize the exhibition. I mean, how do you put objects like that in Croatian context? So she thought that going through the travelers, the donators' stories would be like the best way to do it. But I do have to say that we don't like we don't praise those collectors. So for example, the first collector that is presented in the exhibition is Dragutin Lerman. He was a soldier in Leopold II's army, and we don't talk about him as this great explorer who brought us these precious exotic objects. We tell the story as it is. So he was a soldier. Probably most of the objects were stolen, or maybe he was given the objects, but he came to Congo with a gun, and you know, it's like we can't close our eyes. We can't say that he didn't know what was happening, although that was the narrative for a very long time in Croatian society and also in our museum, that he was like a good guy, he didn't know what was happening and so on. But now in this exhibition we try to talk about Leopold's politics. We try to talk about Lerman's position in all of this, and so through this through these donators we try to open wider themes, so about migration, about cultural appropriation, about racism. So it's very hard to do so in our context. So we were not colonizing power, but still our museum, our ethnographic practices, the donators, collectors' practices, they were still shaped by these broader European ways of seeing and collecting. So we can't really run away from that. But I think that we are doing what we can do in our context. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. We have a question for Samba. In the case of from Gabriela, in the case of Portugal, which holds in its museum many objects from Angola, Mozambique, Cape Verde, and other formerly colonized countries, including numerous items connected to religious rituals and cultural practices that were collected during the colonial period. There is an ongoing debate about whether these objects should be returned. Many politicians, however, oppose their restitution. How do you view this, and in what way could the return of these objects be carried out while ensuring that the receiving countries are able to preserve and care for them according to their own cultural perspective and heritage practices?
Yeah, that's a very good question, and something we've debated a lot in our own practice, with the museums that we've worked with in terms of looking at the collections, the Zambian collections in those museums. There has been the debate about, do we immediately return them? But the truth is, like, I'm sure some of those debates state and find is that some of the communities, a lot of the systems have been weakened, which means even if you do return the artifact, probably in some of those spaces, they no longer have the relational memory to interact with them or to activate them. So we've been looking at and debating and advocating for broadening the idea of restitution, that it should not just be returning the object, but there are processes around that, some of which I described in the presentation, but the bigger part of that is the repair that needs to happen within the community and within the museum. That's where I devised the idea of the double silencing, because the truth is, once you do remove the artifact from the community, something is weakened in that community. And it has been at least 150 years since those objects were removed. Some of them are no longer even there. The practice is no longer there. In other places, it has been weakened. In other places, it has changed. So there's clearly a process of epistemic repair that needs to happen within those communities as well. And that's part of the work of restitution. It's not just the idea of returning the object, then they have to keep the object. The second point around that is that what did the communities do with those objects? You know, the idea of the glass vitrine, the colonial collection, the storage room, like I said earlier, freezes everything. Whereas in some communities, a lot of the artifacts would have been used in a process, in a ceremony, in a practice, and would have been discarded, and something else would have been created in its place. So that also should be questioned. The framing of how artifacts are kept or preserved within the communities themselves is a much broader and longer discussion around how that practice is done, the purpose of it, and the actual framing of what you do with an object once it returns. Those are the steps that are missing in the restitution processes across many of these interventions, and that need to be included as part of the process. I think restitution is valuable, but there are realities both on the ground within the museum space itself and on the ground in the communities. Those need to be addressed as part of the process as well. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Samba. We have about 5 minutes left, and I have a question for you both, actually. So yeah, I would like to ask you, following this session, this very inspiring session from you both, what would you like people to think about basically following this session? What are one of the last things maybe you haven't said, or maybe something you would like to leave the audience with right before this session ends? Maybe Anastazija, would you like to go first?
I'm trying to think about something smart to say to live as my heritage. But yeah, so I was reading my presentation, although I don't like to do that because I wanted to say a lot of things, so I didn't want to leave something out. So I'm hoping that people see that so in Croatia, with this collection that we have, we're in quite of trouble because we don't really know how to deal with it. So we have only one curator who is in the whole museum, who is actually dealing with objects from all around the world. So it's like she's not specialized in, I don't know, some culture from whatever, wherever. She has like the whole world she has to have knowledge of. So we are very grateful for online collections from Western European museums, because there we can find some very like important data about our objects, because the thing I didn't say, so we don't really have a lot of knowledge about our objects. So they were brought to Croatia during the 19th and the beginning of 20th century, where when people, especially these collectors, they didn't have the mindset, so they didn't have like the knowledge that we in museums need to have data about objects. So sometimes you only have like mask 19th century Africa. So it's very difficult to us to even know, for example, what Samba was talking about. Is this a sacred object or not? So we have identified some sacred objects that we don't display anymore, but it's just like a little bit like just the beginning of getting deeper into this collection. So I hope that we are on the right path to not to leave these objects as like silent objects that are just in the vitrines, but we try to give people from Croatia some experiences. We try to give place for people from all around the world who are now our new neighbors to talk about their cultures and their experiences. So I hope we are going in the right direction here.
Thank you so much, Anastazija. And yes, Samba, would you have any closing, words?
Yeah, no, I think my closing remarks would be that it's encouraging that we're having these kind of conversations a lot more open. And thank you for all the comments and questions from everyone, and Anastazija, particularly for your last comment. And what that brings to mind for me is that there just needs to be more of a bridge in how we work together, because the work being done in the cultural space right now is very fragmented and isolated. And clearly there needs to be more connection, developing frameworks in order for us to understand how to produce knowledge in a way that's representative of some of the collections we have, or the knowledge that is contained within our communities. And I think this is a challenge for us in the space to really reflect and think about what that can look like, even in our own small ways. Obviously, institutional transformation it takes a long time, but it's small steps to get to a final shift. And I think this is something all of us can participate in.
Thank you so much, Samba. Thank you both so much. These has been really wonderful presentations, very inspiring on both ends. And we are at time actually. So I want to thank you both. I want to thank the audience and everyone who asked such beautiful questions, who were such engaged. There was so much engagement in the chat as well. So thank you all so much for this.
Everybody, and welcome back to the Storytelling Festival 2026, day 1, afternoon 1. We've had a wonderful morning and we've had a lovely lunch break listening to the poems and stories from the Europeana Creative Action Award. So if we can, one second, I'll move to the next slide and I will introduce the afternoon for us. So I'll introduce myself first. My name is Beth Daly. We just need to move to the next slide. Yes, stop this going round and round. Okay, there we go. Okay, so my name is Beth Daly. I work for the Europeana Foundation as editorial advisor, and I'm a white woman in my mid-40s, and today I'm wearing a tealy green jumper. I've got a headset and glasses and long auburn curly hair. So I'm absolutely delighted to welcome Lorette C. Lusagic to run our ekphrastic writing workshop this afternoon. And we're delighted to be working with Lorette. She is a writer, an editor, a publisher, and an award-winning mixed media artist. So she can do everything. So her ekphrastic collections, and if anyone doesn't know, ekphrastic means writing that is inspired by art or imagery, essentially. Her ekphrastic collections include Winter in June, Pretty Time Machine, The Rope Artist, and Disgust. And in 2015, she founded a website and journal called the Ekphrastic Review, which is the flagship journal for ekphrasis. And she also teaches craft and art history and appreciation for writers. And we're really excited that this year Lorette is also involved in our online creative residency that we run sort of in parallel with the Digital Storytelling Festival every year. So we invite, I think we've got 20 people this year who are going to be creating stories on the theme of science, and they're going to be using lots of different formats. Stop motion animation, collage art, they might be creating walking tours, all sorts of things, but one of them is writing and ekphrastic writing, and the writers are going to have their work published on the Ekphrastic Review, thanks to Lorette, so we're delighted about that. So I will pass over to Lorette, and I think we're having a workshop of about 45 to 50 minutes, and there might be some time at the end for some questions for Lorette. So if you've got questions to do with the exercises and things as they come up, I think put them straight in the Q&A or the chat, and we'll see if we can answer them at the moment they're needed. But if it's a broader question, we might keep it to the end. So we'll just see how we go, and we'll be a bit flexible and just enjoy ourselves for an hour of creativity. So very warm welcome to you, Lorette.
Oh, thank you so much, Beth. It's great to be here. Thank you to all of you for coming so I can share with you my very favorite subject, which is ekphrastic writing. And the reason I love ekphrasis so much is because it combines my two favorite things, which are poetry or creative writing in general, and art history. And so, of course, for those who like to write in this way, Europeana is just an amazing resource of so many kinds of art. And today we'll look at ekphrasis, what it is, how to do it, and how it can ignite our creativity. And we'll focus on artworks that have some kind of relation to science, because art can come in absolutely any theme or subject. So it really is for everyone of every interest. I did request the remote control, Beth, for the slide to my...
Let me give it up, sorry. You have another go.
No worries. Click to start.
There you go. Just
okay,
hopefully give it a second.
That will work. Just by way of description, I'm a white woman in my early 50s with long dark hair in a black t-shirt and blue glasses. And let's see if that works. Great. Let's go. So what is ekphrasis? Well, it's from a Greek word to describe. So historically, it was a genre of poetry that meant to describe visual art. So thinking back to ancient history, we start to see ekphrasis happen about 800 BC. And the purpose really was to describe the art because very few people would see the art. It wasn't like today where we could all go to a museum or look through a book. And so if somebody had the joy of seeing a work of visual art, they wanted to describe it in a poetic way so that others could envision it too. So the Oxford Languages Dictionary says, ekphrasis is the use of detailed description of a work of visual art as a literary device. The International Lexicon of Aesthetics has a very convoluted definition. You can skim there. Poets.org says, ekphrasis is the use of vivid language to describe or respond to a work of visual art. And the Ekphrastic Review defines it very simply: creative writing inspired by visual art. Okay, there are many benefits to adapting an ekphrastic practice. It really enriches your life and fuels your imagination in so many ways. But there's two main benefits, I would say, are the unlimited supply of prompts, ideas, themes, subjects. characters, happenings, plots, and all kinds of other ideas for writers. There is no such thing as writer's block anymore. There are a million artworks that can ignite your next poem on any subject under the sun, from any era and any culture. And so thinking in a visual way to just meditate or contemplate a work, even for a few minutes, it's unbelievable how that can stir something onto that blank page. And so that is really one of the big benefits, is that you just never run out of ideas. There's another one around the corner for your work, and it becomes fun and addictive to do that, and then to say, oh, I'll try this art, which maybe is unusual to me, or I haven't worked with it before, or I'll try art set in a different place to see if I can put my poem in a historical setting. And hence I call this hooked on ekphrasis, because that really happens to a lot of writers, is they get hooked on this practice. And the other benefit is that this is the best way to learn about art. It is such an intimate engagement with visual art. There are so many ways you can learn more about art and art history. You can watch documentaries, you can take a university course, you can go to a museum, and those are all really important and vital. But thinking is writing, and looking at art is the most important aspect of learning more about art. You follow your curiosity through ekphrasis, and it leads you to start connecting all kinds of dots over time. So, you start with one painting, you look at it for a few minutes, you write something, oh, made a great poem. And then in time, you've looked at so much work, you've started to make connections between it, you've learned more about the artist, you've written about some of the topics they care about, and you start to become filled with art and art history and understand how it connects up. So those are the primary benefits. There's more for sure. Okay. Why does art matter? I spend a lot of time thinking about this. I'm one of those overthinkers. And why do we care about it so much? Why is some paint on a canvas so important? In fact, it's priceless. All cultures all over the world have museums, and we consider paintings and sculptures and other works of art as being almost holy. They're expensive. We do everything we can. We hire people to preserve them. And we try to protect it and keep it safe. Why? Every culture in human history has created and valued art in some way. Whether it's a government collection, a corporate collection, museums, churches, other faith institutions. And when you travel, what's the first thing you do? You go to the art museum of that place. You visit some gardens or some dance or other kinds of art. That's at least half of your travel agenda, just naturally. Art can be free or priceless. We spend vast amounts of money and time on art. And I think the answer still eludes me, but I would say that it's because art really is everything. It's everything. It's not one thing. It's not just the paint or the stone of the sculpture. It's a record. It's the story of our past. It's history. It's politics. It's faith, spiritual, magic, and divine. It's culture. It's science. It's skill of people, imagination, story, mythology. And the list is longer. So that's a very broad response, but I think it's true. Art really is everything, and it's priceless. It's the human soul. Okay, so tradition versus contemporary ekphrasis. So we talked briefly about how historically ekphrasis was meant to describe the painting in a poetic way. Does it have to be about the art? So in contemporary times, the answer is no. There are some traditionalists among editors and scholars who feel you shouldn't call it ekphrasis if it doesn't engage and describe the art, let's say. And most of us today say, no, the definition has broadened. So your poem or story might be about the painting itself. It might be about the artist, but it might be something completely different. The image might trigger something for you, a memory. It might just make you think of something creative. You might riff off of the colors. Why has this changed? Well, simply put, is that the ancient need is gone. We live in a different era, and we can go to museums or have postcards on our fridge of great artworks. We can all have some coffee table books with art in them, that kind of thing. We see art on Pinterest, on Instagram. We can share it on Facebook. We can visit the Europeana website. And we can see art, and that privilege did not exist widely before modern times. And so what has happened, our engagement has become different. And now we're in a relationship with art that is more expansive. It's not limited to just one person looking, and then, we imagine it by reading their account of it. We have the access to millions of works of art. And so the practice has changed to have a very expansive relationship to inspire our creativity. So sometimes the art simply acts as a prompt. You have an idea spark, you write a poem. It doesn't necessarily have a lot to do with the painter or the painting itself. Or the connection might be limited. You might see a painting of trees and then write about a tree in your backyard. So it's kind of a way to spark the imagination wherever it goes. Okay. There are a lot of ways that ekphrastic writers use to approach visual art. Some do all kinds of different exercises or challenges. I'm going to meditate on the piece for 15 minutes. I'm going to use the color as my way in, and so on. But there are two main approaches, and I call them the free write and the investigator. So the ink blot or the free association is very common. This is where you basically use the work as a prompt, and you look at it for a few minutes and then write whatever comes to mind. So this could be about the image you're looking at. It could be a memory. It could be, a story forms in your mind, and you just make something up. And then the other, I call the Nancy Drew or the private investigator. And this is when you dig around behind the scenes and you find out more about the painting or about the painter, about the context the work was painted in, the story behind it. Maybe the painting is a scene from mythology, or it's a place, and you learn more about those, and that can now fuel your work as well. So those are, and often the two intertwine. So there'll be some details that you found in your investigation, as well as some of your imagination. So we're going to do an exercise to look at the difference between these methods. So first, we're just going to look at an abstract painting for about 5 minutes, just doing a free write, whatever comes to mind. And then we will look at the artwork again with the information that you can Google. So this is just a quick fun exercise to kind of see the difference that those two methods have on your work. So looking at this abstract painting, and abstract I find very difficult to write about, but it's the most like the ink blot, so that's what we're going to use. And just spend 5 minutes. Try writing a poem with no information but the visual abstract piece here. Imagine, dream, write whatever comes to mind, and just see how that goes for you. And then we'll do it again where you can look up and learn a little bit about the artist. Okay, so let's take about 5 minutes. Just another minute to wrap up for now. Great to see some poems in the chat. Wonderful how just spending a few minutes with art can really set you to sail. So way to go. So let's do this again. And this time you can look up the information and learn more about the artist, and you'll definitely have fun with this one. Another moment or so. Okay, so my goal, of course, with that particular example was to show you that there are always surprises when you dig behind the scenes and learn more about a painting. So maybe that was a dramatic example. But this is the artist. His name is Congo. And Desmond Morris, of course, was a zoologist and writer who wrote a lot about animal behavior and human behavior. And so just to show that both of those methods are very rich, and you can really take free fancy from just looking at an image, and so many amazing poems are coming through, images coming to your mind from the colors, from the abstract art. And then there's always a story behind the scenes. That's what I think, is that every painting has something exciting to find out. Okay. So a lot of art is about science, including the abstract piece we just looked at. Of course, science is a massive subject. It touches on so much, on technology, on architecture, on ecology, on nutrition. There's so many directions it can go. And we'll just look at a few works, a broad spectrum of works on the subject of science, just to give you an idea of what's out there, just on one topic. So the Nebra sky disk was found in Germany a few decades ago, and it is from around 1700 BC. This is one of the most beautiful things in the world, and it's inspired quite a few poems for me. I look at this and I can feel the past coming just through this image, and it's so beautiful. It's one of the earliest depictions of the cosmos. Then we have art like this, which was popular for a while, where artists would show medical schools and what was happening. And this is a very famous one by Rembrandt from 1632, via Europeana and also the Wellcome collection. So here the doctors are exploring the musculature of the arm. Some of the spectators that you see depicted are the various doctors who paid commissions to be included in the painting. Okay, so before photography existed, artists were responsible for keeping a record of anatomy, of animal and botanical life. So this is another example from Europeana of an anatomical drawing of an animal leg. Okay, nature paintings, ecology, landscape, culture, science. The natural world, millions of paintings. You can travel all around the world and look at landscapes through the eyes of travelers and local painters who were inspired by the vistas. Okay, and these stunning paintings by Ernst Haeckel was a German zoologist, naturalist, philosopher, marine biologist, and he drew many of these close-ups of life forms, and they're just spectacularly decorative, unbelievable work. Okay, this very dull photo is exciting because it's the first photograph we have and know of that was ever taken. And so this is art about science, about a very important technology about to break open. And these macabre things, they were called anatomical Venuses, and they were used to teach anatomy. All of the bits and pieces, the organs could be taken out and put back together to see how the body worked. This is a Polish artist on Copernicus. The other title of this painting is, sometimes it's called Conversations with God. It's such a dramatic painting. There are a lot of narrative paintings about the drama of science, the discoveries, the scientists themselves. So even very ancient history, cave paintings are in a way about science because we're looking at how these pigments held up for thousands and thousands of years. So these were used with hematite and guathite, iron oxide, charcoal, manganese, bone char. They were used with fingers, brushes, animal hair, and blowing the pigments through a tube. And they were bound in different liquids, fats, and sometimes ambers. So even the how of ancient pigments and application is part of science. Okay, so let's do an exercise, roughly 10 minutes this time. So here's another really hard thing. How is this going to inspire your poem? Yves Klein is a very interesting artist who was obsessed with this blue. He invented this particular shade of blue, and that's why it's called International Klein Blue. And only recently did scientists figure out the recipe. He did over 300 blank canvases with nothing but this color, and was just sort of provoking the art world. He also painted everything else in blue. He did abstracts with blue. He used nude models covered in blue paint to roll around on the canvas to make abstract art. He showed invisible art. There was nothing there, but it was presented as if there was. Of course, that was a statement about the art market and so on. So there's some fun things to find out. He was one of the first European judo masters as well. So see what meditating on plain blue can do. Feel free to Google and find out more if you like, and just have fun with it. We won't take quite 10 minutes. We want some time for questions after, so maybe 9 minutes. Enjoy, have fun. Another moment or so. Okay, so this was an admittedly challenging piece, giving you almost nothing to work with, but some of you have already posted something interesting. Just one thing to remember is your own response to the work is part of your poem or story. So if you encounter something and you're not sure where to go with it, your feelings matter. You're in communication with the painter. If you think this is a ridiculous painting, that is fine, and that can fuel your work. If you are sailing away into a blue sky and you think this is the most pristine, beautiful, simple image, that can also fuel the work. So each person's response is unique, and that's the beauty of ekphrasis. You can't write the same poem. All of us will have written a very different piece or draft today to all of these. And that's one of the great joys, is that it literally is your relationship with the artwork in some way intersecting. So I hope this has given you just a taste of the possibilities, and that you will also become hooked on ekphrasis. Thank you so much. I look forward to your questions.
Wonderful. Thank you, Lorette, so much. And I think I can hopefully say for everybody that we've really enjoyed not just the writing exercises, but the presentation about the origins of ekphrasis. And yeah, your little tour of scientific type artworks and things, making us think about what's science and what's art. And as you said, art is everything, and I think science is everything as well. So we can very easily put these two things together and yeah, get some really interesting creative results. We've got lots of the poems and pieces of writing in the chat, which are really wonderful. We can't read them all out or anything like that, but I do encourage everyone to have a look and see what everyone else found about these things, because that's what I always find is wonderful when we do similar kind of writing exercises in the Europeana Writers' Room, and you put one picture up and you get so many different varied responses. Like you say, your own personal response is really valid and can be explored in a really, really creative way. So I find that fascinating. There are a couple of questions, and I have a couple of my own as well.
Great.
First one is from Vansa, and there's quite a long description, so I'll paraphrase it a little if that's okay. So this is someone who works as an environmental education specialist. So they're thinking about nature conservation particularly, and I think this harks back to what you were talking about at the beginning about the origins of ekphrasis and how it was about capturing something that exists for people who can't see it so that it can be preserved. So the question is, do you have experience working with local communities to encourage the continuation and preservation of these practices? So like using writing to kind of preserve sort of intangible heritage, really. And have you found any effective approaches? Do you work with local communities at all?
So I'm not sure if the question is in relation to ecology or ekphrasis. Could you clarify?
I think it's a little of both. I think
Okay.
it's someone who works in the environment and in nature conservation.
Okay.
And yeah, how does that, those kind of things, how do they relate?
For
Yeah.
your question. We do. The Ekphrastic Review is an online community, but it kind of connects to so many satellite communities out there. and we think, I mean, I call myself an ekphrastic evangelist because I believe art can take people, you know, off of their cell phones for a while and into imagination. And we really believe that looking at art is democratic. It's for everyone, whatever your opinion. You don't have to be a scholar, but you might be. So we actually have, we publish ekphrasis from all kinds of different communities and even institutions. So we've published from workshops in a senior center, sometimes incarcerated persons, schools with young people who we publish, and we give the prompts, and the teachers do a class every year at a certain school in the States, and then we publish the responses after the kids have done gone through the editing process as a class and chosen and curated everything and so on. So I hope that answers the question. That we love community outreach. We've now connected with Beth at Europeana, and any way that we can spread the word, because looking at art and thinking about it benefits your life. It makes life better wherever your situation is. And that's positive no matter what the subject of your passion is, whether it's ecology or, you know, working with the different populations to make change. I think a positive mindset and deeper understanding of others comes from art. And so that's indirectly connected, I hope.
Excellent. That moves us very nicely to one of the other questions we've got, which is from Vanessa, who says, thank you for the exercises. They were very engaging and stimulating. And she says, do you preach ekphrasis more as a form of therapy or as an art form that is skill or product oriented?
So I'm very careful of using the word therapy, but of benefit the way a good walk in the park is beneficial and healthy. You know, certainly ekphrasis can actually help us engage with deep, profound, dark emotions as well as joyful ones. And it's all valid. It's part of the human experience. So to contemplate, you know, artworks of grief or war, it can give us a way in to process some of the very difficult things we might go through in our own life or in the world. So I believe it is therapeutic, but not sure I would say that that's its main benefit. I would say that's one of its many benefits. Yeah, I think it is, it can bring joy, but it can also take you into a place you need to go. Art is about all different emotions, and it connects you to know that other painters, other people have experienced whatever kind of crises. So that can be helpful, and just can help you as a writer to go there.
So you talked there about the human experience and how important human emotions and experiences. And the other question we have here from Ruslana models that waters with the role of artificial intelligence in the perception of art. So is there an interpretation that AI can be ekphrastic, and does it deprive humans of our ability to interpret? And does it make us heartless? What's your view on? I know your guidelines for ekphrastic review have a view. What's your personal view on?
Yeah, so I have divided views like many of you on AI. I see its tremendous possibilities in fields like medicine, mathematics, and technology. But I am not remotely interested in art or poetry made by robots. The whole point is the process. it's good for us. It's good to challenge our imagination and to connect with other human beings and their lived emotion. And I think the world of poetry and painting versus other kinds of realms, we're a no-go zone for AI. But I become afraid of things like, if used maliciously, will we be able to tell who painted what in the future? So already you see these deep fakes, and we're like, oh, I've never seen this Van Gogh. Unless you are the expert curator and own the museum, and even then, the waters could get very muddy. And I think those kind of things matter because each person has such a unique kind of art. And it's a rich tapestry, let's say. So I'm afraid of that, but I also don't want to be just afraid in every way. Part of our challenge as humans is to find our way to deal with and control that. And I mean, AI is not the first guy to plagiarize a poem, right? This has been happening since Kingdom Come, where somebody steals someone else's poem and presents it as their own, or they forge paintings. It just makes it easier to do. So we really just have more of the same problems that we had before. They're not that different. It's just on a much quicker, more sophisticated scale. But it will never drown art, and it will benefit medicine. So whatever happens, happens.
Brilliant. Thank you for that thoughtful answer. We've had another comment. Thank you for this workshop. And I think here is where you can plug Ekphrastic Review. Is there an accessible web-based community where this kind of writing is shared and the art talked about?
So thank you for that question. So in 2015, I founded the Ekphrastic Review. It was more to sort of put the feelers out if there were other people interested in ekphrasis, and to just kind of connect with them online. I didn't expect it to turn into the journal. Really, I thought, someone might occasionally send a poem and I'll post it. But my whole life changed quite rapidly as all kinds of people came toward this hub. And we do call it an ekphrastic family. So we have all kinds of events that people participate in regularly. Every 2 weeks, we have an ekphrastic challenge. We have an annual ekphrastic marathon in July. We have art appreciation, art history workshops, an ekphrastic book club. And then there's the journal publishes something every day. So it really is, there's online readings on Zoom every month. So yes, it's an amazing kind of hub of many communities that branch out. Maybe they meet at their library locally in a particular region, or there's some groups of women who get together and do ekphrastic exercises, and the school that does their class and sends it to us. So explore the Ekphrastic Review and welcome there. It's a wonderful place for everyone, for all kinds of art and writing.
Wonderful, thank you. And of course, we have the Europeana Writers' Room as well, which is a monthly free online writing workshop where we do similar exercises to those that we've had with Narette today. Cool. And before we finish, so can you give us like a really easy idea of how people can carry on doing this? How can they incorporate ekphrastic writing into their busy schedules? Maybe if they're even not down for writing much at the moment, how can we get people going?
I think that as you see what happened when you just give yourself the space of even 10 minutes, with no expectation of the outcome, and engage with a piece of art and write it down. Again, writing is thinking, and you are looking at art. That's the purpose. So even if nothing much happens, you have given space to see something, and the words will come. That a lot of words came maybe unexpectedly for you today, and those were quite hard. If you're looking at narrative paintings, it might come more easily and you can polish later. But just have a cup of coffee, make a tea, make a ritual. 15 minutes is fine. Look at an artwork you found on Facebook on your piano and see what you can come up with. But go to your museums, go by yourself, take a notebook, have a coffee in the lounge and think about what you saw, and just let it happen. If you have the intention of trying a poem and you invite the muse, it will come to you.
Wonderful, and what a wonderful way to finish as well. So yeah, can we have lots of hearts and claps and things, please, for
thank you
for
all
Lorette.
so much.
Thank you very much, and
thank you, Beth.
Absolute pleasure to have you, and we're looking forward. Keep an eye out for the online creative residency outcomes later in the year on Ethnographic Museum.
I look forward to it.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
And in today's program, we're going to start shortly with a keynote by John Beecham. And just after that, Martina Freitag from Kunsthalle Praha and Julie Parigi from Munch will be talking about engaging audiences with AI. After a short break, we will continue with play and remix session with Wietse Koppelman from Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, Mart Alaru from Estonian National Museum, and Christina Koplitz from Vienna Museum. Then we'll go on some restorative lunch break. And after lunch, we'll continue with the workshop about slow cooking with Europeana with Christine Widing and Daniela Bonea. And we'll finish the day with some social moments looping through the animated archives. So I hope that's a fun day we plan for you. And we're gonna start right now. It is my great pleasure to introduce today's keynote speaker. John Beecham is an audio producer, sound artist, and heritage specialist. He is a PhD researcher in cultural heritage at the Jagiellonian University and KU Leuven. His academic interests lie at the intersection of heritage and digital media, with an emphasis on audio storytelling, immersive narratives, and industrial heritage. John also has 2 decades experience in broadcasting and production, including management positions at Polskie Radio and Culture.pl. And today, John will be telling us about the crucial role of sound in enriching heritage spaces and how sound contributes to a deeper understanding and appreciation of heritage, fostering a dynamic interaction between the past and the present. John, the floor is yours.
Many thanks, Maggie. Dziękuję bardzo. Hello, everybody. My name is John Beecham. I'm a white, middle-aged male. I'm in my mid-40s. I'm bearded. I have glasses on, and I'm wearing a green hoodie with my ham radio call signs, because apart from actual commercial radio, I also dabble in amateur radio, so you might hear me on the airwaves as well, not from a radio station, but from my ham radio setup. Anyway, so you can see that sound is actually something which fascinates me. It's something which I live through every single day, and hopefully I want to kind of take my how I'm excited and how I love sound and kind of try and kind of pass that on to you. I know that you are very welcome to write Q&As, questions. Sorry, I'll try and provide the answers, but you can try and write some questions in the chat, and I'll try and respond to them as soon as I can. So I would like to talk today about how we can engage with sound and how sound, the sounds that surround us, are very important in actually building who we are. So if we could have the next slide, please. I would like to basically say today, also looking at the timetable. No, we need to go back.
Sorry.
No problem. I know it's always a complication with these Zooms and slides and stuff like that. I totally understand that. So essentially, I saw that when Maggie was presenting the timetable for today, there will be slow looking with Europeana. Now, I would like to propose also something called slow listening, right? So this is actually taking the time to actually close your eyes, take a deep breath, and actually listen to the world which surrounds you. In a usual setting, let's say if we were live, of course we are online, I would actually ask you to basically now shut your eyes and listen to the world around you and try and sense what sounds start appearing, because when we listen, when we actually focus on this sense of listening, we find that actually there is a lot more in the sonosphere than we actually think to begin with, right? Than we actually perceive. And this is why sound is so important. I like to kind of give this analogy that a picture is worth 1,000 words, right? So we see an image. It could be any image, right? With our eyes, it could be a picture. It could be the world outside through the window, right? And they say that a picture is worth 1,000 words. But if we were actually, and we get that information in a split second. So we are confronted with this image. We immediately have these, let's say, these proverbial 1,000 words, and we immediately know what's going on. However, sound is slightly different. Sound is a linear medium, right? It's not something which we are just instantly confronted with. It's something which evolves. So even when we say 1,000 words, when we actually had to have a script and we read out 1,000 words, that actually takes about 3.5 to 4 minutes, if not a bit longer, right? We can even talk slower, and then it'll take longer. But just to kind of give you that, that analogy and that kind of dichotomy, that when we see things, it's instantaneous gratification, which is why we live in such a visual world. With sound, we really have to, I wouldn't say take a step back, but we just simply have to stop and listen. And that's why concentration and actually listening to things for longer than 10, 15, 20 minutes, just like this keynote today, is actually hard to concentrate for much longer, because we are constantly processing, thinking what's going to happen next. With an image, we simply don't have that problem. So I wanted to, we have the first slide here. It's entitled Sonic Heritage, and in the background you can see a picture of a loom, and this is actually at the Museum of Włókiennictwa, so at the Central Textiles Museum in Łódź. It's a city in central Poland, which is often dubbed Poland's Manchester, for its huge industrial impact on the country. And of course, it's here where essentially was the cradle of Poland's industrial revolution in terms of textiles, right? Because we will be going to South Poland later on in this presentation. So I wanted to basically say, what kind of sounds, what kind of sonic heritage can we experience? So, of course, the first thing which I need to talk about is silence. Yes, we are surrounded, well, in the world with various sounds, but in essence, we are in our own little cocoons and in our own kind of like mind's ear, let's say. It's a silent world, right? It's a silent world which is kind of introverted, and only when we actually decide to switch on our ears, then we are able to really kind of pick up what is like around there. Thank you, Andrea, for the link there. Textile machines are great because they make amazing noises, as you'll hear in a moment. the soundscapes which are surrounding us. This is relatively, well, I would say a new field. This is from the 60s, 70s. R. Murray Schafer, a Canadian academic, termed the phrase soundscape because he was researching the natural world and how we are perceiving the sounds around us, and basically he named basically the sonic sphere which we engage with, right? This actually became so important that I think it was in the 2000s, so it took a while. The International Standards Organization, ISO, actually came up with a technical and a definition for the soundscape. Also, when we think about sonic heritage, we think about immersion. So this is our deliberate kind of falling into sound which surrounds us, versus noise, right? So this noise is basically a cacophony, right? And of course, when we go to heritage spaces such as factories or open-air museums and places like this, we have to really kind of, as producers, as sound producers, when we are talking about, let's say, creating installations and not just about the natural sound which surrounds us in a certain place, we really have to kind of think about how we want to present the sounds of the place, and so that the people who are visitors arriving at the heritage site to visit, they are not confronted with this cacophony of sounds. Sound, as I said, like, at the very beginning, I started with silence, right? So the moment we actually introduce sound into an atmosphere or into a space, then of course that is going to have an almost profound effect on how we appreciate the space and how we think about the space itself. Of course, in terms of sonic heritage, we also have the human element, right? So we have spoken word archives, and also one thing which I started with the Europa Nostra Heritage Hub in Krakow last year, we also have sound archivism. So I set up the Heritage Sound Register, which is basically a collection of sounds, soundscapes, and sonic artifacts, right? Which are very which are representative of the place where in which we live, right? In Europe, we are defined by the Industrial Revolution of the mid to late 19th century, and that's something which is also important in my research, which I'll come to in just a moment. I see that time is ticking, so I think I need to hurry up a little bit. Maggie, could I ask you, please, just to play the sound as a kind of example of what we can find in various sound registers? Nope. Is it working? I think we can turn that off now. Thank you, Maggie. You've noticed that I've timed these sounds to coincide with a tactical coffee sip. So next slide, please. One thing quickly before I do move on is that I recorded one of the looms at the Central Textiles Museum in Łódź. But of course, this is only part of the story. This is the sound of one machine. In the textile factories of Łódź of the 19th century, there would be rows and columns of these machines with thousands of workers inside, with the sound going up to over 200 decibels. so the machine itself is a representation of industry, but it not necessarily is a representation of the experience of working in such a factory, because we would have to basically play 200 of these machines. So that sound which I just played to you now, you'd have to play it and I'm not saying play it 200 times louder, I'm saying play the same sound 200 times at the same time. Now that of course would be excruciating to visit. So of course one thing which heritage practitioners such as myself have to think about when creating such a sonic experience when visiting heritage sites is not to overload. Again, it's this immersion versus noise. We don't want to introduce cacophony, and essentially we are introducing a metaphor into the scenery so that it's an extra sense for us to engage with and also to create our own image in the mind's eye. I say this because we are now talking, we are in the midst of a curatorial arc, and we are simply not talking, we are as curators of sound, we are not simply collecting sounds into a collection, we are actually forming them to create an experience for the visitors, so visitors can actually feel the vibe, right, of the place. So the first kind of sonic encounter, the first case study I wanted to quickly talk about, well actually not quickly, this is the longest one and then we'll go through the others. The first sonic encounter is the zinc rolling mill at the Silesia metalworks in the upper Silesian city of Świętochłowice-Lipiny. Here on the left-hand side of the slide, there are two images. At the top, you can see a steam-powered machine with various axles and pumps, and the actual steam kind of condenser. And the bottom image, you will actually see this is the zinc roller. So this is the actual parts. You know, there were, as you will see in the following image, about 10 or 15 of these in one hall. And if we could move to the next slide, please. A little bit of history about this place. I just wanted to show you a kind of visual image. So this is a postcard showing the Silesia metallurgy factory from the 19th century. As you can see, it's written in German, Walzwerk Silesia in Lipina, or S stands for Oberschlesien, so Upper Silesia, czy Górny Śląsk in Polish. So this is the factory as it looked then. It was actually a very important factory, as I'll explain in the next slide. In the inset, you can see a picture dating from 2023, and that's basically what the outside looks like now. It looks a bit run down, which is understandable because it actually was in operation for a very long time. Maggie, could we have the next slide, please? So essentially, like in Lipiny, we have the rolling mill of the former Silesia zinc works. I'm not going to talk about this for too long. However, on the left, you can see a map. This is a German map of the area, and you can very clearly see marked Silesia Hütte. And funnily enough, actually, like if you even look at Google Maps now and did an overlay, the place hasn't changed that much. Świętochłowice is a Silesian town in between Ruda Śląska and Chorzów. These are major industrial towns. However, coming back to the place, I really wanted to give you this information because so the building was built in the 1850s, and in 1860, when this mill would have been running at full steam, so by the 1860s, zinc production was, you know, at its height in the region. And what really kind of hit me was that zinc metallurgy in Silesia actually accounted for almost half of total worldwide production. So this factory, in which I have been allowed to conduct my research for my PhD at the Jagiellonian University and KU Leuven, as part of the Una Europa PhD in cultural heritage, it's incredible to think that this part of the European heritage, that this was an industrial powerhouse. When you go to the next slide, please, Maggie, this is what you are confronted with now. From a factory which was essentially responsible for a huge proportion of the world's zinc production, essentially is now an empty space. And Maggie, could you play the sound, please? So I've told you, we've had 60% of the world's zinc production, we have lots of machines, noise, filth, and now it's this. Okay, we've got to move swiftly on. Pigeons, right? This is the ultimate, you know, we are confronted with an empty space, we are confronted with pigeons and not much else. So how can we actually create an image or a sonic image in our mind about the place in which we're seeing? Okay, we're going to have to move swiftly on. Maggie, next slide, please. So in the next sonic encounter, I wanted to talk to you about, speaking about industry, in the Ruhr Museum in Essen, they have a very an amazing approach of less is more. And essentially, when you enter the museum, you are confronted with these red lights, and you walk down through the museum. And Maggie, could you please play the video? I'm going to talk over it. Essentially, when you walk down into the factory, like this is actually one of the coking plants, you hear faint sounds of industry, chains rattling, furnaces, and that's all you are actually given. However, with that, plus the light and the kind of experience of walking down through this industrial factory, it kind of really gives this kind of element. Excuse me, that's the domophone. It's not for me though, so I'll close that. Oh. Okay, next slide, please. We're going to skip Leuven, so next slide, please. That was about digital heritage and how they actually found an old manuscript and turned it into a multimedia installation. It's on at the M Museum in Leuven, and I thoroughly recommend it. However, to end, when sound goes wrong, right, or when thinking of sound doesn't go quite right. So I wanted to end on a light note, right? I'm very sorry that I've had to kind of start rushing through this. However, in Târgu Jiu, is a city in Romania, has actually recently been entered onto the UNESCO World Heritage List. And here on the slide, you have 3 images. These are sculptures by Brancuș. It's a Romanian, yes, I see hearts from our Romanian viewers here, from Brancuș. And you have 3 sculptures. We have the table with the stools. We have what's called the endless column in the center of Târgu Jiu, and the Arch of Lovers, I think it's called, as far as I remember. I haven't told you what the sculpture on the left is called, because there was last year I was traveling around Romania making some podcasts, and we went to Târgu Jiu with my colleague Kasia from the Heritage Hub in Krakow, and we met the deputy mayor of Târgu Jiu actually at the park by the endless column. And he was actually personally responsible, well, one of the members personally responsible for putting this ensemble, which is on a one-axis through Târgu Jiu, onto the UNESCO list. And he kept on telling us, you know, I really want to incorporate sound. I want to be able to get visitors to come to Târgu Jiu and to experience the Brancuș ensemble, maybe with a sound walk, but maybe also with speakers at various places. There was one problem, that visitors kept on sitting on the stools by the table in the left picture. And he said he really wanted speakers because they have to pay for a guard to say, you know, don't sit down. And of course, it's very inviting to sit down. However, so the speakers would say, please don't sit down. However, those of you that know this ensemble and know Brancuș will also know that this sculpture is called the Table of Silence. So putting speakers next door to it, saying that you can't sit down next to it, is not necessarily a good idea. So I really wanted to talk to you today and kind of give you a kind of examples of how we can use sound, but also that when we do incorporate sound and that we do want to use sound, we really do have to stop, think, and listen. And on that note, we can go to the next slide. I'd like to thank you very much for your attention, and I hope that I've kind of given you some hints and ideas of our approaches to sound, how we also have to appreciate sound. So I'd like to thank you very much, and please do enjoy the rest of today's session with Europeana, and many thanks for having me. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. That was a lovely talk. It's we don't usually think about the sound, and how this affects us. So that was like a very good reminder to also think about this. Get a little bit away from the visual aspects.
Exactly.
And please stay in in the call. And if I know that there are some questions in the Q&A, so if you can answer them.
I'm checking the questions here, and I'd like to say mulțumesc to the Romanians present. I mean, I love Romania. I could be there every single time, every single year. In fact, I sometimes think that I should have been born in the Balkans. I think that's more kind of my style.
I understand. It also was lovely, as I'm Polish. It was lovely to hear about the Polish heritage. I didn't know about the zinc production. Factory. That was amazing.
This is something which I'm learning about every day. Right. This is what I'm researching. It's amazing that in fact what is of interest is that. The factory, this zinc factory, there already is a zinc mill in Katowice, in Silesia, in Chopinice, and it's run by the Foundation for the Protection of Silesian Industrial Heritage. And that's actually been turned into a museum already. Obviously, one museum, one site wasn't enough, so he went ahead. The guy that runs this foundation, he's actually an architect based at the University of Wrocław. He bought this zinc mill in Świętochłowice because he didn't want it to be knocked down, even though it's on the Heritage Monuments Register. And he basically gave me free rein. And I didn't have time to say this in the presentation, but I am actually creating a sonic installation for this specific zinc rolling mill in Świętochłowice, which incorporates two sonic narratives. So sonic narratives. So I will be actually presenting the narrative of the industry, of the machine, and I will also be presenting the narrative of the people that worked the machines. So it's kind of a semi-ethnographic study as well. I see that Yves in the questions is talking about genetics. I am actually half Polish, so I have some Slav blood in me, and this is why I also feel good when I'm down in the Balkans. My father lived in Bulgaria for 15 years, and I often am in Bulgaria as well. So
amazing. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you very much.
Please stay and answer some comments and questions in the Q&A. We appreciate that very much.
No problem. And thank you very much.
Thank you. That was lovely. We're going to move forward now with our next panel. So I would like to invite my colleague Lorena to introduce the next speakers.
Thank you, Maggie. Good morning and a very warm welcome to the Digital Storytelling Festival Day 2, also from my side, and to this panel discussion on engaging audiences with AI. My name is Lorena Aldana, and I work as a head of external relations and advocacy at the Europeana Foundation. So for those who cannot see me, I am a woman in my mid-30s. I have dark brown hair, and I'm wearing a pink shirt with a brown blazer and glasses. So before we start, and for those who have just joined us right now, I would like to invite you to consult and follow our inclusive engagement guidelines, which will be shared by my colleagues in the chat, and which will allow everyone present today to feel safe in today's conversation, so that we can make sure that we listen and read each other carefully, embrace a learning mindset, and respect all perspectives and points of views, own any mistakes we may make, and also feel free to share if we feel that somebody has crossed a boundary. So feel free to also reach out to my colleagues using the DMA function in the chat. So with that, I will now introduce this very exciting session, in which we will explore how artificial intelligence is helping cultural heritage institutions across Europe to deliver on their mission. So from expanding access and deepening experience and all this engagement to to also create more meaningful experiences, and how organizations across Europe are investing in research, in experimentation, and user-centered AI tools. So why is this important? As we all know, artificial intelligence is rapidly becoming a socio-cultural technology, and today 1 in 6 people are using generative AI to answer questions, to support decision-making, to translate context, and this number is only growing. So as such, AI is becoming a powerful interface to culture and heritage, and the institutions that steward our cultural memory are not standing in the sidelines and are not neutral observers, as we will see today. As a matter of fact, organizations are increasingly adopting AI to unlock new forms of access, participation, societal value. And today we will see 2 very inspiring examples of how AI can support storytelling, discovery, interpretation, and ultimately creating opportunities to connect people to culture in new ways. Of course, this transformation also comes with challenges. AI raises many questions and dilemmas. So how do we use these technologies in lines that are aligned with our values of authenticity, diversity, public interest? On which data are these tools trained, and by whom? How can we strengthen public literacy on AI and enable our audiences to understand how AI works? And engage with this technology in a critical way, and also how to mitigate the environmental impact, as these technologies are also energy intensive. So these are just some of the questions that our sector are facing, but we will see today that AI can also be a powerful tool to support interpretation and deepen audience engagement. So this demonstrates that cultural heritage institutions are well placed, thanks to their expertise and public mission, to help shape AI in a way that is more diverse, inclusive, sustainable, and also creative. So our 2 speakers today will bring shining examples of this. And without further ado, I would now like to introduce our panelists, who I already see on screen. So we have with us Julie Parisi. She's a multidisciplinary designer working as an innovation catalyst and leading innovation at the Museum in Oslo. And we also have with us Martina Freitag, head of public programs in Kunsthal Prague in Prague. So she is leading a workshop called Warm Up with AI, which we will be hearing from today. So I will let you also introduce yourselves as you take over and share your slides as well. We will have some 15 minutes per presentation, and then we can open up questions and conversation. So, Martina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the kind introduction. The slides will appear, or should I be sharing?
You need to take control of the slide deck.
Mm-hmm.
Martina, this is Beth. I'll butt in. At the top of the screen where it says slide screen, there's a little circle with 3 dots. If you click on that, request remote control.
There, sorry.
Yeah.
A little while. And here we go. So hello again, my name is Martina. I am a white female with blonde hair, and I'm in my mid-30s, although my friends really make fun of my baby face. So here I am, and I am taking you today to Kunsthalle Praha. We are a relatively new institution, opened in 2022 with a programming that connects Czech and international art scene, focusing on modern and contemporary art. We're housed in a reconstructed transformer station from the 30s. So we started the exhibition program with a show about electricity in art, and continue the interdisciplinary program, often showing overlaps with different fields and involving new technologies. And so this principle is intertwined in our learning programs as well. From the very beginning of the gallery, I founded the Learning and Public Programs department, and my goal was really to work with sound, with 3D scanning, with photography, video in different forms. And so in our workshops, we usually try to come up with sort of one overarching creative principle or approach that can be applied to different exhibitions. So one workshop can be developed based on the changing topics, but also on the evolving technology, like in the case of AI. So we can really react on what's going on. So it's much more difficult to work with temporary exhibitions rather than permanent collection, where you have really the luxury of time. But we don't want to change workshops every 3 to 5 months from scratch. So we were thinking about this overarching structure of the workshops in order to have the programs more long-term, so that teachers can include them in their syllabus, and also, for example, more people from the regions can plan their visit. So what is warm-up with AI? So you can really imagine it as a physical warm-up. So you stretch, you try out, you test different ways, you experiment. It's really the first sparkle before you dive deeper. So this is a workshop how to get acquainted with the basic AI models, understand how it works, and use it in a creative way, pretty much like artists do today. To some extent, AI can be compared to photography. Many people, artists, are afraid of this new technology, but we're trying to understand it, right? We're trying to see its possibilities and limits. So it's not without acknowledging its threats. And we are discussing with students from the beginning the environmental, social threats, and discussing, for example, and uncovering what it means to create one prompt, to generate a text or an image. And so for us, AI is primarily a new creative and interpretation tool. So it's something many students know well. They use it intuitively and often, but we are attempting to show them new creative ways and explore the exhibitions, but also the world around them differently, more sensitively. And here we go. How did we start? We were thinking about using AI already in 2023 when there was the exhibition Read by M. Green and Draxet in Kunsthalle Braha. And this exhibition was quite special. As some of you may know, the work of M. Green and Draxet, they create spaces in galleries which you normally don't encounter in galleries, be it a hospital, or in this case in Prague, they recreated a library. Since Czech Republic, where we come from, we have the highest number of libraries per capita. So they decided to recreate a library. However, their spaces are pretty clean, you know, no labels, no wall text. So it can be a bit confusing to how to navigate in the space. And they really leave it up to the visitors to interpret the works. And so we work with this. We really listened to what the exhibition or the artists tell us, and also what the visitors are concerned about. And we took it as a challenge and teamed up with the artist, the playwright, Maria Novakova. And we're thinking how to use AI as this interpretation tool, as a help, as a partner while going through the exhibition. So the task for the workshop at the beginning was to choose an artwork and choose a literary genre and create sort of an accompanying text to the artwork. I will move on how we have moved on with different exhibitions, because you know, a few months went on and we had a different exhibition on the photographer Lucia Maholi. You may know probably her husband more, Laszlo Moholy-Nagy, but she is getting much deserved credit now as the photographer of Bauhaus. So she was documenting not only the building of Bauhaus in Dessau, but she was also documenting the life and work of the students there. And so we were suddenly challenged here with working with AI, but we wanted to move to work with an image. We wanted to think about photography, and since with photography you're sort of left in the dark, what's happening before and after an image is taken. But AI at this point can help you with that. It can help you to create a story. We were testing different apps. We were testing how we can work with image generating models. We decided to use the Runway app because it offered a high quality service for a reasonable price, but at the same time offered an open part, because this is also very important for us, so that students and teachers can work with that without having to pay anything. But of course, we were faced with the amount of generated images. So here the debate on the amount was very important, right? What it means to create several images, what it means for our environment, so that you don't, you know, necessarily create 1,000 images, but you really think about the story you want to tell. You put together very carefully your prompt. So we limited from the beginning the number the students could generate. And we asked students, so here the task changed a little bit. We asked students to select a photograph from the exhibition, to really think about the story they were putting together based on the information they got about the exhibition, and put together a short video, or maybe better to imagine a moving image. So this is how the workshop sort of develops based on every new exhibition. However, the structure of the workshop stays the same. So maybe I'll just go quickly through that. We have a 30-minute introduction with the students. We show different artist practices, how they work with AI, but also we choose artists that are critical about AI and open different topics that are important for them to know. And then there is 1 hour creative practice. So students work in groups. Usually the group is around 5 people in one group, and they're provided with iPads from the gallery from us. There's around 25 participants for each group. That's manageable. And then in the end, there's a 30-minute feedback reflecting on their work. So altogether, we have 2 hours for the workshop. And so what are the students really learning? I forgot to mention the workshop is aimed at secondary school students. We are really, it's really based on the importance of seeing and developing a certain sensitivity to our surroundings. So the main thing is to learn how to formulate and write down an idea in a very precise way. They're learning a film language as well. They have to think about what they want the camera to do. And also storytelling, to be able to make their story understandable and plausible. So they work similarly as film teams in a group with the need to pass a vision, or like artists, who work in collectives, and we emphasize that an artwork is usually done by various people. So here are a few images that were, or a few videos that were created by the students. This is from another exhibition of the Japanese artist Chiharu Shiota, and she is creating environments. So it was very difficult to, at the beginning, for some students to capture an image that then they can work with, because it was not one secluded artwork, but it was a whole room. And I'm trying to put it forward. Here we go. And also they learned that it's much better to work with very simple movement or one very simple action, so that you don't have many things going on at the same time. This is from another exhibition by Marek and Kristina Milde. It's called A Call of the Forest. So again, it was very important to stay as close to the character of the exhibition and of the artwork as possible, and to include the topics of the exhibition as well. So there are challenges. Every workshop we we are performing, we are also learning ourselves and trying to improve every single time. We understand learning is a two-way street, and for us it's really an experimental lab, these workshops. So here are just few examples what we have faced, and for us it's also most rewarding to see the presentation of the students and to see, you know, how the workshop could change their perception, how they see the exhibition differently, how they approach the creative process differently, or the technology itself. At the end, we send them the videos so that they can discuss further at school or outside of school. And we continue applying these warm-up exercises to other exhibitions. So here I've included some numbers from last academic year. We are still gathering data from this academic year. However, our goal stays the same. We want to illustrate how AI tools can be used not only as a means to make our work easier, but also as a partner in developing ideas and engaging in creative experimentation. And we have learned, of course, in many other presentations, and we will surely hear today that the key issue is not the technology itself, but the way we work with it, right? And if AI is understood as an open process, a dialogical apparatus, and a material for experimentation, it really can become an important catalyst for learning, imagination, and critical thinking. So with that, I conclude my presentation, and I'll be happy to take some further questions. And thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Martina, for this very interesting presentation. There will be some time for questions and answers after our second speaker, so please use the Q&A function in the chat to share your questions already as of now. So again, thank you for showing how artificial intelligence can support creation, interpretation, storytelling, collaboration. And I very much liked also the fact that you have very clear which trade-offs you are facing. So you mentioned environmental impact, the openness as well of the tools you use, and how cultural organizations can really support the critical technology discourse, right, among students, artists alike. So we will come back with some questions to you, Martina, but right now I would like to introduce our next guest, Julie Parisi, who works as an innovation catalyst and discipline lead for innovation at the Munch Museum in Oslo. So please, Julie, the floor is yours.
Hi, can you hear me okay? Super. So yeah, I'm Julie and I work at Munch in Oslo, which is in Norway. This is also where I currently sit while having this talk. I will try to do a visual description throughout my whole presentation, and I'll start with myself. So I have dyed orange hair to my shoulders, maybe it's a bit more red. I have green eyes and I'm wearing a black blouse with a red flowers on it. And my virtual background is the motif, The Sun by Edvard Munch. And yeah, I was already introduced as my background is in design and experience and interaction design. And in the image that is on the screen is the Munch Museum. And it's a tall building with metal. It's a metal building with 13 floors with a kink on the top, a sort of a nod to the city. And it's a very visited museum in the Nordic. In the next 15 minutes, I plan to share how we work with creating experiences for and with our audience and my lens would be focused towards young adults like 14 to 25. And I will talk about some overall concepts and initiatives as well as one project in detail, where we have used AI as a tool to engage our audience. Let's see, it worked, sorry. Too fast. But before I start, I would like to give you some context. So the museum I work for, Munch, is the largest collection of Edvard Munch's work. And for those of you that don't know Edvard Munch, he's the person that made the very famous Scream. And in the image that is on the screen now is one of the sketches to the Scream. And in the collection, we have 26,000 artworks by Edvard Munch, and we have 42,000 Edvard Munch objects in the collection. So it's a big collection. And the collection was donated by the artists to the city of Oslo, which means that we are a public institution, and we are run by the city of Oslo. And that means that we have responsibility and also a task given by the municipality to make a museum for the new generation, as well as the current. And in 2021, the museum moved from Tøyen. It was a one-floor building, which is on the screen now. That's been the home to the museum since 1963. And we moved to a high-rise with 13 floors in the new area by the waterfront next to other cultural institutions, such as the opera and the main public library. So the new building is tailor-made for loads of things, for a multi-purpose house. We have many exhibition galleries. We have many, anyways. And we also, in this move, we also got to host other collections as well from private collections, such as Rolf Stenersen, Ravnsberg, and Nielsen. So we have more than Edvard Munch collection to work with. And yeah, as I said, we have, of course, we show a lot of Edvard Munch works, lots of permanent collections on display or exhibitions on display, but we also show contemporary art, performances, and international exhibitions. And of course, we have talks and kids program and so on. So you get my point. We have a lot of things going on at the same time for many ages and interests. And it's a good thing. That's exactly what we should do. And when it comes to AI, we work with it in two ways. So we invite artists to exhibitions to explore, critical challenge, and experiment with the technology and systems. That is always, when it's within the exhibition space, it's always curators working on it. I'm not a curator. And for instance, we have a triennial, which happens every third year, where it's a group show where the last two editions had the lens towards technology and critical thinking towards that. And then we also work with it in the context of our collection when it comes to experiments, audience engagement, and also understanding our collection data. So that's the Munch Lab, which I will talk about because that's where I sit within the organization. I work with innovation at Munch. It's called Innovation and Research and sits within the collection. And our main task is to explore and experiment through R&D projects. And it's really important is R&D projects, which is about how to make our collection and the museum available through other and alternative ways, especially focused towards young adults. So we take loads of risk and so on. We like to make things to be in dialogue and think together with our audience. And this is a very important principle. And we use what if, and we also use experimentation as a method, where the product is not in focus, but what happens when it's in use and what dialogues that appear with our audience when we introduce them. So for instance, I like to use these examples as examples. First of all, I just have to say I've not worked with any of those, either with Loewe or Gartnerfugl in these projects. But I like to use them when I think about when sort of talking about innovation at Munch. So for instance, take a look at the clothing. So on the screen is a dress or is a shirt and trousers made by Loewe for the spring summer collection 23. where everything looks like it's pixels, but it's actually sewn. So it's not digital, it's made by textiles. And in my opinion, this communicates joy and experimentation and craft. And I think that is one of our core principles. And then on the other side of the slide is an image within an image in a cabin. And it's made by Gartnerfuglen architects. And I love these examples because they really wanted to make this window within a window. And then many engineers said it wasn't possible, but they continued to investigate on how they could make it possible. And in the end, they found a partner that was willing to explore it with them. And today that window can actually be opened. Both these examples represent the willingness to experiment and think alternative thoughts about how things can be made and understood, which is at core of what we do at Innovation at Munch. So then our space where we invite our audience is called Munch Lab, and it's on the 6th floor within the gallery space. So it's like all these other exhibition areas, and then it's a small room which is called Munch Lab, and it's our space for testing and innovation. We maybe already said this, but we like to describe it as our space to think with. We have had games in there, we had interactive displays, and now very recently we had a concept called New Snow, which is the project I will be talking about. So the core of the project is Edvard Munch's drawings. These drawings are so fragile that they cannot be shown. Some of them had never been on display, and his drawings from his childhood until his death. So it's 7,050 drawings in the whole collection, in the drawing collection, and many of them are in notebooks and so on. Here you can see some of, in the image, it's a drawer with loads of notebooks by Edvard Munch, and then it's another sketch of Edvard Munch that he made with his dog. So the point was like, okay, all these people that work with these drawings, they were like the, what you call it? The museum, yeah. I don't know the word in English. Anyways, the people that is like taking care of these drawings, they talk about this intimate experience with like looking at the lines and looking at all these details in these drawings, and they're so different, and many of them are just scribbles and many of them are training drawings, and they talk about this intimate connection. So we're curious to see if we could make something that sort of create this intimate connection. So then we were thinking, okay, maybe we can use AI helping to create these experiments. And we had many like early tests and so on. And the question is like, is it possible to get closer to Edvard Munch's drawing using AI? And it was really important for us not to generate any new Edvard Munch drawings. We wanted to make a tool that sort of made the drawings available because they're not available today. And in this process, we found a research partner, which is TCS Tata Consultancy, which we work with in collaboration to create this experience that we have created. But AI is not only about technology, and that's really important for us. So it's about choices, values, and also what kind of future we would like to hold. And it's really important when creating these digital things for audience that we also understand what data means and what kind of ecosystem it goes into. So when we decided to look into how AI could be used as a tool within this tool, we were like, okay, we need to think about it critically, and we have this responsibility as well, being a museum and a public institution. So we have had different approaches and different frameworks that we've been using, and here are some of them. So the UNESCO's recommendation of ethics of AI Commons, nourishing alternatives to big tech and monoculture, and also through Dr. Una Murphy, which is that has created a framework that we used, and also she's also become like a critical sparring, like a partner to have dialogue with. So one of the frameworks we used to align and explore the ethical aspects has been the Museum AI network that has very nice questions to explore and also to answer. And it's really nice because if you don't know the answer to it, you have to explore it further. So it's not like you did a good job or bad job. It's like for you to have a critical reflection towards working with these technologies. All right. And then all of this led to our first prototype. And in the video, you see how it worked. So people used their own drawings to search the archive by making their own drawings. This was the first prototype and it was open to the public. We opened it in December 2024. At that point, we didn't know if it would run or I'll play it again. If it would run or if it wouldn't work being scaled up. Because of course we did lots of testing in the process. But that's one of the principles of Munch Lab. We take the risk and if it doesn't work, we can also always close the lab. And then how it works is that the audience make a drawing and then the system translates into a text. Here you can also, in this one, the text was shown, like how the system understood your drawing. So it will analyze the drawing based on motif, line, and composition. This first prototype was open for the public for 3 months. We had 6 iPads in use, and it was about 60,000 search that was done into the archive. So 60,000 drawings made by the audience. And in this one, in use no one, it was really important for us to understand, like, okay, what alternative models can we use? So we looked into and also used a foundation model, and then we used open source model for the refinement and so on. But the thing that we saw that the match was not as accurate as it should be, or what the audience expected it to be. How am I on time? I was supposed to put...
You still have a couple of minutes.
How much?
2 minutes.
2?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay, I'll speed up. Thank you very much. Yeah, and then, okay, I'll go through. So in the process, we also invited all this, we invited to user testing and also this critical reflection with the audience whilst working on it, what it means to have AI in the museum, how they were thinking about it, and so on. And then we also invited young adults to critically write about it, which we also published on our Munch page. And then we also talked about, we also had QR codes about how we would use AI. We also it was very important for us to invite into a space where they could sort of shape the room with us. So here you see some drawings of that, of how they were talking about how to create this a space for them. And then we also had some other activities. Here you see, in the image, you see some of the drawings that was mostly found. Here you can see it was like some that was shown 10,000 times, and other that was shown, like for instance, the scream. The drawing of the scream was found 3,997 times by the audience. But then we also had drawings that was not found, and we were like, okay, well, how can we do it? What can we do? So then we made a prototype 2, which opened August 2025. And then in this one, we wanted to do everything opposite. So instead of having a soft one, we made a hard room. Instead of using open source model, we used commercial big models, GPT models. And here you see, and we also introduced colors in this one. And because we saw that using that model that was not open sourced created better results. Or better matches. But one thing that's really important, that was not about finding the correct match, was about like exploring the archive. So it was not about getting the scream. It was about finding like this wonder. And we could see that people spent up to 30 minutes exploring the archive through this drawing experience. And this sort of focus and exploring and trying and testing the system has been really important for this work. Yeah, I'll finish it. So this prototype was open only for 1 month, and it was 20,000 drawings that was made. I'll do this. No. Yeah, we also made a booklet where we introduced different things from the project. We also showed case studies, and we also had an example code about how the system was made and how it worked, about like creating this AI, open it up the black box, trying to, okay. And then we also, I'll go very fast, but we also in this one invited the audience to share their screens in the room. And this meant that we would collect some data by the audience, but to be able to show it in this gallery screen. And then we had this, like, we are collecting your data really big on the wall to be transparent, because transparency is one of like a core principle. And then here you just see some of the other matches from the archive. And we could see that in USNO 1 and USNO 2, so more drawings, like more, how do you say it, like variety, difference with the drawings were shown. So the people that was using it actually got like deeper into the archive, but still the full archive is not found or by the audience. And luckily, this experiment is now becoming an exhibition at Munch, which opens now in June, and it will be open for 6 months. So it's going to be interesting to see how audience engage with it. So that was me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Julie, for this very inspiring presentation. I see also people thanking on the chat. So here we've also seen an example of how AI can actually expand access to material that is too fragile to be shown, as you mentioned, and creating, I will echo your words, an intimate connection with the drawings, which is something I think is it's really outstanding. And I would also like to highlight, before we jump into the questions and the conversation, that you mentioned that AI is not only about technology, but also about values, ethical choices. And this was also mentioned by Martina. So I found that really interesting as a common point from your presentations. So I will be looking at the questions that we have received. So I have a couple of messages congratulating you both. Inspiring talk. Thank you. So question for Julie. Is the tool available online in your website, or just on site at the museum?
It's only on site at the museum, but it's interesting you're asking it, because there's been many like, oh, maybe it can be introduced to the teachers and so on. But for the moment, it's only on site. And now that it's being scaled from a prototype to a sort of thing that can be holding for 6 months and 30 iPads, it's going to be interesting to see what happens after. Hope that answered your question.
Yes, thank you. It does. And I also have a question for you both. So, Julie, you mentioned that part of your work is actually experimenting and taking risks. And Martina, you mentioned that you also engage with artists that tend to be critical towards AI. And in the cultural sector, we often see professionals balancing their enthusiasm for AI with the need to also set boundaries, right? So I would like to know what kind of resistance or concerns you have faced in your different stakeholder groups, and how have you built consensus or adjusted your strategies in the process? Who would like to start? Martina.
You mean as part of the gallery itself, when we, at the beginning, when we try to introduce the workshop? It was really a process, because we started quite early on, and as I mentioned, we were really responding to a big debate that we had about including text in the exhibition, and it was of course a bigger debate on how much an artist should be explaining their work, and how much is it up to the visitor to interpret it themselves? So at that point, AI was welcomed as a partner, and I think at that point many people, they were more excited because it was the time when OpenAI really spread. So people took it with excitement, and it was more us as a department who raised the critical points. Let's look at both sides and really introduce these critical questions that many people didn't really link it, for example, to the environmental impact. Right. So we wanted to uncover the whole process, and we wanted to put it all the way down to the data storages and show, also we also show many different articles that are written about the impact of AI. So it was more us trying to convince them to look at AI critically.
Thank you, Martina. I think indeed that's one of the roles, right, of cultural institutions to be this space where critical and nuanced conversations can take place. Julie, would you like to add to that from your perspective and experience?
One thing that I can say that we did was that, of course, it was lots of worry when we said that we're going to start to work with AI. It was a big debate, even like on the news. Like the director had to go in and have a conversation, like on live TV, and those kind of things because of all this fear. And then when we started working with it, like showing that we understood this responsibility, and it was not to be part of a hype we wanted to do it, it was because it could be a good tool to open up the access, the conversation have shifted. And one thing that we did do was, like, of course, in this booklet that I briefly showed you, we tried to sort of give the information here in that one, and also trying on the webpage. But another thing we also have done with the management at the museum is that Dr. Una Murphy and also Dr. Aga, which is head of innovation and research at Munch, they held a workshop with the management team about these like choices, and now they're also reviewing this like framework we're going to work after, which is about this like it is a choice it's a choice how we want to work with it. And for instance, we also been really mindful about the data centers we're using, understanding what is sort of green or greener ways of doing it, and so on. And I think it's just important to also just have this conversation instead of polarizing it as well. And one of the things that also happened with us, that in the Newsno 1, the first prototype, we invited some people to come in and test. And they were just like, okay, we said yes to this test to shout at you because we don't want you to work with this tool. And then when they tried the experience, they were like, oh, okay, I don't feel angry. So it's also about like inviting to this conversation and be able to sort of be in them. I think it's been really valuable for us. And we're going to continue doing that also throughout like the exhibition period as well. I hope that answered the questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I also see other questions from the chat. So question for Julie. Did you store the audience's pictures? And can this be used to teach AI to give better results? So feed them again into the AI tool.
Yeah, we did not have consent to do that, so we're not going to do it. But yeah, that was an active choice not to store it for that.
Great, thank you. And for the Newsno, the question of better results feel dependent on how you set audience expectations?
I saw that one and I was really happy about it. Thank you for asking it, because I also think maybe I framed it a bit stupid. Anyways, so the one thing that we saw that in Use No 1, it was the same drawings that kept on appearing, and the system didn't feel so smart, because imagine if you draw a horse and then you would get a squiggle, because it would analyze the drawing, like the first line first. So we had to do some work on it. And then on this one, on the New Snow 2, the system feel like it doesn't feel so random. And I think that's sort of that was the better result kind of thing. And the framing of the experience has been like, explore the archive by making your own drawing. So we never promise that you get like an accurate match. But it's something about this, if you make the same drawing, you make 3 different drawings and you get the same match, it doesn't feel like it's actually a smart system. So I think that's sort of was what I meant. And that was like the compromise. But then I also learned that it doesn't need to be that compromise. So we are in contact with other like different technology like open source platforms that are saying that you could do it in this way. So we are also looking into how to continue the path of the open source instead of using closed systems.
Thank you very much also for raising this point on the openness, and maybe a question to both of you in relation to this. How do you choose which technologies to use and to work, which partners to work with? So you've already mentioned some of the criteria or conditions that guide these decisions. You mentioned, Julie, transparency. You both mentioned openness as well. Then there are some trade-offs in terms of costs, access, environmental impact. So how have you been choosing this technology in both of your organizations? Who would like to start?
I can start if that's okay. Yeah. I've mentioned this a little bit. The main thing for us is that we use open sources, or we use apps that have open source parts that students can work with outside of the gallery, or that teachers can test. So that's important. And we invited experts from IGNOS, which is an education platform active in Czech Republic with focus on AI, and they gather many experts on AI. So we don't see ourselves as AI experts. So it's always about the conversation, and we tested with them what's sort of the best app. And of course they change rapidly, as you mentioned, so we also try different apps over time. Right now we're trying 11 labs, for example, where we generate sound from images. So from an exhibition with abstract paintings, we develop sound. So it always changes a little bit with every exhibition, and we want to stay flexible in this way and react accordingly.
Thank you, Martina. Would you like to share yourself as well, Julie?
Yeah. Martina, I just love that you say stay flexible. I think it's such a good way to frame it. It's so nice. Yeah, well, as I said, we have collaborated with Dr. Murphy, and then we also working with the research department that is researching AI, and also at TCS. So it's them together with us using these frameworks and those kind of things that are influencing the choices. But then we are so keen on exploring further about these alternative models and what it really, how can we create things that are not within this monoculture and closed systems. And that's what we're currently looking at now when it comes to the audience drawings that's going to be in that gallery or like in the exhibition space, because we expect like really large numbers. And then we're looking into how these drawings can be shared on open source platform to the community. So it goes back into the community, and that's what we're working on now. So it's a constant. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you both. I have one more question for you. If you could share in one word or one sentence, how would you describe the impact that working with AI has had on your audience engagement work?
I'll share fun, laughter, because it created all this in the space. It's just because I've been doing observation in the space, and it's just like joy and laughter and really like exploration and testing the system. So that's what I would say.
That's really great, and I wish I had that answer because it was very much part of our workshops as well. It was great seeing secondary school students that are very often forced to come to the gallery. They don't want to be there, and suddenly something changes while they are doing the workshop and while they're creating. So that's great. And for me, I would say inspiring discussions with the students.
Thank you. So fun and an inspiration. I'm inviting our guests to share their question. We still have a couple of minutes in case you would like to ask our wonderful panelists anything else or share your own experience as well. I'm looking at our questions. I don't think we have any other questions for you. Really love the idea of drawing based on the objects of the museum. Okay. So this has been really, really inspiring. Thank you so much for sharing with us. I think some key takeaways that we've been discussing today are really the opportunities and the challenges of AI in the work of cultural institutions across Europe, and how we know that our institutions are not infallible, right? We know there are some limits to the technology we use, some negative impacts and challenges, but also how you are really addressing them while grasping the opportunities. So I think this is really a key learning from this panel, how to stay attentive to the risks, but still making the most of new technologies at Europeana and the data space. As you know, our mission is to support cultural institutions in their digital transformation, and of course this includes the responsible uptake of AI. So thank you so much for being with us today. Thank you also for our guests and audience for their questions, their words of encouragement. We are going to have a break now, so 10 minutes break. We will be back at 11:45, and in the meantime, during the break, you will be seeing some very nice videos from the climate action award winners. So we have, you can still stay here with us. And also very important, you want to come back because we have a very interesting panel coming up on play and remix with very interesting experiences on how video games are being archived and reused, also remixing digital cultural heritage to produce collages, comics, and memes even, and also augmented reality escape games for visitors. So please stay with us to listen to these very interesting experiences, and do not forget to complete a survey that will pop up on Zoom when you leave. Martina, Julie, thank you so much again. And I wish you a very nice continuation of the Digital Storytelling Festival 2026. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to the Digital Storytelling Festival. Hope you have enjoyed the break, or if you're just joining us, welcome to the festival. We hope that it helps inspire you and maybe even provides a little bit of education or some new ideas for you. I am Emilia. I am the API Partnerships Lead at the Europeana Foundation. I am a 31-year-old female with dark brown shoulder-length hair. I wear glasses, and today I'm wearing a burgundy shirt. I'll be the host for the panel entitled Play and Remix. And as you listen to this session, please keep in mind the inclusive engagement guidelines, which I'm sure one of my colleagues will drop in the chat for you to read as well. So, Play and Remix, this is a panel about how playfulness, remixing, and interaction can enable archives and museums to unlock new forms of storytelling and audience participation. We have panelists from the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision, the Estonian National Museum, as well as the Wien Museum. And together, we'll explore how museums and archives are moving beyond preserving artifacts and towards creating interactive, creative, and reusable experiences with digital heritage. Afterwards, we'll hopefully have some time to wrap up with a Q&A, giving the panelists a chance to answer your questions. So our first panelist is Wietse Koppelman. He works as a curator at the Netherlands Institute for Sound and Vision. He focuses on developing and broadening the collection beyond traditional media, including Dutch video games. And that's exactly what he'll dive into with his talk, addressing how video games find their way into an archive, what we can learn from the experience, and how we can reuse them. So Wietse, the floor is yours.
Yes, hi, thanks, Emilia. Just one quick question. Am I in control of the slides? No. So I'll ask you if you can do the next slide. So if you would go on to the next slide. Yes, thank you very much. Maybe to start off, my name is Wietse Koppelman. I am a white male in 30s, wearing a black sweater and I guess beige cap by an undefined, unnamed brand. We are, of course, not here to advertise today. And today I will be diving into our games collection at Sound and Vision. I'll start with a short introduction about Sound and Vision and a short note on what we do when it comes to preservation. And then I want to give you two examples of what we do when it comes to presentational aspects of video games, be it digital storytelling or be it storytelling with digital products. If you could go to the next slide. Yes, thank you. Here you see our building. It's located in Hilversum in the Netherlands. Oh, well, you saw the outside, the colorful outside, and the more, let's say, monochrome inside of it. Yes, this is the outside again. We are the Dutch Media Archive, and we are traditionally focused on more radio and television as traditional media. If you go to the next slide, and if you tap it 3 times, then yes, here you see our 3 functions with arrows, because located on the upper floors is our museum. It's actually hanging inside the building and kept up, being foundationally strengthened by the research side. Symbolically, this is sounds beautifully, of course, but also constructionally, that is how the building is constructed. We are also a research institute, and in our basements, we have 5 floors of depots where our archive is located. And if you go to the next slide, within that archive, mostly you will find cans of film and video on which our television archive is located. But being an archive that wants to be top of the bill, we have also digitized a lot of our archive. If you go to the next slide, then you will see what that kind of looks like. We have most of our television archive located on tape, 1.5 million hours of both radio and television, and also web videos such as YouTube. But we are, of course, here to talk about games today. And if you go to the next slide, there you will see how our games collection looks. It's broadening. It's not that big when it comes to physical carriers, of course. But then again, the Dutch gaming industry is an industry that is consistent also of a lot of smaller studios who make only digital games and do digital distribution. And we started archiving games for, let's say, the better part of 8, maybe 9 years, and we'll dive into a few collections today. First off, if you go to the next slide, how we went about actually getting to a list of what consists of Dutch gaming heritage and Dutch gaming history, we made the Dutch Games Canon. We did this in conjunction and in collaboration with a lot of industry experts to make a list of, when it comes to Dutch gaming history, which games would actually constitute as being important and being archived. In the end, our goal would be to have every Dutch game ever made, of course, but to start us off, we made this list. On the one hand, it's also a storytelling tool and a presentation tool, because as you can see here on this picture, it's a list, it's an interactive list, and you can learn something about the different titles on the list. On the other hand, it's a preservation tool for us, because it gives us a list to go out into the field and to actually acquire these games. Interesting note, of course, on this is when you're talking about gaming history with people, be they not expert in their local fields, of course, usually you will get a US or maybe Japan-centric history, maybe a few UK notes within it, but there aren't that many people who are not involved in their local or national game industries who would know that much about their own local gaming history. So this was a bit of a blank spot for us as well. And this list is then again, on the one hand, very much a good presentational tool. On the other hand, a good preservation tool, because it gives us a list to go out and get those games. If you were to go to the next slide, what we do with those games, our preservation strategy is that we do preservation by emulation. So a preserved game for us does not just constitute having a physical carrier, a physical copy of that game on the shelf. No, we make a digital copy of that game as well. But then you run into the issue of if you have a digital copy, a digital copy for a C64, a Commodore 64, is not the same thing as having a digital copy for a PC game, of course. So we make emulation packages for those games to be able to run them on a computer, well, let's say, to take the short route, pretty much indefinitely into the future, as long as we update our emulation package, because that emulation package substitutes for, let's say, if you're running a PlayStation 2, or if you're running a Nintendo, or if you're running a Commodore 64. To give you an example of what that looks like, if you go to the next slide, I have a short clip that shows you how that looks if you run it on a PC. I guess if you push enter, it's automatically going to run. Yes, there we are. All in all, it's a bit jittery, but you get the idea of how it's running, of course. And in this way, we can, of course, make these games accessible, not just to play for fun, of course, which is also a big part of it, but we also archive these games to make them available for educational purposes. And that could be anything from, middle school to high school to universities, or anyone who wants to dive into these games that we have archived. Also, of course, for research purposes, for academics. The important part of it is for us to make it available, and that also other people can use these games for other purposes, be they creative, be they academic. If you go to the next slide, I want to dive into a few examples. So here we are at the games collection again. If you do one more click, I want to dive into this top shelf, because what you see here is our Davilex collection. And that was actually the first big donation or acquisition that we did when it came to our games collection. If you go to the next slide, Davilex is quite a renowned or notorious name, depends on how you look at it, when it comes to Dutch gaming heritage. Davilex was founded by David and Lex, hence Davilex, in the end of the 80s. They started making accounting software. And in the mid-90s, in the PC boom, every household started getting a PC, at least in the Netherlands, in their household. And they kind of jumped into that with also starting a gaming division. And they made a few games, one of which is A2 Racer or A2 Racer. The A2 is a Dutch highway, and that is also the game you just saw running on the emulation package. So I didn't just choose that at random. And they were considered not cool because they made software on the cheap. They made budget bin software. Let's say that a normal game at that time cost you about $100 in the Netherlands. Well, any Davilex game would cost you about $20 to $50, So it wasn't priced that high, and with that, it also wasn't that renowned, especially with critics. Most of the Davilex games that came out got around an F grade, But be they budget bin software and be they also educational software, the one on the left, Redcat, you see, playing with letters and words. You could learn to spell with Redcat. You could learn to do math with Redcat. In all honesty, I also used to suck at math, but I did like Redcat. So my mom also thought, well, I'm going to buy a math game by Redcat, which was actually pretty difficult to play on the one hand. And then as a reward, you could do math after that. So the whole playthrough experience wasn't that grand for me as well. But because this was so widespread, an entire generation in the Netherlands grew up playing these games. But then again, in the 1990s, it was not cool. Skip ahead. Redcat's Razende Rekenrace, shout out, yes. 20 years in the future, if you were to go to the next slide, Redcat is all of a sudden cultural history. Once again, a generation grew up playing these games. So everyone in the Netherlands pretty much knew what these games were. So from, let's say, a historical or cultural heritage perspective, it made very much sense of us because we got this huge Davilex donation to devote an entire day to look back on what made Davilex tick. And how we did that? Well, we made the Davilex Games Dag, or the Davilex Games Day, where we looked back with the personnel of Davilex, how they made these games. It was presented by one of the premier game journalists back in the day in the 1990s, who also gave most Davilex games an F, to look back at what the reputation of these games is now. And it's not so much on the one hand to maybe qualitatively up those games, but to look mostly critically about what the position of these games are within the Dutch gaming history, not so much, once again, worldwide gaming history, also because much of the content of these games was located in Dutch content. The A2 is a highway in the Netherlands. It isn't a highway in Germany. It isn't a highway in the UK. Though, to be fair, Davilex also made a German version, Autobahn Racer, and they also made an English version, London Racer. Don't know if anyone here played it, but it's out there. But to take this a bit further and to kind of like canalize the love that most people still carry for these games, or hate, depending how you look at it, we also organized a game jam around this. If you go to the next slide, Marijke is also sharing the itch.io page we made for the game jam. So if you want to take a look at it outside of this this mini presentation I'm giving right now, feel free, of course. We also made a game jam around this. And the winner of that game jam, there was an award, of course, attached to it, is a very meta version of what Davilex is, namely a Davilex Tycoon game based on Roller Coaster Tycoon. So it's a sim, a management game, which where you can make your own Davilex studio and your own Davilex games. A very surprised winner for me, because I didn't see this coming on such a meta level. But this also gives us a way to give these Davilex games back to the public and get something back out of this, of course, because these games are also landing in our archives, and it makes it for us manageable to tell new stories with this Davilex heritage, and especially with the surrounding story that Davilex has that we can't really put into our archive ourselves, because we have the games and we have the television shows and maybe some YouTube videos around this. But this whole, let's say, feeling that Davilex had in the 90s is a bit tricky for us to archive. And this is a way for us to do this. If you go to the next slide, we are once again back in the game collection. If you do another press, we're going to dive into another story. If you go to the next slide, you see that I surrounded an empty slot here, because this is a game that actually does not have a physical carrier. What we have here is The Blob. It's a student game that was made in the Netherlands 20 years ago by the Utrecht School of the Arts. And this game was quite a cult game that came out. The interesting thing about it is that you can roll around as a blob. And if you were to go to the next slide, it was made as an educational game together with the county of the city of Utrecht, where I'm also residing right now. And it was made as an educational game for changes that were going on in the city. And these game makers remade the entire city of Utrecht in a game form. And the game was actually quite fun to play. And one of the interesting things that they did with this, if you were to go to the next slide, is that they made this in 2006. And 2006 was the rise of, or let's say the change of having physical carriers and going more into digital distribution with Steam, which just came out a few months ago. And we're here in the early days of the internet, of course. So what these game students did, they put the game online, freely available for anyone who wants to show it. This is the Tweakers post that they actually originally used. This is still online. And the funny thing is, I was looking at this yesterday, and it's almost 20 years old. This is, of course, still a website. This is still online, which for us is very important in the sense that, let's say, our digital history is also still available in that sense. We are also trying to store that. So being able to go back to these pages is for us very important to tell these kinds of stories. If you go to the next slide.
Sorry to interrupt, Wietse. I'll just ask you to wrap up. I think you're almost at the end of your presentation, correct?
Yeah, definitely. Well, the interesting thing, because of this digital distribution, these students were able to grab the attention of a huge publisher in Europe, THQ. They were thusly interested in this game that they picked it up, and they asked the students to make a physical release of it again and to do a worldwide distribution deal with that. That is quite amazing when it comes to a tiny student game. So these students got this distribution gig. The game became quite a hit in the worldwide. If you go to the next slide, and that kind of launched their career. They became Ronimo Games, which is one of the most acclaimed Dutch gaming studios that there is. And they managed to get that big because they also could get studio space in the Dutch ecosystem, in the Dutch Game Garden. And if you go to the next slide, what we did is to look back at this story, because there's quite a lot of things to tell. these guys are 20 years older. So we look back, okay, what did you learn from this as being a student? And then being able to start your own game studio with that. And we had a retrospective for about an hour, which they could look back, especially visited by new students to inspire them to also go out there and see how they can start their careers. And then as a last slide, we also, of course, made the game playable on arcade cabinets so everyone could re-experience these kinds of games. And in these ways, we try to tell stories with the kinds of games that we get into our archive to also make them relivable and especially replayable by an audience of today. And that's it for me. Thank you for listening. And hopefully I've inspired you enough to ask a few questions in the Q&A.
Amazing. Thank you for that presentation. I really personally enjoyed all of the different video games that you walked us through. I feel like I also got a little lesson on the Dutch video game history. So thanks for that. We'll move on now to our second panelist, which is Mart Alaru. He is a junior researcher at the Estonian National Museum, and he is a PhD candidate at the University of Tartu. His research focuses on the use and implementation of digital heritage in the framework of ethnography and museology. And his talk today specifically will highlight the remix contest that the Estonian National Museum organized in 2025 and how participants translated digital heritage into a creative task. So Mart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Amelia. Can you hear me, first of all? Okay, thanks. I would like to, I'm a mid-30s white male. I'm wearing a blue t-shirt and I have a little man bun and glasses and a beard. And I want to first dwell on this topic on this very first slide here. The question that I'd like to kind of highlight is how digital heritage affords, and what it affords and how it affords, and specifically in terms of like creativity. Does it, invite or does it like block creativity? And by digital heritage, I mean not just the databases and the interfaces in the database, but also like the work and the kind of labor that goes into this. Like, for instance, I'm going to talk about the contest that that kind of highlights digital heritage, and how does this contest maybe invite or inspire or kind of incite to use digital heritage. That's one of the main questions of this talk. And the second sort of the concept that I'd like to dwell upon is mediatization, and how this plays into this kind of these affordances of heritage, expectations towards heritage, how like social media logic maybe channels this these kind of attention and focal points of user experiences of digital heritage. So, and to kind of research that, we made a contest, as I already told you, and the contest. Let's see if I can put the next slide. Oh yes. So the contest was called Eesti Raamat 500, which translates to Estonian Book 500, commemorating the 500th anniversary of Estonian like printed word. So the contest took place last year, and I think one of the important parts of this contest competition is that the title, first of all, we encouraged the contestants to take it as openly as possible and not like worry too much about being in the theme of this topic necessarily. And the other very important aspect of this call for these works, these remix works, was that it doesn't, you don't have to. There's no one format to do. It's in fact. You should. We encouraged sort of coming up with your own formats and do whatever, like videos, memes, collages, or something totally unique. And so it yielded at the end of the day, it yielded 159 works, and there were 139 participants. So I made some interviews with some of these people, and I talked about how they found the contest, why they decided to participate in the contest, and like what was this the triggers, what was the trigger that kind of incited or inspired them to participate. And the other important thing that I asked them was the experience with the digital heritage databases that we kind of had. We gave them a list of like Estonian-based digital heritage databases, mostly photo-based, but also audio, video. There was even some like natural heritage databases. And the question was like, how did it either kind of inspire or block or kind of what was the process? Was it a challenge? Was it easy? What was it like? So as for examples, we got collages, memes, all of these different types of formats. There was even a chatbot. I'm gonna just put it in here. It's a chatbot that kind of personifies an Estonian epic hero called Kalevipoeg. But yes, so it yielded really quite a wide variety of works. And let's see here. Here's one little GIF made by a young fella with like what is it? Like an e-book that is being thrown around. Then there were, of course, a couple of memes. Especially the memes were more popular among young people. Reusing pictures to kind of convey like day-to-day things. For instance, the first one on the left says parents on their way to the school of life. So they found this old photograph, and it resembles like these old people are probably like my parents are so old. And the second one says that the family therapy is too expensive, so you simply read quietly until traumas go away. So these are definitely very focused on like books. At the one on the right, at least, says is that way. And for instance, like there were a lot of collages, but this one in particular, this is made by Sandra Salome-Ust, who is a young digital artist in Estonia, and this is called Fairy Tale Childhood, and is inspired by her grandmother's tales of her of her youth. And but as you can see, I can't show all of I can't show the videos. There's a lot. Anyway, I would like to focus on like some of these takeaways from this research. So first of all, it mostly attracted, I think, creative people, and creative people seem to be, at least I have a sense that creative people are on the lookout for an excuse to do something creative, right? And if you kind of put it out there that there is a contest to be kind of go crazy and do some creative things with photographs or whatever, actually, then that's something that kind of helps heritage to be like inviting. So it's like from yesterday there was this talk that said like that maybe exhibition should be like please touch, and in here this is also like please engage with, please do something, please play with me, and I would say like doing such a kind of event like a contest or maybe a hackathon would be a similar thing, is kind of it helps with for the heritage to kind of become more inspiring, and maybe it should be part of how we conceptualize heritage as. Then the second takeaway I would say is that when you go into a kind of a database, these databases are not they are not kind of opening themselves up to you necessarily all the time, because they're not designed to do that. And so you kind of find yourself in a place, in a situation where you realize that you actually need to have a plan, an objective. And perhaps, of course, this contest provides you with, an objective. But of course, we don't go. There's not always a contest around, so that's a thing to think about. Maybe in within these databases or these interfaces that kind of present digital heritage, that maybe prompting some kind of an objective would be a good idea to help people with make some kind of a journey out of this experience. And the third takeaway is that in this day and age, we are kind of accustomed to finding things by a very scant kind of prompt. So for instance, you just prompt, let's say, like Google AI, I want to kind of do something with this idea, and then you just kind of have the answer, and it kind of gives, it's what I'm trying to say, that people have this expectation that they kind of serendipitously stumble upon kind of interesting things when they browse social media, or when they kind of search for things. But again, when coming to a classical digital heritage database, at least in Estonia, then they have this, the reality is different. They need to kind of have a plan and so on. But but it's also this kind of this expectation and the reality also creates a kind of may create a creative friction. It becomes a challenge, and therefore it ignites a little bit of your creativity. So in that light, I would argue that there is like this dilemma between, should we stay like really classical, like archive, where you do need to know what you're looking for? I would say not, but should we also totally, go over to the other side and just accept that we need to become like social media logic with doing the heritage, like presenting and curating heritage. Also no, so there needs to be kind of critical application of serendipity and application of social media logic. And yeah, so I would say that's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mart. That was quite interesting. Also really beautiful to see all of the different submissions, and I could also really relate to your takeaway of, I believe, what you call the social media logic. So should archives and museum collections be accessible through this sort of like metadata type of search, or should they be more accessible through a sort of non-objective, explorative way of navigating through them? So I can definitely see the benefit of both types of entry points into collections. So thank you for that.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll move on now to our third panelist, which is Christine Koblitz. She is the engagement manager at the Wien Museum in Austria. She's developed AI live prompting sessions at the museum, as well as the monthly Wien Museum pub quiz. Today, though, Christine will share a bit more about the AR escape game titled A Shared Secret, which she developed, and she will dive a little bit more into how she turned technical limits into creative storytelling. So Christine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. My name is Christine. I'm a white middle-aged woman with long brunette hair, wearing a white shirt and a black and white striped jacket. And I'm going to tell you, hopefully, how I ended up with gaming, I guess, because the first project I did for the museum that included gaming was the development of an AR escape game at the Clock Museum. Here we are. Great. And so Clock Museum is just one of 17 branches of the museum, which is the City History Museum, and has an overall collection of 1.5 million objects. We are based in the city center with our main museum building. And the Clock Museum is also even more in the city center. As you can see here, it holds the clock collection. We have one of the biggest clock collections in Europe, with 60,000 objects, and 600 of them are in display in this wonderful, beautiful old building that is like a treasure box with 3 stories. And you can see the layout of the exhibition is a bit old school, so you have several clocks standing around, just with a simple label saying like, that's the clock called like this from that time, but no other storytelling. And so we wanted to do something to highlight the collection and also give you a way to enjoy different aspects, because as it's one of our branches and located in a different place from our offices, it's quite difficult to get organized guided tours or to change things. So we had to come up with a solution that people can do on their own whenever they show up, whenever they feel up to it. And we decided for an escape game, which is not like the normal kind of escape where you are locked into a room and have to find a way to get out of the room, but it's more a kind of game that opens your eyes as you walk through the museum. And wait, can I change to the next slide? Somehow it doesn't work. Can you help me? All right, thank you. So there's a short trailer coming up showing you the game that we ended up with, and then I'm going to tell you how we got there on our journey. So can you see? So that was our short video to advertise the game. You saw people playing on a tablet. So this is nothing we do ourselves. I had a huge team. I was the project lead, but from our museum. I was joined by Tapia Rude. She is responsible for the clock collection, and she's also a clock restorator. So she knows everything about clocks and watches and timekeeping and everything. And Irmi McQuire, who is in the educations team, and she does a lot of guided tours and knows all the questions that usually visitors have. She knows what visitors are interested in. And so that was also a very important aspect in planning our game. And since it was the first game we developed in this kind, we teamed up with Arctur now. This is a company in Vienna. They do analog games that have like a pen and paper version within in the city, and they also have made digital games before together with VARS, who joined us as technical partner. And then we had also a graphic designer, Daniel Rachbauer, who comes from the gaming scene and was very, very important because he came up with lots of simple, small details that would enhance our game significantly. And since developing a digital game costs a lot of money, we were lucky to get funded by the Vienna Business Agency, which basically covered all our costs, apart from like our work at the museum, but like all the other partners and all the development, and also buying tablets was covered by Vienna Business Agency, which was great. And so in game development, that was a process over 2 years, actually, and not on our main job during the time. So we had we made a plan like how often we would meet and who would be doing what, and this worked out quite well. But we were all sitting together during most of the meetings, which was also important from gathering the first ideas to also have Franco in there, who said like, from a technical point of view, we cannot do this. Or he said like, yeah, easy, we can, I have a way to figure out how to put it into the game. So in the beginning, we said like, okay, what do we want to do? We want to have a story connecting all the floors. We were discussing, should it be a fictional or a non-fictional story? Will we have a main character who we are following? Will it be a historical character? Shall we introduce a clockmaster's apprentice that we follow? Is there a secret plan, a hidden legacy? Quite in the beginning, we decided we don't want to do time travel because we are a serious museum, and it should be fun, but it should also have a serious aspect, and we like don't want to fool around with the stories of the objects too much. So in the end, we decided for a legacy story. But what you can also see here is like, what are the stories that are hidden in the objects? We have like, I mean, we all know that watches are for timekeeping, and like they can tell you, like now it's 12:30, and they will give you the seconds or the minutes, and they will have a calendar integrated, and they will say you which day it is. But in older times, this has changed. In the beginning, it was only sundials. So we also have a sundial and tell the story from there. And as we walk through the museum, we see on many, many objects, we see these full moon shapes. So there was also always a moon calendar integrated in many, many clocks, because it was important for traveling. Whether you have the light of the moon or it's dark, then it's probably not so safe. So these are also stories we wanted to bring up and make people look closer at the objects that are on display. So we walked through the museum, and because we wanted to integrate AR, we thought augmented reality is the new hot shit. How can we integrate it? And this was actually the first thing from a technical point of view, to single out the objects that would be useful for this, and then we arranged all the others to fit in somehow. And as the story that we decided to go with was, we will send a team on a mission. We will tell them they are somehow they are related, and they have an aunt, and that aunt has died, has passed away, and has left her a legacy, which is a pocket watch that has been split up in 12 pieces. And you have to collect these 12 pieces, solving different riddles. And in the end, you have to you have to assemble this watch. So that's a letter that they would receive on the tablet. And they, with the tablet, they navigate through the 3 floors. And for each puzzle they solve, they get an item. This looks like this. Here you have the pointers. And you have also, we established a small character that will help people to navigate through the museum or through the game. When they can ask for help if they need, or he will give them small rewards. This is Daddy Longlegs. And he has also a backstory, because usually all these insects are not the most welcome in a museum, but there is one that is apparently no problem for restorators and also hugely enjoys living within old clocks. That is Daddy Longlegs. And so he's not a spider, because many people are afraid of spiders, and with spiders it's a bit different. But with Daddy Longlegs, everybody is fine. And you can see also the case that our graphic designer has come up with, so that you can see how many pieces have you already collected, and how much more do you have to do till you finish your journey. And in the end, and on that journey, you will see a sundial. You have to tell what time it is on a sundial. You will see, and you will learn that we have clocks where it was important in time measuring. There were times when it was not important to know exactly what minute you're on, but more important to know more the hour. So the dials were in the dials for the hours were longer than the dials for the minutes. And then you have to set the dials on that clock. And this is fun you can do with AR, because you're never allowed to touch a real object in the museum. But with AR, you can do it on the tablet. And Franco, our technical partner, he really built the mechanics of this clock, which was quite tricky, because also our restorator, she had to disassemble the clock, take a picture of each piece, tell him how to put it together so he could make it a virtual version of it. But she's also very proud that usually when there is a virtual version of a clock or of parts of clocks, they're all very shiny. But she wanted it to be accurate, like they're old, they're used. You see the time has passed and has left its traces. So also on our virtual clocks and watches, you will see these traces. So they are not too shiny. And we also have one room where you have the clock mechanics. It's not only for clocks, but also for music boxes. It was used. And so we have a room where you have an old music box and you have to change, a waltz. You have to change the piece that is playing and set it in motion. And then you hear a waltz, and then suddenly you find yourself immersed in an old room where this particular music box was standing in one of the oldest cafes in Vienna. So I think my time's up. This is where you end up with in the game on a table where you have all these 12 pieces of the pocket watch laid out, and then you assemble them one by one. And of course, the game helps you a bit. I mean, you learned when you were playing what is used for what, but no one knows. So this is a little help from us. And when you received it, you will also see the original watch, which is usually not on display, but when you play the game, you can see it. So overall, it's meant for 2 to 5 people, age 14 plus. It takes 60 to 90 minutes to play it, depending on how skilled you are, or how much you get distracted by all the objects. That's what people say. And we like to hear it. You can play it in German and English. We provide the tablet, and it costs 15 euros, which also covers the entrance to the museum. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Christine. It was really nice to see all of the images from what the participants in the game will also get to see. And yeah, it makes me want to travel to Austria right now so that I can experience it myself.
Thank you.
So amazing. Let's move on to our Q&A section then. Again, thanks to all 3 speakers, all 3 panelists for the really interesting presentations today. I'd like to ask all 3 of you, if your camera is not on, to please put it on. Our colleague will spotlight us in this Zoom call, and that way the Q&A session can remain engaging. So we'll start off. Actually, I have some maybe more quick rapid style questions, although you can take your time to answer them, but just so that we can ease ourselves into this Q&A. Let's start with Witsa. I'm curious, what is the way that users can access the games that are in the archive, specifically with the goal of playing it themselves? Can they go to a URL somewhere and download a game to their device and start to play? And I may or may not be asking for myself.
Good addition at the end. Now, yeah, we have a dedicated gaming PC at our office. So if anyone wants to either view or play our video gaming collection, they can just message us, and then they can play it on site with us. I would rather have it that everyone could just download it for free. But on the other hand, we are always working with rights holders, so with the game makers, to archive those games. And that's not our call to actually do that unless they say you can make my game freely available. Then again, I do have to say that a lot of, let's say, the older games that we have, for example, are findable on the Internet Archive, so some games are actually playable. What the status of that is, or how that came to be, I know not, so to say. But we try to do this track where we can work with the rights holders and with the game makers, also because we want to invite them and to tell the stories of how they made the games. Just like the examples I just showed you guys, that those kinds of things are only possible for us if we have the collaboration and the support of the makers themselves.
Yeah, I love it that you mentioned also about the rights statement restrictions. That's definitely one question that I noted down for our Q&A. Hopefully we can get to it in just a minute, because that's definitely when we talk about reuse, remixing, that definitely comes into question. I have another maybe more rapid style question for Mart, which is when there are so many different formats submitted, so many different types of creation submitted into the contest, how did you evaluate the submissions for the eventual winners, for example?
Intuitively. We just tried to kind of we had like 26 spots for the kind of the winners, so to speak. So we tried to kind of represent all the different kinds of submissions. From poetry to chatbots to videos and so on. So it kind of intuitively. It was really super difficult to kind of pick up the actual, like, the winner of the main prize, but with a team of like a small jury, we kind of felt that one particular thing was worthy of the title.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. And I also love your honesty, right? That, maybe there wasn't a super clear, scale with points that your team was working with. But I'm sure, if you were to dig into it, there is probably certain criteria that you're all judging on. So yeah, amazing. Thanks for sharing that. And then another one for Christine, actually. I'm curious if you can tell us more about the visitor reactions. Did you run satisfaction surveys? What were some of the things that you heard from visitors that participated in the game? And also, did you find maybe more of a distinction between locals participating in the game versus tourists? What was the divide there between those two groups?
I think it's more locals that play it. Since I'm not on site, I don't know about the immediate reactions of the people who are now actually playing it, but we ran several tests. We had a very, very long testing phase and lots of adaptations, of course, we had to do. And the thing that most people were surprised of was that, like, the tablet, playing a digital game, they expected it to be more that you're drawn into the tablet, but we wanted to use it just as a tool, which was also quite tricky, to make people look at the real exhibition. This was the balance we had to find. And also it's quite difficult to put everything, because you have to think of everything that people are doing to put it into the game and to make it intuitive and not too many descriptions, which we tend to do. And nobody likes to read that. And people were always amazed about the variety of the different clocks that are in the museum. And that was actually the main goal, to make you linger, look closer, because then you start looking at the details and discover the craftsmanship and probably some philosophical aspects about what has changed. And now you have it all in your phone. But before that, it was like craftsmanship. They put it into one piece and one single piece. And of course, there are also very expensive show-off clocks. And then there are more decorative, simpler versions that are hidden in a painting, which were also in fashion at a point. And we have cuckoo clocks, which probably is from somewhere. But have you ever really thought about, like, how to count the time when you hear the cuckoo? So, yeah. And people, we just want to surprise people with that. And it works.
I love it. Yeah, and I really appreciated you sharing that your intention was not that people are staring at the tablet the entire time, but that they're really, looking at the objects themselves. I think that's really admirable and amazing that your team was able to set that goal for yourselves. I'll wrap up with one more question, actually, which could end up being a giant discussion. So let's see how far we get with it. one of the sort of challenges that also I myself face in my role at the Europeana Foundation is that anytime we make cultural heritage accessible to be reused or remixed, whether by ourselves, for example, like Christine and your team who developed a game, or with the contest at the Estonian National Museum, there's a certain extent to which we cannot control what gets done with that heritage, right? It could be possible that somebody creates a meme or reuses a cultural heritage object and changes the context of it, or perhaps represents a certain misinformation based on the way that they're reusing it. I can imagine even Christine, for yourself, with the development of the AR game, there's a lot of details there to consider. At what point do you also allow yourself to take creative liberty and have some, maybe some more, creativity in the development of the game versus thinking about, well, actually, this is not so accurate to the object, or this is not so accurate to the environment that the object may have been found in. So I think my question is, are these sort of challenges that you also have faced? Do you think this is even a challenge that museums and archives should worry about? And if so, what are some ways that we could address them? And I know that I just opened up a giant hole, but maybe one of you has one or two, or all of you have something to share on this topic.
Well, of course, that's always a question. But what would be the other way around? That you don't share your information? And I mean, in Austria, the museum is a public institution. It's funded by taxpayers' money. And so it's also one of our main goals to make our collection accessible. And this means also to make it online accessible. For the Clock Museum, once people are in the museum, that's one thing. But the other big question is what part you share on a digital level and that people can download. And if they want to tell a different story or something that we probably would not say it's historically accurate, and they really want to do it, they would do it anyway.
Go ahead, Mart.
Yeah, so I think that one keyword would be playfulness. The thing, I was also second what Christina said a little bit by like that. What is that there is so much digitized data in there, just doing nothing, just sitting, hovering. It is there just in case, and I think the more at this point, at this juncture, the focus, at least in Estonia, I think it is more. The first step, like how do we actually get them to use it in the first place, and then we'll see what happens then. Then we'll deal with these problems after. But right now I don't feel like there has been any serious case about some kind of misuse or serious like abuse of that data and resource.
Yeah, thanks for sharing. And Vincent?
Well, I could also answer that with a question, in a sense that if there is this danger, with what kind of intent do you want to make it available? In essence, I mean, if your goal is that you want it to be reused or remixed or recontextualized, also depends on your definition of those terms, of course. But then why would you do it, or what would your expectations be? And I think that's something that would be of much value to answer for yourself, for your own institution, either before you do that, or maybe if, how should I say this, if there isn't a front, that's something I didn't expect this and I don't wholeheartedly agree with this, why don't you wholeheartedly agree? And in that sense, I mean, I think we want to invite more people to engage with heritage, but we can't in the same time invite them only on our own terms, especially if you throw your net out wide, then you should only cater to a specific group. So, and that's of course compartmentable as to what you're going to do, but you should be be aware of those ways of working and those ways of interacting, and I guess speaking for myself, I've never seen something that I don't wholeheartedly do not agree with, that I've seen used from our collection. But from my standpoint, I think you should be receptive to that as well, because that's usually the most probably valuable thing you can get out, to get something that really does something to you or your institution in that sense.
Yeah, lovely. Thank you all for those answers. I think we could all speak on that topic for a while here. Maybe we could do another conference just on that topic. But for now, I'd wanted to thank all three of you again, and thank you to all 118 of you for joining and listening. Next up, we have a break, and afterwards, we will have a workshop on education, well-being, and creativity.
Everyone, I see people are coming back, or maybe still having their break, but I think we're ready to start this second part of the day. My name is Adina, and I work for the Europeana Foundation in the data publishing services. I'm a white woman in her mid-40s, wearing a brown jumper, and today I will be overseeing the chat and introducing the speakers of this session. Just a small sip of water before I'm doing so. We have here with us Christine Widing from Europeana Foundation and Daniela Bune. Christine is an arts and culture mediator and business development coordinator, education at Europeana. She's responsible for Europeana programming, partnerships, and projects in the field of education. Her academic background is in arts history and cultural heritage management, with a specialization in policy, education, and cultural mediation. She's passionate about fostering creative engagement with cultural heritage and interested in critical pedagogies at the intersection of arts, culture, and technology. And Daniela is a passionate teacher of English and coordinator of European projects dedicated to student-centered learning. As a licensed trainer and online tutor, she has developed varied curricula and created meaningful resources. Her work reflects sustained commitment to improving teaching practice and supporting learners in developing transferable skills. So please take the floor and enjoy the session.
Thank you so much, Adina, for the introduction. My name is Christine Widing, and as Adina just shared, I'm Business Development Coordinator for Education at Europeana. I am a white Latina woman with long brown hair, wearing a brown top with a brown vest, and I am joining you today from my living room in Amsterdam with a blurred background. Today, Daniela and I will be talking about slow looking. This session will be a little bit different than the other sessions we had today, as we expect it to be a bit interactive. Daniela will first begin by guiding you through a warm-up exercise, and this will be followed by some context on the concept of slow looking. We will then introduce a framework that can be applied in your own learning environments, And we will end with a final exercise and Q&A where we will invite you to participate through the chat when prompted. And with that, I will pass the metaphorical mic over to Daniela and ask you to please set the slide to the slide with the first painting, please.
Hello, everybody. I'm Daniela. I am a white female in my 50s. I'm wearing glasses, as you can see. I'm wearing a black t-shirt, and my background is my home, blurred, but my home. Thank you for the kind introduction, Adina and Christine. So we will present meaningful ways to engage with works of art, intentionally slowing down the act of observation, rather than encouraging a consumption that is quick. We will invite you to pause so that you can notice, reflect, connect, respond personally to this painting, for instance. Nico, next slide, please. Let me guide you with a few thoughtful questions. You will find yourselves doing a gradual process of attentive exploration. What we will get will hopefully be a rich and memorable encounter that will allow this painting to become not only something that you have observed at some point, but something genuinely experienced and felt. We will start from the 5 senses, and we'll begin with the sense of sight. Next slide, please. Just to have in front of us the questions. So what do you see? The sense of sight. Then what sounds do you hear? We will then move on to hearing. Then to touching. What temperatures or textures do you feel? Smelling, what can you smell? Tasting, what do you taste? And even acknowledge what is missing, what's missing. Nico, next slide, please. This is a painting painted by Paul Signac. It's entitled River Landscapes with Tugboats and Barges. It was painted more than 100 years ago in 1900. The painter, as you can see, used the points of colors, depths of color, to create a riverscape, a vibrant riverscape, where industry and nature quietly meet. What do you see? Starting with the sense of sight. What do you see? You see colors, you see lines, you see shapes. Do you see how the artist uses color to show the reflection of the sky, for instance? I know you do. Now let me ask you this. What color, choose one color, tell me the name of that color in this painting that makes you feel the calmest. If you are kind enough to jot down your answer in the chat so that we can see. Okay. Christine, the participants are starting to write in the chat.
Yeah, someone has seen mauve, light green,
Yes.
blue, orange, blue.
I like the fact that green was preceded by light green. Very nice. Okay, nice observation.
Some people are really focusing in blue, and we have someone seeing pink as well.
Right. So lots of colors, and this is personal, right? So we started with the colors. Also, maybe the shapes also have something to do with us choosing a certain color. Now let's move on to the sounds. Imagine that you can hear some sounds. What sounds can you hear? What sounds do you usually associate with boats on water? Can you hear these sounds? What are they? If you are kind enough to jot down your answers in the chat. Splashing, yes.
water, waves. Woo! I assume that is the wind. Oh, that is nice. That lovely clicking noise of the sails on the masts. I love that. Wind in the trees, wind, water and waves, birds.
I'm sure that you already feel that you have an even deeper connection with the painting than 2 minutes ago, right? This is something that can be so very useful in all sorts of situations in life. If we are to go on to the touching, so if I'm to ask you like this, what temperatures do you feel, in the sense that, for instance, if you could jump into the river, would the water be smooth or choppy? What do you think is, maybe this, maybe you write down in the chat, what do you think is the temperature of the water? Even with numbers, maybe not. Cold?
Fresh,
cool.
Very cold.
13 degrees Celsius, okay. Okay.
Revitalizing.
Interesting, warm on the surface, but cool underneath, okay. Thank you. Now moving on, what can you smell? What do you think the air smells like near this river? Can you see the smoke? Because okay, there is that smoke. How does the smoke from the boats make you feel about the environment? So even deeper and deeper. I kindly invite you to use the chat to write your answer.
Oh, there's a lot of descriptions here. Pungent, seaweedy, and fishy. Smells like it's going to rain.
And
the smell of the lake.
various, because everything is personal.
Burnt coal, like damp green moss. Oh, I love that one. And the smell of an engine. Motor oil.
Smell like it's going to rain. Also imagination, okay. What do you taste? What do you taste? What do you think the air tastes like? Or the water, for that matter? I'm waiting for the tastes.
Fresh and fishy. Tastes
Like
fish.
fish.
I wouldn't want to taste the water, says Adrian. I agree. Engine fuel. Salty and fishy, salty.
Right.
Fresh and cool taste. Yeah.
Okay. And now to wrap it up, what do you think is missing? If you were, for instance, if you were on one of those boats, where do you think you would be going? Maybe to the left or to the right or somewhere else completely? Or metaphorically speaking, where do you think you would be going? Not that the painting is not finished to the left or to the right, you know. Where do you think you would be going?
Chatter of people is missing for me.
Okay. Only one person?
No. Priya says to the right, where there's more space. Beth says a hot air balloon is hovering just out of sight. Oh. Adrian says to the right, out to the sea or a lake. Working. Birds in the sky. Only wandering the area. The boats are going to the dock. To the right, the dog is barking. So there's a lot of people already imagining
yes,
scenarios.
Creativity at work, imagination at work.
To the right, there's a canal. Cows are drinking the water. Just chilling on the spot, not moving a lot. We don't hear the dock workers and sailors and the swearing. I love that.
Okay, so not much movement, because indeed, really, this is a painting. There is no movement, but do you notice how the depths of color, these points of color, make the water seem to move. If you look at the water, make it seem to move. Can you answer this question now? Is the water, in your opinion, working or resting in this painting? In the sense that, does this painting make you feel like the world is moving forward or standing still? Resting, okay.
The water is working, says Beth.
Okay.
Still?
It depends on every person and his or her own imagination and creativity and background and context. On a side note, this pointillist technique can be used to show that small individual actions, these points, can create a larger cohesive picture. And this is a great metaphor for community and well-being. Thank you. Next slide, please. Unfortunately, we are living in an age where there really is a crisis of the quick glance, in the sense that when we think of about going to a museum, about visiting a museum, we would imagine curiosity, discovery, even a sense of wonder. But the reality is really often very, very different. Research suggests, if you look to the left, that the average museum goer spends only a few seconds, sometimes as little as 8 seconds, looking at an artwork. Just a quick glance, as I said, a flicker of attention, and then we move on. What's more, quite often, we often spend more time reading the label, like the title of the painting, the name of the artist, the date. This, of course, is something that reflects something deeper about the world we live in. We are surrounded by speed. We scroll, we skim, we jump from one thing to the other. Attention has become fragmented. But what happens to meaning? What happens to connection? And this is where slow looking comes in. Slow looking is not about knowing more details. It's not about giving it's not about putting us out there so that we find out and acknowledge more facts. No, it's about slowing down in the sense that we give ourselves permission to stay so that we can look again. It's about allowing us to notice something that perhaps we didn't see the first time we looked. And then it's about also, it's about something else, because when we spend 10 minutes, as I said here, or more, but also even just a few intentional minutes, fewer than 10, with one single image, something shifts and details begin to emerge by themselves, like it happened with Paul Signac's painting before. Questions appear, emotions surface, and the artwork opens up. And so do we. And this is why slow looking is a quiet revolution, as Christine and I wrote here. It does not demand more technology, more content, more speed, not at all. On the contrary, it asks for the opposite, less but deeper. And in a culture obsessed with quick glances, choosing to look slowly is a small but powerful act. And by slow looking, we learn not just to see, okay, but to truly notice, and then reflect, and then connect. Next slide, please.
Thank you. And yeah, so what does slow looking actually look like? What is this practice? Slow looking, as Daniela mentioned, is a practice of paying deliberate attention to something over time. It invites us to observe with intention rather than rushing to immediate conclusions. And it is not really about how long we spend looking, but about the quality of our attention. So even a short moment can become meaningful when we are present and curious. And although slow looking began in museums and art education, it can be applied almost anywhere. We can practice it with artworks like we just did now, or as John Beauchamp mentioned this morning, it can be used when listening to music, when exploring objects, nature, texts, or even data. Next slide, please. And so the idea of slow looking has its roots in a wider slow movement, which began in the 80s with the slow food movement in Italy. And this movement emerged as a reaction against fast consumer culture and encouraged people to value quality, reflection, and meaningful experiences. Then these ideas later spread into other fields like education and eventually museum learning. In education and the arts, slow looking was formalized by Shari Tishman through Harvard's Project Zero, which is a renowned educational research center in the Harvard Graduate School of Education. And it was originally established to systematize scientific knowledge in art education. And so Shari Tishman described it as a mode of learning based on careful and prolonged observation. Another art historian, Jennifer Roberts, who is a pivotal contributor to this concept, expanded these ideas further by encouraging what she calls strategic patience and temporal intelligence. These are active cognitive skills that can be learned and that consist of deliberately managing the pace of one's own learning to enable conscious understanding and gain deeper meaning over what we're looking at. Next slide, please. And so slow looking has a lot of benefits. Research shows that slow looking can deepen understanding and engagement. People who spend time observing carefully are much more likely to develop a deeper understanding of what they're looking at. By slowing down, we create a space for making meaning, for connecting details with personal, historic, and cultural insights. And it also helps us navigate complexity. Whenever we are, for example, exploring an artwork or a scientific image or a poem, it helps us notice smaller details and gradually understand how these details connect to a bigger picture. Slow looking develops also what is called transferable habits of mind, such as patience, curiosity, persistence, reflection, flexibility. This is done by delaying immediate judgment, and this allows us to become more open to different interpretations and perspectives. And in the classroom or any learning environment, slow looking encourages students to pause, observe carefully, and engage more deeply instead of rushing towards quick answers. It turns learning into a more thoughtful and reflective process.
Indeed, slow looking can be a powerful classroom practice. It can encourage students to pause, to observe carefully, to engage more deeply with what they encounter. And instead of rushing to answers, students learn to notice details and then ask questions and then reflect. As I said, this helps our students, as Christina said, unravel complexity, build connections, see things from multiple perspectives, and it turns learning into a more thoughtful process. Let me give you some examples from a couple of school subjects. In history, for instance, slow looking allows students to explore images that perhaps don't have an immediate context. They notice, for instance, clues such as clothing or facial expressions, gestures, the setting. These observations lead to interpretations, and this is very important for history, highlight that our history is really made of many perspectives. It's not a single story. Another subject, in science, for instance, close observation of diagrams or various other visuals helps students identify patterns and relationships before formal explanations. Students begin to understand systems and connections. And this makes learning, what we want for our students, makes learning more exploratory and meaningful. Across subjects, slow looking teaches students to stay with something long enough for meaning to emerge. And in this way, slow looking fosters attention, curiosity, deeper understanding. Next slide, please. What follows is a framework, a structured 8-step methodology designed to help individuals deeply engage with art by intentionally slowing down. It is a pedagogical tool, obviously. It's designed to facilitate deep engagement with cultural heritage. This framework really transforms a quick glance into a meaningful encounter. And it does this by prioritizing personal discovery before introducing in the classroom, right? Before introducing academic context. The process, if you follow the numbers, the process begins with arrival, step 1. This is a mindful entry involving silent observation so that we can identify what first captures the viewer's attention. Steps 2 through 4, so steps 2, 3, and 4, encourage a multisensory and analytical exploration. It asks students to imagine details, scents, sounds, textures, while utilizing Project Zero's See, Think, Wonder routine, and also tips and tricks from other thinking routines, so that the artwork's narrative is unraveled. Step 2, what do you notice? Uses the 5 to 0 technique. 5 details you see, 4 textures or temperatures you can feel, 2 sounds you could hear, 2 smells you could encounter, 1 taste you wouldn't mind. And then it specifically prompts students to consider what is missing or what doesn't fit. In this way, fostering deeper critical thinking. The framework then shifts focus toward the heart, which is something very dear to my heart. It's step number 5. It emphasizes emotional resonance through the philosophy that it is only with one's heart that one can see clearly, from The Little Prince. This is followed by reveal and connect, step 6. This is where, only here is where the title and artist are shared. And only after the student has formed a personal bond with the work. We still have step 7 and step 8. The activity in the personal response step may include, we wrote here voice notes or taking photos or writing pieces of descriptive writing. What follows is the closing ritual to reflect on details that maybe were missed before. By following this sequence, these 8 steps, any educator can support student well-being and empathy by providing like a mental reset through sustained focus, intentional focus. More possible prompts now. Next slide, please. For instance, for what do you notice? We can look for surprises and what's hidden. Also, again, in step 2, follow a single line from where it begins to where it ends. Just follow it with your eyes. Or maybe focus on a single color and follow it where it appears throughout. Also look for patterns, repetitions, rhythms. For step number 3, I said actions or what might be happening. You can trace an imaginary journey from one side to the other, from left to right or right to left or up and down. Also, okay, this is step number 4. You notice how your body's reaction. Maybe you lean in, or maybe you step back, or maybe you tilt your head. The next one could be to imagine that specific artwork could be described in only 3 words. Well, which are these 3 words? And we finished with the spot movement. You look for movement, although it's a picture, painting, something static. What seems to be in motion? What seems to be in motion? Or maybe about to move in the next milliseconds, microsecond. Next slide, please. This is the time to apply the framework. And please help me apply it to this artwork here. Again, please put your answers in the chat. Thank you. Let's start with step number 1. I'm going to remind you of the steps on the way. So step number 1, entering the artwork. Please close your eyes for a few moments. Now open your eyes and look at the painting. And write down in the chat, where was the very first place your eyes landed? Maybe also, why might that be? It was the first answer, it was the same with me, the red jacket.
The child's face, then wander to the animals, the dog's face.
The dog, yes.
The lady's
Also.
hand. The red coat. The woman's face, the smile. The right hand pointing, the red jacket. The castle in the background.
So nice. Okay, we are still entering the artwork, right? Now imagine that you are walking through the field toward the shepherdess. So from the background to the foreground, right? This is my question. How close do you feel you need to stand or sit next to her to feel like you are part of her world? Once again, how close do you feel you need to stand or sit next to her to feel like you are part of her world? Very close, not so close, not standing but sitting,
1
not
meter.
sitting but standing. Yeah, but sitting or standing.
Right when the path turns, someone says, Alexandra, behind the
Sit.
animals, sit near the ship and the goat, quite close. They're all very snug together, says Beth. Very close, says Cyprian. Sitting
Okay.
by her side, says Johanna.
Okay, thank you. So we entered the artwork. Step number 2, what do you notice? I would like you to think of 5 small details that you notice, that you see, about the people, the animals, the landscape. Maybe we are going to wait a little longer. So 5 small details you notice, you see, connected to the people, to the animals, the landscape as a whole.
Baya says the hat, and Nasim says the object near the lady.
We started with the sense of sight, right? So 5 small details.
Adrian says the rose on the background, the rose in her hat, her toes. Oh, it's moving fast. The little yellow flowers under the goat, and the pink trousers in the background. Alexandra says the 2 sacks, the small city by the church. Sorry, it's moving quite fast. By the church,
Yeah.
the empty tree, the pigeon on the road. The pink rose at the bottom, and the one in the hat, the child's pointing finger, the way the animals are looking at me or at each other, the flower and the birds, the child's expression, the 2 animals looking at the viewer, the dog flying in the distance.
the smell of the animals, a gentle wind blowing, warm weather.
Notice how you notice various details. Now, if you were to choose one color, only one color, for example, red or green or brown, can you see it repeated across the painting? My question would be, what effect does this create? The fact that that color that you have chosen is repeated. Do you like it? Is it pleasing to your eyes? Do you have questions?
Susanna mentions the brown, the goat and the goat and the dog, and that it gives her warmth. Green tones,
harmony. I like
harmony.
that.
Interesting that at the end of the jacket is not repeated, so she is important and stands out. That's interesting, yeah. Warmth, again, with the brown of the goat, the dog, and the dirt. The blue skirt repeats at the frieze at the back.
Yes. Okay, so we are still at the sense of sight. Now, if you look, please look for patterns or look at the animals, look at the gestures. Okay, the people are making gestures. Look at their facial expressions. My question is this. If I asked you to think about patterns, what do you think these patterns would add to the scene? Would the painting be less interesting without them? So animals, gestures, facial expressions, look for patterns. Maybe this is a little difficult. And not all the paintings are prone to this type of question. But it is important, and it is part of the details that we can see.
Everything is rounded and soft. The brown and all the parts make it look like a late summer day, so it's very calming, says Susanna. 3 of the animals have triangular faces. 2 are looking at us.
Yeah, this is something interesting.
Yeah.
We will come back to that.
Ripples of the clothing.
Details that you notice, okay. In the beginning, see, because we are at step 2. Very nice.
There's a pleasing mirroring of the woman's hand shape pointing with the curve of the path she's pointing to, says Beth. That's
Look at the line of the horizon also.
The triangles in the landscape, the hills elevation and the road. The dog face feels more human somehow. I agree with that. I like the bell tower in the middle of the landscape, says Andrea.
Okay.
Horizontal lines prevail. It's quiet. The action seems to be going at the crossing lines of the child's hands, paling with flowers and woman's bosom.
Yes, thank you. Okay, now if we are to move on to the next sense, if I am to ask you what 4 textures can you imagine? So imagine that you can touch the wool of the sheep or the grass or the ground, the skin of the 2 people, the fabric of her dress. Still, we need to see the picture. I'm sorry, I can see myself. Thank you. So this this part with the touching, we need to imagine, we reach out mentally, which would seem the softest, the wool of the sheep, or the fabric of her dress, or the grass or the ground, really, the skin of the people's faces. Reach out mentally and touch these. Touch the fabric of her dress, touch the wool of one of the sheep. Which would seem softer to you? Okay.
Some say the dog's fur.
Yes.
The goat's coat. The ram's wool.
So the wool is softest. Okay, softer than, okay.
The wool. I think we have a winner with the wool. Oh, the child's hair. The dog's paws.
See? Yes. Different points of view. Okay,
Yeah.
personal. We
The
are
boy's
still in
face.
step number 2. The lady's hands.
The skin on the woman's
The
face.
woman's face, yes. Very interesting. Thank you. Now, if we are to move on to the sense of hearing, my question would be like this. What 3 sounds might be present in this scene? If you were standing or sitting next to her, what are the quietest sounds you would hear? The quietest sounds you would hear. Imagine that you are sitting or even standing, perhaps more likely sitting next to her. What are the quietest sounds you might hear? Okay, breathing. Grass moving with the air.
The breathing of the animals. The wind, the ducks in the sky, the sound of the bird picking on the road. The breathing of the animals and the steering of the animals, say some. The breeze of the air.
Indeed.
The grass.
Okay, thank you. Now, if we move on to the smelling, what might the air smell like? Somebody has already mentioned. What might the animals smell like here? Okay, goat poop. Yes.
Grass, poo, fresh air, fresh grass. The smell of the roses.
Yes, the flowers. Okay, very well. Yes, thank you. And towards the last one, like 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, what might, if this scene had a taste, one taste, what would it be?
Freshly cut grass. I know that's harvest, hay, heart. Spring.
Okay, very interesting. Your choice of metaphors, not the classical tastes, you know. Thank you. Very interesting.
Cheese, says Aristea.
Yeah. Already cheese.
Yeah. Berries that grew along the way. Oh, I love that. Earthy tastes.
Yes, thank you. Now, if you remember, this part finishes with what's missing or what doesn't fit. Do you think, what do you not see in this painting that you might expect to see in real life? Like if this is a working pasture, what details from a real farm has the artist chosen to leave out? What details from a real farm aren't here? And why would that be? Okay, so we can't see, we can't notice, not only see, okay, we can't notice.
Beth mentions the agricultural machinery, farmers leaning over walls, chatting to each other. Alexandra says, I think the red coat doesn't fit. I find it too intense.
As compared to the others, very well. Yes, thank you.
The shoes, the farm, the hard work.
Yeah, there are no shoes. We can't see any shoes. Okay, thank you.
The water where she's washing her feet, they are quite clean. That's a very good observation.
Yeah, because
no
if you look at
tractor.
the ground, indeed, thank you. Now, following the steps of the framework, if we move on to step number 3, the title is What Might Be Happening. We have already talked about this, but let me try to put it into specific questions. Please just for now look at her posture. Do you think she's resting? And maybe also, what do you think is happening between her and the child? What might be happening? This is my question now. What do you think is happening between the shepherdess and the lady and the child, the woman and the child?
He wants attention. He's trying to push her over. She's holding herself up with her left hand on the ground, says Beth. He's showing her the flowers he found. She's being playful with the child. She's busy handling the child and the animals. Cara says they are taking a break while the man is working. Johanna says cuddle and affection. Andrea says there's no relation with the man. I assume here the child and the woman. And somebody else also repeats that they have no relation to the other man in the back. Maria says she's explaining what her father is doing. Vanessa says they walked ahead and are now waiting for the man to catch up. Cyprian says maybe she's showing the child that she needs to return back to work.
This is interesting, and we will come back to that.
And they're picking flowers and resting.
Okay, thank you, very observant, thank you. Now, my next question would be about her hands. If you are to look at her hands, look at her right hand, what might she be pointing at? What could she be showing? And if you follow that one line and the direction of her arm, or the horizon for that matter, where does this lead your eyes? Why might the artist have done this?
So Sabine says the child is pointing at the woman while the woman is pointing to the man in the background. Both are facing the viewer. The man.
Okay, a family. See, his husband working on the field. One idea. Thank you. To the farmer.
It looks like she points to the man, but this could be a play of the color around the man as well. Towards nature. That says maybe the man has gone to collect something for the child, or they have sent him away because he ate all the picnic sandwiches.
Okay, thank you.
She's pointing to the path and the town they came from. The sheep, this one is the one we need to sell. Or the one we need to eat, I would say.
The one on the left. Okay. See, also this play, like we're doing now, that makes some of us laugh, is important. If we were to go on, my next question would be, do you think she's about to move? Because we are still at what might be happening step, right? So is she about to move? What makes you say that? Is she about to move and do what? Thank you.
Sabine says the point scene is reinforced by the fact that, it's moving quickly, that the man's trousers, the rows on the bottom and the rows on the hat are pink, and from a triangle framing the view. Jagoda says, no, her legs are still crossed, so she's not moving. No for the crossed legs. It says, I think she'd like to stay calmly, but there are too many children and animals around that demand attention. She will stand up because the pose is uncomfortable. I've only now noticed the tool on the ground beside her. Mm-hmm. She wants to, but she's too bored to do so. Alexandra says, no, she looks pretty chill. So
okay, we can ask lots of questions connected to what might be happening here. For instance, I was thinking maybe, why do you think she's wearing such fine clothing and flowers, and she's really tending to animals in a field, but maybe she's not tending to animals. Let's move on to the part, step number 4, where curiosity opens. It's that wonder part from the thinking routine. See, think, wonder. So we are in the last part of the thinking routine. If you look at her face, now this is kind of important. What is she looking at just outside the frame? Do you think it's someone that she knows, or is she looking at us? This is my question. If you look at her face, so she's looking at somebody she knows, or is she looking at us? Okay.
She's looking at her husband, at us, at the viewer, at the painter. She's looking at us and telling us, come and chill.
It was also my first impression that they are trying to tell us something, to talk to us. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an important part where curiosity opens. It will be followed by more steps. Are there any questions you might want to ask her? So that you find out more. You're curious now, you, the viewer, are curious now. What questions would you like to ask her? The dog's name?
What dog's name, yeah.
Where exactly do you live? Okay. We are not in that step yet, right? I haven't revealed when this painting was painted, not even the title of the painting. And now curiosity builds up. Okay. Where are her shoes? Is she happy? Very nice. Thank you. Lots of questions. It shows that we are curious, and this is something that if this painting does to us, this is very important for learning and growing in our students. Now, if we move on to step number 5 with the emotional connection, remember it is only with one's heart that one can see clearly. When you look at this painting with your heart, does it feel like, what does it feel like? Does it feel like a memory? Does it feel like a dream? Does it feel like a real scene from somebody's real life, like a real moment? What does it feel like? It's idyllic, okay. Curated, not natural, okay. A fantasy.
An idealized childhood memory. Idyllic, idealistic.
Yes. Posed, okay. Not real. Maybe she's playing a part. Okay. Now the next step would be reveal and connect. It's only now that I tell you that this is Jacob Gerritz's The Shepherdess. This is the title, The Shepherdess. And it was painted almost 400 years ago, 1628. Almost 400 years ago. And my question now would be, what does this scene, this particular scene, tell you about daily life in the past, 400 years ago? How is this way of life similar to or different from life today? This is my question now. Maybe you can think also that this scene reminds you of a place where you felt, I don't know, maybe safe or relaxed or curious or nostalgic or something else. Maybe this scene reminds you of a place from your own life. This is reveal and connect step. Harmony, yes. Love, felt loved. Again, you look at various elements in this painting while you answer this question, reveal and connect. But you have already passed through the other 5 steps before, and you have already in your mind what you need to answer this question, connection for you with this painting. Showing affection to her son. Okay. Now comes the creation part, where we produce something. It's step number 7, personal response. Here again, you can have lots of various tasks for the viewer. For instance, if I am to tell you that, okay, imagine that you are the child. What are you feeling in this particular moment in time? What are you feeling right now? Just take into consideration the child. Happy, very well. It's something that appeals to the viewer, the happiness on his face. Okay. The whole family, okay, mother and child. Family warmth. Okay. If you remember the framework, in this personal response part, we can also, for instance, pick a song that could play in the background, because this is a painting, okay? But if you were to pick a song to play in the background, just tell me this, would it be fast and energetic or slow and melodic? What kind of song would it be? Slow, classical music, okay. Slow, melodic. Yes, thank you. Okay. Yeah, not sad, cheerful. Okay. Or maybe no music at all, only nature sounds, right? Another task could be, because this is a painting and it's in 2D, right? Maybe we can add a speech bubble or even a thought bubble, for instance, to this painting. For instance, the secret thought that the shepherdess might be thinking but isn't saying. Like somebody wrote about the man in the distance, what might she be thinking? We can add a thought bubble. Can anybody think what could her words be? Okay.
I think she's asking us to join.
Could be.
Adrian
Humorous.
says, my chats. Isn't my husband great doing all the hard work?
Yes, humorous.
Look at the fool over here working instead of enjoying this lovely weather.
Okay. Thank you. Also, maybe not a speech bubble or a thought bubble, but just a caption that could accompany this artwork, because, okay, the title that the painter gave it, it's just this, The Shepherdess, this is all. So we can create, write a short caption that could accompany this artwork. Now, the last part is the closing ritual. And I think for every painting, this is rather important. You don't have to rush it. My ideas are in this line. Take a final panoramic look at the whole painting and tell me what is one tiny detail that you noticed just now that you hadn't seen before. This is the closing ritual. And then another question, but so you are taking a final look at the whole painting. One tiny detail that you noticed just now that you hadn't seen before. Maybe it's something that some other participants noticed and now you noticed too. Or if you and the painting alone, it's indeed something new, something that you hadn't noticed before.
So Alexandra says the weeds behind her backs. So I think it's that little yellow detail she mentions, the eagle, the rose on the grass next to her skirt. Priya says, I see a fortress in the background. The dog's paws, says Adrian. When zooming, it seems that the man in the background is laughing. Someone's signature next to her right hand. There's a little bird under the goat's ear. Yeah. The stick. The birds seem to be...
Yeah, the tool.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and the final question, I would end it like this. Please take a final breath and step out of the painting as if for good. You're not going to see it, not ever again. What feeling from this shepherdess's world do you want to keep with you for the rest of the day? Today. What feeling from her world would you like to keep with you? Her smile?
Contentment.
Her calm?
Comfort and closeness. Joy.
Comfort.
Joy and calm.
No distractions. The smile again. Thank you. This was very fruitful, I'm sure, and everything has been very dear to my heart. Thank you for all your answers. Next slide, please. I hope you have moved with me through this slow-looking framework, keeping in mind that you can also try with other paintings and other objects of art in various subjects at school. I have two more practical examples. They are very simple. The first one, unlikely pairs. Students work with two artworks that are placed side by side. Imagine the picture with the river and this last picture with the shepherdess put side by side. These images may not seem to be connected at first, but the task is to imagine that these artworks can talk to each other. What would they say? How would they say it? what shared story might emerge. This is something very interesting, and the dialogue could be in the form of speech bubbles or written story or an audio recording or even a physical performance. The next example is an activity called Who Am I? It starts with a gallery walk. Each student chooses one item, one artwork, one that speaks to them. They then create a short monologue, and when they rejoin the group, they take turns in sharing their monologue, and the others, their peers, need to guess which artwork it represents. For extra challenge, I wrote here that, okay, the items, the paintings that we choose, maybe they don't have any characters, so this is an extra challenge, no people, no animals. And the other way around, for weaker students, teacher should provide scaffold prompts. Both these activities build beautifully on slow looking by transforming observation into voice, imagination, shared meaning, collaboration. Next slide, please. If you have any questions for Christine or me, or if we have still time, please ask them in the chat. Thank you.
There is one question by Andrea. She asks if it's possible to share the list of the questions you addressed to us. Yes, it is possible. We can add them to the slides, which will be shared with with you after the event.
Yep.
And I wonder if there's any other questions. We have stayed true to the concept of slow looking and have went a little bit over time.
Sorry.
No. I think everybody really enjoyed this moment of calm observation and mindfulness. So if there's no other question, I would like to also share with you to please first go to the next slide, because we have collected some resources that you can use in your own slow looking practices. So if you teach at a school, apart from this framework that we are also planning to publish in Europeana very soon, you can find a learning scenario which is called Mentalizing the Inside Story, which has a similar, but with some significant differences, a similar approach to this. We also created a slow-looking Europeana gallery that you can access with the paintings that we work with today, and I think 22 or 23 other paintings that are perfect for this purpose. And we've also collected some articles and books that have informed this presentation and everything that we have shared with you today. And so from my side, I really want to thank you all for your participation and for sharing all of your thoughts. And it has been a very wonderful session for me. And thank you, Daniela, for creating such a wonderful framework.
For me as well. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed everything. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you, Christine. We do not have time for a break, but I think we are all very inspired to experience art in slower and more mindful way, and maybe we can finish a little bit quicker, because unfortunately all good things have come to an end. So we are at the end of the Digital Storytelling Festival, this year edition. And I would like to thank to all our amazing speakers. I think I had 2 days of great talks, lovely workshops, and I hope you all enjoyed them as much as I did. In case you miss anything, no worries. As we've been saying, you will receive all the materials, slides, recordings, probably in the next couple of weeks. But before we're gonna say goodbye, let's have a little bit of fun. And to start, maybe I'm going to tell you a little story. So the Digital Storytelling Festival was actually a brainchild of our dear friend and colleague, Aleksandra Strzelichowska, who, after years with European Foundation, very, very recently moved to a new position at the Erasmus University Rotterdam. And outside the festival, Alex worked on numerous audience engagement activities, one of which is Give It Up competition. And if you haven't heard about Give It Up, it's a contest we run every October, where we invite you to explore the archives from Europeana, but also from other global collections, and to create gifts. So the idea is that you dive into the archives and try to animate the cultural heritage. And as a goodbye gift, Alex chose several gifts that have been submitted to the competition. And we thought we're going to share them with you. Hopefully they will inspire you a little, or maybe just make you smile. So what we're going to do now, Beth and I will show the gifts, and we're going to tell you some little prompts. It's just a fun little activity to close the day, so relax. Feel free to share your thoughts. Hopefully we can do some micro storytelling, but whatever inspires you. It's fair game. So let's start. We might do a bit of audio description before. So audio description, self-description, and maybe we're going to try to tell you in case there are any problems with with visuals. We're going to try to describe the gifts a little. Right, Beth? Are we ready to start? Awesome. Yeah. So let's start with the old question, what's for dinner today? So in the gift, we can see a lady opening a pot from which a man with a sword jumps out, and she thankfully manages to protect herself with the lid. In the background, we can see some hiding children. I hope what is waiting for dinner for you is not such a surprise. So please share what are your plans for for the evening and for the dinner. I personally will probably get some pizza and just rest after a full day. So that's gonna be fun. Chickpea curry, that sounds more healthy. Definitely. Very wholesome, yeah. Pasta bake. Oh, I love pasta. What do you add to pasta, Nicoletta? Fresh strawberries. Oh, that's very summery. That feels like a very nice summer.
We're only just coming into strawberry time, aren't we? We have fish steaks. Oh, we have lovely plants. Oh, that's so sweet, Arisa. We move to the next one. I think we can move to the next one. We have a lot of gifts to share with you guys. Okay, so can you give this gift a headline? What is happening here? So we've got a sculpture of a person seated holding some kind of large vase or urn that's falling to the floor and breaking in half, and it's got a little face on it. What is happening here? Oops, yeah, that was my first thought as well. Oops, oops, oops. I dropped the baby. Yeah, excellent. I feel I dropped the baby. That adds an extra drama to the story, definitely. But it does have that little face on it that mirrors the sculpture there, yeah. And I dropped the ball. Yep. What about the fact that every now and again there's a little hic, little speech bubble with a hic in it? Conservator's nightmare, absolutely.
Oh, I love that. She's telling us come and chill. Like,
don't be so stiff in the shoulders. I think it could do with a bit of a massage, couldn't it?
Definitely. Let's move to the next story.
Earthquake. Okay. The next one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, this is a common reaction, I guess, to minor inconvenience. So what do you think happened here?
And we've got a man with a beard with his head in his hands. That's what the painting is, just shaking his head a little bit, rubbing his forehead. He lost wife.
Yeah, I think that happens to all of us. My painting fell into the fire. Oh, that's a very sad story. Like, painkiller advertisement. I like for like a reuse of art into the pharmaceuticals marketing. I forgot my wife's birthday. Yes, that is a headache. I do not recommend that.
Like how Adrian is linking it to the previous GIF. He saw the pot falling in the last GIF, and I wonder if you could do that. I wonder if you could create a story that weaves in all of these GIFs. That's a challenge for you all.
I think that could be like an idea for a workshop where we try to when we do the workshops or like the activity where each of you write a piece of a story. Like I don't know how you call that, Beth, but in English.
Consequences, I think we call it.
Yeah, and then you kind of create a story together. You could try to do that. GIFs is a little bit more complicated, but I think it's possible.
We can rise to the challenge. OMG, my hair loss treatment is not working. Brilliant stuff. Okay, should we try the next one?
Let's see what's there. Oh,
this is so much fun. So we've got some machines with TV screens, and in the screens there are various posing cute accessorized dogs, and a lady pulling the switch or on a light, turning a light off and on or something over there. So we want wrong answers only. What is this machine designed to do? Adrian says, I was only looking for the news. I think this machine is designed to turn pictures of the politicians you hate into dogs. So everywhere on the internet you go, all you see is pictures of cute dogs instead of politicians.
That is actually a great idea. Like something like this should definitely exist. I have to say, the first time I was watching this GIF, I didn't realize that the dogs are accessorized. That's how you call it? Like,
yeah, they've got hats and sunglasses.
They do have, yes, indeed.
Yeah. Yes, this is what we need to recover after watching 5 minutes of news.
I love someone. Maria says it's machine learning. That's a great visual for machine learning.
It's for transforming dogs into models, or for giving dogs university degrees, or for teleporting dogs. Excellent. There's a question. If you could teleport a dog somewhere, where would you teleport a dog?
I think it would be great to for like people living in apartments, you know, you could teleport the dog into the outside and then bring it back. Especially when it's raining.
Yeah. Okay, let's move to the next one.
Let's move to the next one. And next one we can see a balloon with some people traveling in a balloon that has been cutted out and is going into unknown direction. So where do you think that GIF would be taking you? You can type your dream destination or maybe nightmare destination, wherever the story takes you. To the sun. That's like beautifully set and can be indeed nightmarish. Oh, I love some nice destination. Maldives, we have Madeira, Jupiter's moon, Europa. That's a great answer. Clock Museum in Vienna. Oh, that's lovely. I hope like that's because you want to play the AR game that Christine was talking in the previous panel. Balloon to the moon. And we are rhyming. We have Latin America, we have Mauritius.
I like Johanna's the next chapter of my life.
Oh, that's very nice. Have you ever traveled with a balloon, Beth?
I have done it once and it was amazing. Oh. It was a really, really, really crisp winter day, you know, where the frost is like super thick, so everything was sparkly and the sky was blue. And it was, yeah, it was amazing. I'd recommend it.
Amazing. I never tried it. No, I never tried. I'm not a fan of heights in general, so I don't know.
I know it's silly to say, but it didn't really feel like that because it's so gentle and there's no like, you know, G-force or anything. So you just float. So it didn't really, and you've got this big basket, so you're not in danger of falling out or anything. I don't remember it feeling scary.
I think I would like to try it.
Wow, Mart has travelled by balloon with the Spanish champions. Awesome.
That has to be cool. Let's move. Because we could be talking about dream destination all the time. Oh yeah.
I'm really looking forward to what people put for this one. Why is this man making this face? This is the face you make when. So it's a guy with a mustache that's twirling and eyebrows that are raising up and down in a kind of coquettish way. When do you make that face? I wrote down, I make that face when I'm the one that ate the last slice of cake. When you've done something smart. Ooh, after the second date. Cyprian. Look, Adrian thinks he's looking at pizza. Oh,
I wanted to say the same. I make that face when I'm looking at the pizza. So.
You can make that face later when you're having pizza with tea. When AI produces hallucinations. That's a good one. Nicoletta, when my curator tells me we can digitize everything in my collection.
Of course.
I think we've got a Joey from Friends moment here. I'm doing good, baby. How are you doing? Yeah. Time to do the homework.
The 90s are back.
Yeah. Okay, I think we have like 3 more of these. So shall we move to the next one?
I'm really bad in counting, so I lost the count actually. But
I think we've got 3 more.
Let's go. Yes, now it's the favorite book, which I'm super curious of what people are going to share. So the GIF itself is very, very simple. There are just stars, a lady holding an open book, and there are stars falling out of it. That's beautifully. And I always have a trouble answering this question, same like with a favorite movie, because I always feel that there are books for different moments in life. And yeah, there's never something that is like all-time favorite for me. So
yeah,
but
it
let's
sounds
see
like a
what.
really easy question, doesn't it? But actually, when you start,
Yeah,
it's my favorite. And do
yeah,
you
it
want to
feels like
sound like sensible and say Jane Eyre or something like that?
exactly. I absolutely love Jane Eyre, by the way,
Yeah,
but it's an amazing book. If someone that haven't read it, Jane Eyre is
I read
oh
this one quite recently, so I recommend this one. This one, Sky Day. Bit of fantasy, yeah, lots of different interweaving stories. I'll go with that.
I see we have like some people said, so we have George Orwell 1984, we have Azimuth Prelude to Foundation, Dangerous Liaisons, but yeah, a couple of people also mentioning that it is a tricky question. It's not easy to choose. Ariane says, as many favorite as there are stars in the animation. Yes.
That's a great one.
I feel like it's easier to make a list of maybe 10 favorites. Like
yeah.
We
don't
really
have to be hierarchical. You don't have to pick one. It doesn't always have to be
No,
one.
of course. I mean, it just puts a lot of pressure on the book, I feel like.
Yes, doesn't it? Yeah.
The Godfather.
Yeah.
Indeed. Also,
I'm loving
Invisible Islands of
this reading list that's appearing in the chat.
All great.
I haven't read.
All great books, actually. I haven't read The Scarlet Letter. That's...
I look up that link on YouTube portrait. If it's that's ekphrastic writing. We had an ekphrastic writing workshop yesterday. So if that's a book about a painting, I'll be looking that up. Thank you. Okay.
Perfect.
Okay, here's one. Hopefully, it's not quite such a hard question. This is a young man, I think, young boy, doing some crazy dancing, looking really happy. What small win have you celebrated lately? Something that you just think, yeah, I'm glad I did that. Well done, me. I think for everybody here, it's putting on this festival today. And that's just not a small win, it's a big win. For everyone who has contributed in any way, can pat themselves on the back for that. Spreading good vibes. Excellent. As you have been doing, Adrian. Thank you.
Yes, we need yeah, please keep the good books coming. It's always useful. It's good to. I think we all need some good news in general. So I think it's nice to share our wins. I wanted to say that like a small win that I would like to celebrate is except the festival that I managed to share the slides and didn't completely mess up the keynote. So very happy about it.
You do brilliantly. I have to say, I think it's a small. I'm that age. It's a small win whenever some plans get cancelled and you get an extra, evening at home or something like that. Like, yay! I can sit on the sofa with a book and a cup of tea.
Indeed, I'm that age too. So.
Yeah. Vanessa's found a really cute handbag in a secondhand shop and shining it up to look pretty good. Oh, yay! That is very satisfying. Okay,
Indeed.
Let's move to the last couple so that we can finish on time. This is a fun one.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite gifts, actually, from one of the favorite collection of. And now it escapes me. The Adrian probably will add it in the chat. The German museum, which I forgot right now the name. The great collection of photographs, sport photographs. That's absolutely amazing. And in the gift we can see a lady spinning. Museum for Kunst und Gewerbe in Hamburg. Thank you very much. Spinning away, so not a very successful gymnastic figure. But what is your favorite sport to practice or to watch. Figure skating, watching. I absolutely love that. Yes. It is a great sport to watch. We have swimming, great for mental well-being. Indeed, swimming. Swimming is super meditative for me, like just being in the water, doing pools. I have curling, pole dance with a vertical pole. This, yes, actually, this could be pole dancing, but very dynamic pole dancing in the GIF.
I'm happy that we're moving to summer, so my son plays football and cricket and football, standing watching playing football in the winter. That's much fun. Sitting on a blanket in the summer watching him play cricket, much more fun. Yeah.
Is he playing football outside during
all through the
winter?
winter.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought maybe like because I'm originally Polish, we don't play football in winter. We move into the.
No, they play football always and forever.
We move indoors like that.
No.
I mean, professionals. I'm assuming they still play, but like if we do it for fun, we usually move indoors. Okay, I think we have two last. Oh no, it's the last one. Perfect.
Yeah. So yes, that means that we've reached the very, very end of the Digital Storytelling Festival. So once again, thank you to everybody, all the speakers, all the people behind the scenes at Europeana, all the guests who've come, all of your open minds and your excellent questions and your enthusiasm. And do look out for the recordings and the slides. We'll send a message to everyone who's registered, so you've got access to those. It'll take us a little bit of time, but we will send it to you. And do fill in the Zoom survey when it closes for the final time just now. And keep an eye on all of our events. We would love to welcome you to other things that we do. GIF It Up in October, you can keep an eye out for, and you can enter this year, and then maybe you'll be featured next time in the Storytelling Festival.
Yes, please. Everyone should enter GIF It Up. Like.
Excellent. Is there anything else that we haven't mentioned that we need to mention at this point, MacKay?
No, I think this is the time to close. Yes, I also would like to thank everyone. Thank you for saying goodbye in your own languages. It's always such a treat to see how many people from all the different countries are joining us. So it's lovely. And yes, we hope you enjoyed. And yeah, please fill in the survey. We are gonna try to make the next event even better. So thank you so much.